Princess Elena, who met with tragedy. Return to the year, she was 3, standing before the mirror, biting her finger, formulating a plan. Elena's eyes widen. Starlight reflects in her pupils. From now on, I don't need any family. Elena carries a tray through the dessert shop, pointing at the mine on the map, showing intelligence to 2 merchants, starting to raise independent funds. Elena stands in the center of the flowers, lifting her dress, the light of the empire. People bow in respect. Guards kneel on one knee holding Elena's hand. Knights, I will follow Her Highness the Princess. Elena is picked up by a blond man. The man laughs loudly. My daughter called me father. This should have been a touching reunion. Even that father who ignored his daughter has changed. What exactly happened? Reviel looks at the old book. These are all the protagonist's stories, and I have found my role in this novel. Liam looks sideways into the depths of the ruins, eyes narrowing slightly. Your Majesty is Her Highness the Princess. The Emperor kicks open the wooden door, rushing into the dim attic. Elena stands dazed on the spot, watching Liam kneel on one knee. Father. The Emperor reaches out and pulls Elena into his arms tightening. I'm sorry, I came too late. Elena leans on Liam's shoulder, eyes wet. Even for an emperor, this is too late. Elena cries loudly, tears wetting Liam's clothes. The touching reunion is over, right? Now it's my turn to appear. This feeling is really great. Liam picks up Elena, turning to walk towards the attic exit. Let's go home. Elena's safety is the top priority. Return to the palace immediately. Attendants bow. Yes, Your Majesty. Liam looks down at the girl in his arms. Are you hurt? Elena leans on Liam's shoulder, responding softly. No, I just want to go home quickly. A soft sound comes from behind the wooden box. Reviel Felicity curls up in the shadows, heart beating wildly. No, was I just left behind like this? The attic door slams shut. Reviel is locked in the darkness, hands bound by rough rope, mouth gagged with white cloth, making muffled whimpers. Reviel looks down at her red and swollen wrists, the rope digging into her skin. I've really had enough. As long as I'm involved with the protagonist, nothing good ever happens. Reviel closes her eyes, tears sliding down her cheeks. I don't want to live this supporting character's life anymore. Reviel lifts her dress, running through the yellow flowers. I'm just a passerby. Hey, nobles should be winners in life, enjoying the happy life of a rich young lady. The mirror shatters. Reviel's smile freezes. The beautiful dream instantly turns into bubbles. The Felicity family has dedicated everything to this country, so you must always maintain a mindset of learning. Reviel stands frozen, clutching a lollipop in her hand. But I'm only 5 years old. Father's loyalty to the imperial family literally has no bottom line. Reviel lies amidst a pile of books, soul seemingly leaving her body from her mouth. Duke Felicity stands by the table, pointing at heavy books. He serves the imperial family wholeheartedly. This is exactly what I cannot understand. Reviel looks sideways out the window. Such a loyal family. Why did they never appear once in the original work? It's all because of that daughter-complex tyrant. Liam sits on the white stone throne, right hand propping up his cheek. Corpses pile beneath his feet, blood staining the steps red. Liam Curtis Lasta. Liam taps the armrest of the throne, white gloves making a muffled sound. To celebrate the princess calling me father, today is designated as a national holiday. Liam spreads out a map, fingertips gliding over the territory. Dedicate this country to our princess. Duke Felicity, back straight, looking directly into the tyrant's eyes. If it is a gift, there are more precious things to offer. A gift exchanged with the blood of the Empire's people is not suitable for Her Highness the Princess. That background character who dared to speak bluntly and was dragged away was my father, Duke Felicity. Liam looks down at the man kneeling on the floor, eyes cold. Duke Felicity, you really don't care about my daughter at all. You're always ignoring the princess. Long spears surround the city. The spear tips of the royal guards point at the Felicity family. The evidence of the Felicity family colluding with the enemy and treason is conclusive. Pass my decree. Execute them all. Reviel's eyes widen, pupils reflecting the figure of the executioner, chains dragging in pools of blood, making harsh sounds. The flag breaks under the moonlight. The Felicity couple falls in a pool of blood, just because father opposed the emperor's doting. I lost my family at the age of 7. Reviel runs amidst the firelight, arrows grazing past her ears, the castle collapsing behind her, reduced to a sea of fire. Reviel falls into the grass, looking up at the broken moonlight. Mom, Dad, everyone in the Felicity family. They were clearly all there. Reviel rides on her father's shoulders, clutching his short brown hair, laughing loudly in the garden. Those are the days loved by everyone. Catch him, don't let him run away. Roars Tyr through the silence of the forest. Reviel runs wildly among the tree shadows, cloak lifted by the wind, lungs burning like fire. Father, you should have cared more about your family after all. Reviel kneels in the flowers, tears sliding down her face. I understand that admonishing a tyrant requires a hero, but you didn't have to be that hero. A hand wearing a white glove suddenly reaches out, firmly gripping Reviel's wrist. Reviel, Felicity, you can't escape. Reviel bumps into the arms of a man in black, body trembling violently, looking at those cold eyes. Father. Reviel's eyes widen, pupils reflecting despair. I absolutely do not want to repeat your mistakes, but the fate that befell me is like this. Reviel, I grant you the opportunity to serve the princess. Reviel sits at the dining table, hands pressing on the edge, looking at the cakes and fried eggs piled in front of her, pupils trembling with shock. From now on, serve as the princess's poison taster. Reviel jerks her head up, lips slightly parted. What? What did he just say? In the end, I still walk the same old path as my father. The head maid stands aside, looking down. There is absolutely no mistake. Pink hair, the crest with the elf pattern, the daughter of the sinner Duke Felicity. Reviel lowers her eyes, hands tightly clutching her dress, knuckles turning white from the force, silently enduring the scrutiny. Looking exactly like her father. It's truly chilling. Kane Ashley suddenly throws off her hand, standing up to look down at the girl on the ground. Your fate will be decided by Her Highness the Princess. If you are lucky, you will be sent to the mines, but it is more likely you will be thrown into the Monster Mountain Range. Reviel lifts her head, green round eyes full of shock. Monster Mountain Range? There's no way to survive in that kind of place. Kane Ashley adjusts his cuffs. Tone cold. This is your punishment for blaspheming Her Highness the Princess. Accept it with dignity. If you want to hate your stupid parents. Reviel curls up behind the iron bars. Moonlight cannot reach the depths of the cell, hands tightly clutching her dress, fingertips turning white from force. Are all these people crazy? Making a frail girl swing a hoe in a mine? Reviel suddenly stands up, hands pressing on the stone wall. The Monster Mountain Range is even more of a dead end, a place where even royal knights cannot survive. This country actually permits child abuse? Reviel holds her head and falls to the ground, rolling on the cold floor tiles. Calm down, Reviel. There must be a way to escape. Reviel sits against the wall, fingers pressing her temples. The original work didn't record the destruction of the Felicity family at all, nor did it write the ending of a passerby like me. Reviel's eyes widen, staring fixedly at a point in the void. Since it wasn't written in the script, that means my life is mine to rewrite, as long as I stay away from the princess's conflicts. Perhaps I can reclaim a peaceful life. That's right, there is still hope. Reviel suddenly stands up, back to the cell's iron window. Whether going to mines or anywhere else, I just have to endure. I will create my own ending outside of the original work. Reviel clenches her fists, fighting spirit igniting in her green round eyes. Good, it's decided. However, reality runs counter to expectations. Reviel sits at the long table, hands tightly gripping the knife and fork, staring blankly at the plate in front of her. What is this situation? The head maid crosses her arms over her chest, looking down at the girl by the table. Reviel Felicity, from now on, you will serve as Her Highness the Princess's poison taster. Reviel freezes in her seat. Knife and fork stopped in midair. Why? Why did things turn out like this? Poison taster. Tasting before the imperial family dines. To prevent poisoning and assassination. The table is full of exquisite desserts. Many people think this is a privilege, to be able to taste various delicacies. However, reality is completely different. This is a job risking one's life. One slip up and you'll lose your life. A wine glass shatters on the red carpet, liquid splashing. This is the last portion. Reviel forks a piece of meat and stuffs it in her mouth, chewing vigorously. Is this the last supper? I don't plan on dying yet. Reviel sits at the dining table. Two maids stand behind her. Why make me the poison taster of all things? Elena lifts her dress, walking quickly in the corridor. Leather shoes tapping on the ground, making crisp sounds. Elena lifts her dress and runs into the hall, golden curly hair swaying with her movements, opening her arms to cheer. Hello, everyone. Two maids immediately gather around and bow. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. Elena cups her cheeks. I missed everyone so much. The maids scream. Me too. I miss your Highness all night. Seeing you is never enough. Elena is hugged by a maid, gaze crossing the crowd, landing on the distant dining table. By the way, who is that child? The maid points to the back by the table. That is the newcomer who just joined. The one your highness saved before. Reviel's back stiffens, pink long hair trembling slightly. The hand holding the fork stops in midair. Elena tilts her head, red round eyes full of confusion. Did I save that child? Reviel lowers her head, staring at the plate, covering the side of her face with her hand. Please, just pretend I don't exist. Elena suddenly claps her hands. I remember. It's the child locked in the underground dungeon. Elena runs to the dining table, hands pressing on the table surface, leaning in close. Hello there. You are really cute. Reviel sits dazed on the chair, looking up at the blonde girl in front of her. Elena revels a brigt smile. Is the food delicious? Does it suit your taste? I look forward to spending this time with you. Result, puked it all out. Reviel clutches her chest, curled up on the bed. That kind of food doesn't suit my taste at all. The bread in the dungeon, hard as a rock, was even 1,000 times better than this. Reviel lies on her back, staring at the ceiling in a daze. If Her Highness the Princess hadn't said that sentence, locking a child in prison is too cruel. Who would have thought one sentence would completely change my fate? Part 1 of the original work has ended, before the words 10 years later appear. This is the blank period of the protagonist, Elena's growth. Even having read the original work, I know nothing about this part of the plot. Reviel steps on a wooden stool, leather shoes creaking, pushing open the small attic window. The only thing certain is that if this goes on, it will definitely die. Reviel holds the window frame, fingertips tightening with force. Although I want to escape immediately, first I have to survive in the palace. Reviel leans on the windowsill, looking at the distant courtyard. For this, I must find a way to eat poison and not die. Reviel rests her chin in her hands. Green round eyes widen slightly. I thought of it. It's that flower. Part 2 of the original work mentioned it. The princess was on the verge of death from accidentally ingesting a deadly poison. It was that miraculous herb that restored her consciousness. I must get the lapierre. That is an extremely rare flower. But the palace is full of exotic plants everywhere. Reviel turns and runs off. Pink long hair flying in the air. What did it look like again? Must find out the details of the lapierre quickly. Reviel pushes open the heavy wooden door, rushing into the room filled with bookshelves, looking around at the collection of books. Do you need the plant encyclopedia? A male servant blocks the bookshelf. Brown short curly hair, eyes looking down sharply. The male servant raises his right hand, lifting a heavy black book over his head. Descendants of sinners have no right to touch imperial property. Get out immediately. Reviel stops walking, pink long hair swaying. Wait, please let me check these materials. As long as I master the correct knowledge, I can better fulfill the duties of a poison taster. The male servant opens the black book in his hand, eyes sharp. Are you planning to feed poisonous herbs to Her Highness the Princess? Indeed, like father, like daughter. That greed and ignorance is exactly the same as your father. Tarsus Viculaberry suddenly swings his arm. The heavy book smashes forward, hitting the male servant right in the face. The male servant falls backwards to the ground, making a dull thud. Reviel freezes on the spot, green round eyes full of shock. Tarsus Viculaberry closes the book in his hand. Silver-white, short hair shimmering under the light. Purple narrow eyes revealing a chill. Your voice is truly ear-piercing. If you want to bark, go outside. Tarsus Viculaberry turns sideways, cape falling to the ground. Don't be an eyesore here. Tarsus Viculaberry stands on the red carpet, looking down at the fallen man. Voice cold, quarreling. If you want to bark, go outside. Reviel covers her mouth and shrinks back. This is impossible. Why is Duke Viculaberry here? He is the nemesis of the Felicity family, the imperial family's running dog, known as the cold-blooded demon of the battlefield. In the original work, he is the mastermind manipulating everything behind the scenes. Rumor has it he won't even spare children. Reviel lowers her head, body trembling violently. Must escape quickly. Tarsus turns his face, purple narrow eyes locking onto the target. Hey! Reviel suddenly looks up, green round eyes dilating with terror. Breathing instantly stops. I don't want to end like this. Reviel is picked up by one hand, dangled in midair, feet swaying off the ground. Tarsus looks down scrutinizingly, purple narrow eyes, emotionless. Looks like you're fine. Reviel freezes in place, mind instantly blank. What did he just say? The fallen male servant scrambles up, pointing forward and shouting, Lord Duke, what are you doing? Even if you're a duke, You have no right to treat others like this. Tarsus tightens his arm, pulling Reviel into his arms, rather than others. Tarsus looks down, meeting his gaze. Eyes sharp as knives. Are you talking about yourself? Reviel's hands press against his chest, voice trembling. Books should be well cherished. The male servant turns and flees the library, leather shoes tapping on the ground, making hurried sounds. Reviel lowers her head, staring at her toes. What about the encyclopedia? After making such a scene, they will definitely not lend it to me. Tarsus, let's go. Reviel grabs the corner of his clothes, looking up at that cold face. If it really doesn't work, I'll just have to steal it. Reviel grabs the man's glove, green round eyes looking upward. That's right, for some reason. The Duke is friendly towards me. If it's this person, Reviel, let's go with the clothes. Twiddling her fingers. I have a request. If it's not too much trouble, could you lend me that book? Tarsus kneels on one knee. I level with the girl. No problem. He actually agreed so quickly. Reviel freezes on the spot. What kind of book are you looking for? Reviel's cheeks turn slightly red, responding in a low voice. It's the plant encyclopedia. I'm the princess's poison taster. I need to understand poisonous plants and herbs. Tarsus is silent for a moment, purple narrow eyes staring ahead. I will send a knight to deliver it to you. Reviel covers her mouth, eyes sparkling with light. Thank you, Duke. You are really a good person. Reviel lifts her dress, skipping lightly between the bookshelves. My room is in the princess's palace. Reviel holds the man's hand with both hands, green round eyes curving into crescents. Someday, I will definitely repay this kindness. Tarsus watches the girl run away, purple narrow eyes flickering slightly, pink hair brushing through the air. Tarsus stands in the empty corridor, back straight, whispering his subordinate's name. Hanan, how is the progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Hanan stands by the window, red almond-shaped eyes, revealing a cold light. As expected, there is indeed a traitor within the Felicity family. The princess has already boarded the ship to Postalimo. She will likely be unable to contact our knights because of this. Tarsus looks sideways out the window, silver-white short hair covering his brow, fingers gently tapping the back of his hand. This means bringing her back will definitely not be easy. If I had refused the Emperor's second mobilization order, everything might have been different. 2 months ago, the Allied forces were marching towards the strategic location Postalimo. Smoke rising under the setting sun. Felicity sent a letter. The wax seal forcibly broken. Take care of Tarsus's daughter. Be her reliance. This was his final entrustment. Tarsus stands in the wilderness, tightly gripping the letter in his hand. Pity it's already too late. That man left behind the daughter he viewed as his life. Tarsus withdraws his thoughts and looks out the window. Send that plant encyclopedia to that girl. Uria, your daughter is soft-hearted like you. Tarsus gazes into the distance. Red almond-shaped, eyes slightly lowered. Looks like I should treat her a bit better too. Sunlight penetrates the tree shade. Elena runs on grass, golden long hair flying in the wind, letting out clear laughter. Your Highness, please be careful. It would be bad if you got hurt again. Elena sits astride a white horse, golden long, curly hair undulating in the wind, red round eyes curving into crescents. I'm Fine. Hoofbeats echo on the grass. Reviel sits at the dining table, pink long hair hanging on her shoulders. Why do the protagonists in stories like desserts so much? The Duke did indeed send the encyclopedia, but I have no time to read it at all. Reviel forks a piece of cake and stuffs it in her mouth, cheeks bulging slightly. Desserts are served endlessly. How long are they going to ride? Elena turns her head on horseback, winking one eye, signaling to the distant attendant. Her Highness the Princess just winked. I must record it with the image stone. Reviel puts down the fork, green round eyes staring at the empty plate. Hope this equestrian class ends quickly, visualizing the knight behind Elena. That knight, brown short hair flashing in the sunlight. Elena is holding the reins, eyes staring sharply ahead. Kane Ashley pulls the reins, black short hair refracting luster in the sunlight. When it comes to horsemanship, no one in the palace can touch my right. Reviel grips the steel fork tightly, stabbing forcefully into the apple on the plate. That man, Kane Ashley, he is the princess's most loyal running dog, and also the first bastard who took the lead in attacking the Felicity family. Really hope he suffers divine retribution right now. The war horse is suddenly startled, front hooves rising into the air, letting out a neigh. Cain Ashley loses balance, falling heavily from the horse to the ground. Reviel's green round eyes suddenly widen. What happened? He actually fell off the horse. Elena jumps off the horse, golden long hair spreading out as she runs, bending down to check the fallen man. Lord Ashley, are you okay? Cain Ashley lies on his back on grass. To receive your highness's concern is my honor. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. Elena holds his hand, red round eyes overflowing with tears. Don't say that. You absolutely cannot die. Reviel withdraws her gaze, forking a marshmallow and stuffing it into her mouth. Indeed, marshmallows are the best. That kind of thing doesn't matter at all. Reviel walks on the sun-drenched gravel path, holding the heavy book, humming a light tune. Thanks to that idiot falling off the horse, I finally have free time. Reviel arrives under a big tree, dress spreading on the grass, sitting with her back against the rough trunk. Then, let's start reading. Reviel opens the encyclopedia, green round eyes scanning the page intently, looking for flowers starting with the letter R. Not lapierre, it's lapel. Fingertip stops on the yellowed paper. Found it. Lapel has 6 purple petals, emitting a sweet fragrance. Reviel reads aloud. This plant grows near Minnesai trees, usually hiding in the shadows. There seem to be no such trees in the palace garden, because they easily attract pests. Gardeners rarely plant them. Reviel closes the book, looking sideways at the gloomy forest in the distance. In that case, it must be there, Death Forest. Reviel looks towards that forbidden land surrounded by thorns, unable to understand. Why next to the protagonist's palace would such a terrifying place exist? Reviel closes the book, green round eyes projecting light. At least it's fine now. The rest is to go find it. Reviel stands up, fists clenched and raised overhead. I will do my best. I absolutely will not lose. I will definitely obtain happiness. Reviel suddenly freezes with arms suspended in midair, letting out a confused, soft murmur. A boy sits under the tree shade, leaning against the trunk. Brown short hair, slightly messy. Red almond-shaped eyes coldly staring ahead. Reviel steps back, green round eyes trembling with surprise. When was he there? More importantly, who is this child? The boy bends one leg, elbow resting on his knee, eyes sharp as knives, silently scrutinizing the uninvited guest. Brown short hair covering his forehead, red almond-shaped eyes staring at the void. Wearing a worn-out, outdated shirt. That is the copper color only for royal members. Reviel stands not far away, pink wavy long hair hanging down, green round eyes written with confusion. Elena should be the only royal survivor. What exactly does this character, who never appeared in the original work, represent? Reviel slowly approaches, lifting her dress to stop in front of the boy, softly greeting, "Hello, what is your name?" The boy turns his head, eyes sharp and cold, remaining silent throughout, not making any sound. Reviel retracts her fingers. Really a quiet child. Rustling sounds come from the grass. Gaze crosses the boy's shoulder, landing on that cross surrounded by flowers. Reviel accidentally steps on a petal, body losing balance, falling backwards, letting out a cry of surprise. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Reviel stabilizes her center of gravity, turning to run towards the distant flowers. "I will pick some fresh flowers back immediately." Footsteps echo in the forest. Reviel holding wildflowers, pink long hair swaying in the wind, stopping in front of the stone cross. "May I ask whose grave this is?" The boy sits under the tree's shade, red almond-shaped eyes, without warmth. "What do you do if you know?" Finally spoke. "I want to formally apologize to you." The boy looks down at the ground, breathing out a breath of turbid air. "My parents." Reviel freezes on the spot, green round eyes trembling with surprise. The boy rests his chin on one hand, gaze shifting to the distance. "Eyes still cold. Maybe he didn't have a good relationship with his parents." Reviel lowers her eyelids, pink wavy long hair covering the side of her face. "I understand that removing a tyrant requires a hero, but that person shouldn't have been my father. I will never walk the same path as him." Reviel gazes at the boy's back. "It's like looking at myself." Fingertips tighten with force, grabbing the layered dress. Reviel clasps her hands, kneeling before the simple tombstone, closing green round eyes to pray loudly. "Deeply sorry for disturbing your rest." Reviel suddenly opens her eyes, turning to look at the boy beside her. Next, extending both hands to grab the boy's shoulders, pulling him forcefully closer to herself. Felicity, body leaning forward, red almond-shaped eyes, contracting with shock, a broken query squeezed out of his throat. "What are you doing?" Reviel looks straight into his eyes, pink wavy long hair flying in the wind. Don't move. I'm sharing power with you. From now on, only good things will happen to you. Reviel crosses her hands on her chest, mouth curving into an arc. This week will pass peacefully. Next week will be full of smiles. Those sad memories will all disappear. The boy freezes on the spot, red pupils reflecting the girl's face. Lips slightly parted, but unable to make any sound. Reviel smiles amidst the flowers, green round eyes curving into crescents. I'm sure of this, because my hunches are always accurate. Reviel pats the boy's shoulder, pink long hair swaying with the movement. Are you happy now? Although it's a bit hard now, but I will definitely be happy in the future. Reviel picks up the heavy book, dress brushing over the grass. I'm very confident about this. Turning to reveal a smile in the flowers, green round eyes curving into crescents. Reviel stops walking, turning sideways to look at the boy. By the way, do you know lapel? It's this. Reviel opens the book pages, pointing at the illustration on it. It usually grows near minacai trees, has 6 purple petals, smells very fragrant. Reviel leans close to the boy. If you find this kind of flower, could you tell me? You will help me, right? Thank you. The boy stands under the tree's shade, red pupils staring at the book in front of him. I haven't agreed to you yet. Voice weak, drown in the wind. Reviel waves her right hand, running away lightly under the setting sun. Then I'm going first. Pink wavy long hair jumping in the light and shadow, disappearing at the end of the gravel path. The boy stands in the afterglow of the setting sun. Brown short hair dyed gold by the light. Red almond-shaped eyes staring at the clearing, looking down at his own hands. What do you mean usually nearby? The boy stands alone among the flowers, eyes sharp and confused. That strange girl walked away. Only the sound of wind blowing through the grass remains. The palace garden a few days later. Sunlight spills on white stone pillars and yellow roses. Elena holds a charred object, golden wavy long, curly hair flying in the wind. Red round eyes curving into crescents. Papa, thank you for your care all this time. Elena holds the cake high in her hands, although the appearance is pitch black and the shape is twisted. Today is Thanksgiving Day, so I tried making a cake. How is it? Is it a surprise? Liam stands stiffly on the spot, letting out a trembling exclamation. How? How did you make it? Liam looks down at that char blackness, hands trembling as he receives the gift. Truly an amazing gift. Elena actually made this for father. Elena snuggles in Liam's arms, golden long curly hair rubbing against his cheek, red round eyes smiling until narrowed. Although it looks imperfect, but this is really a wonderful gift. I can't wait to taste it. Reviel sits on a bench in the garden, pink wavy long hair hanging on her green dress, green round eyes staring at the table's surface. What should I do? No matter how I search, I can't find it. Reviel pushes aside the dense bushes, groping in the forest late at night. The purple flower never appeared. Wanted to ask that child, but never met him again. Maybe my behavior that day was too rude. Reviel stands in front of the stone cross, looking down at the withered bouquet. Could it be that there is no such flower in the death forest at all? Returning to her seat, hands hanging weakly on her knees. Reviel suddenly covers her mouth. Green round eyes close tightly in pain, stomach churning violently. Vomits every time she tries to taste food. Hasn't slept peacefully for a long time. A maid approaches with a tray, seeing Reviel's weak appearance, whispering about palace rumors. His Majesty's mood seems to have improved. Truly comforting. Reviel lifts her head, fingertips touching the corner of her lips. From now on, whenever Duke Vichelberry visits, he must request an audience with the princess in advance. 2 maids are talking on the garden path. Something happened in Posterimo again. The argument at the meeting earlier was fierce. Reviel pricked up her ears. The intelligence she provided last time had come in handy. Reviel Felicity looked towards the depths of the palace. Her pink wavy long hair hung behind her green dress. You should still be in the palace now. Either way, this was good news. Reviel picked up a fork and speared a small piece of bread. I gave up on revenge a long time ago. Her gaze drifted across the lawn into the distance. A woman was dining. Liam sat on a gorgeous bench. His short blonde hair shone in the sunlight. His purple narrow eyes curved. Elena's cake is the best in the world. Reviel watched coldly, but that doesn't mean I've forgiven him. Reviel bit into the bread. I absolutely won't let you die so easily. Red liquid suddenly dripped down. It splattered onto the white porcelain plate, blossoming into red flowers one by one. Reviel froze. Her round green eyes widened in shock. Warm liquid kept gushing from her nose, dripping onto the back of her hand and her dress hem. What's wrong? A maid screamed, pointing at the ground. Why is there suddenly blood? Blood? Did it? Sight crossed the corridor, head towards the lawn. Reviel fell backward. Her pink, wavy long hair spread out on the grass. Her round green eyes gradually lost focus. Fresh blood kept spilling through her fingers, staining her emerald green skirt red. Reviel looked up at the sky. Consciousness fell into darkness. If I found that flower, would it not have turned out like this? The screaming faded in her ears. A boy stood under the shade of a tree. Red pupils captured the startle of a flying bird. Noisy shouts came from the distance. He held a bunch of purple flowers in his arms. 6 petals trembled in the wind. What happened? It hurts. Can't breathe. Reviel lay on the grass, fingers clutching the soil. I don't want to die. Tarsus approached. Silver-white short hair covered his eyes. He looked down at the young girl on the ground. Reviel saw purple narrow eyes with no emotion. Reviel lifted her face. Pink long hair stained with blood. Round green eyes overflowing with tears. Father. Her voice shattered in the light and shadow. Duke Felicity sat by the bed. Short blonde hair flickered in the candlelight, held his daughter's hand. Listen, Reviel, don't accumulate negative emotions. Forget them. Duke Felicity gazed at Reviel. His purple narrow eyes revealed seriousness. You cannot live holding on to resentment. Do you understand? Reviel hugged her doll. But father, what if something happens that I cannot let go of? Duke Felicity stroked his daughter's head. Then just smile. As long as you smile, your heart will feel a bit lighter. Reviel widened her round green eyes, staring blankly ahead. Back then, I didn't understand why father said such difficult words. I should have realized his true intentions earlier. Flames soared to the sky. The entire palace was engulfed in fire. The heat wave distorted her vision. Please survive. 2 men in cloaks protected the young child. The Duke only hopes you forget everything and find happiness. This is his final wish. Reviel stood at the edge of the forest. Her pink, wavy long hair trembled in the night wind. Her round green eyes were full of tears. I was wrong. Please come back. Reviel reached out into the void. Fingertips passed through the cold air. If I had been more considerate, if I had regained my memories sooner, if we could have escaped together. Reviel knelt on grass. Her pink, wavy long hair was messy. Her round green eyes were squeezed shut. She cried loudly. I don't have the confidence to forgive. Reviel looked down at her hands, fingertips trembling in the light and shadow. I also don't have the confidence not to hate. A green butterfly flew over the high tower, skimming over the palace in the dead of night. A green butterfly flapped its wings, flew into the dim bedroom, landed on the edge of the bed. Reviel lay among the bedding, her chest heaving from sobbing. Reviel closed her eyes. Her lips moved slightly, calling for her father. A boy stood by the bed, looking down at her sleeping face, holding a bunch of purple flowers in his arms. The boy placed the flowers on the table. Just this once, candlelight flickered beside the petals. The light gradually covered the entire field of vision. A week passed in a flash. Reviel sat on the bed. Her pink long hair was a bit messy. Her round green eyes stared at the water cup in her hand. I really thought I was dead, although I don't know what happened, but I'm actually still alive. I didn't expect the Duke to save me again. He even cleared out a room for me. Reviel sat on the bed, looking down at the reflection in the water cup. Although I'm grateful, I still feel something is wrong. Emile sat by the bed, brown short hair, slightly curled. Red almond-shaped eyes stared at the young girl. Lord Tarsus came to see you personally. He wanted to know the source of the intelligence. Reviel raised her head abruptly. So he saved me because of this. The information I provided. It was a secret between the former emperor and the previous duke. It is indeed as you said. It was right in the former emperor's relics. Emile lowered his voice. Do you know anything else? Reviel averted her gaze. Thanks to me, they got their territory back. It's only natural to be questioned further. But I can only say this. Reviel put down the water cup. The bottom hit the wooden table with a thud. I'm sorry, just as I wrote in the letter. Everything I know was told to me by my father. Reviel lowered her head. Pink wavy long hair covered her profile. I'm doing my best just to survive. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. Emile stood up and walked to the door. His brown short hair swayed in the lamp shadow. I won't thank you for your assistance. Reviel watched him leave the room. A dull closing sound was heard. Reviel lay back down, round green eyes staring at the ceiling. A single herb can decide my life or death. In this situation, I absolutely cannot cooperate with the mastermind, even if they are my saviors. Reviel grabbed the corner of the blanket, covering her burning cheeks. Are you planning to abandon them like this? You shameless coward. They saved your life. Reviel sat up abruptly, rubbing her hair vigorously with both hands. Shut up. Stop talking. I'll deal with those things later. The most important thing now is to rest. Reviel sat on the edge of the bed, turned to look at the bedside table. Purple flowers clustered in a vase, exuding a sweet fragrance. Priority now is to survive. Reviel leaned closer to the petals, reached out, and gently touched the 6 purple petals. This is a lapel flower. That child must have sent it. Reviel walked barefoot to the vase. Her round green eyes widened slightly. Where did he find this kind of flower? The figure of a black-haired boy emerged in her memory. He whispered by the bed, "Eat quickly. Don't you want me happy?" Reviel lowered her head, pink long hair falling over her chest. I owe more and more favors. Reviel let out a soft sigh. No matter what, I have to see that child. If I don't apologize in person, I won't be able to feel at ease. Reviel spread out a piece of paper, wrote quickly with a pen. The nib made a scratching sound on the paper. If I write this, he will definitely come to see me immediately. Reviel grabbed the letter, turned, and rushed to the door. Must hurry and put this on the grave. As for the Duke's matter, I'll deal with it later. Reviel grasped the doorknob. Fingers exerted force. The metal lock core clicked. The door opened inward. A young girl stood outside the door. Elena was carrying a basket. Golden wavy long curls hung over her shoulders. Red round eyes curved into crescents. You're awake. Reviel froze in place. Her round green eyes widened in shock. Her breathing stopped for an instant. Why? Why is Princess Elena here? Elena took a step forward. Her blue skirt swept across the floor. How is your health? Are you okay? Elena walked up quickly, held Reviel's shoulders with both hands. Reviel, how is your body? Are you okay? Elena reached out to touch her forehead. Is it okay to get out of bed now? Do you still have a fever? Reviel bowed her head. Good morning, Your Highness. Why is the princess here? How does she know my name? Elena's eyes turned red. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were Reviel. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you do that kind of thing. Elena suddenly held her hands. Reviel, would you be my maid? Reviel froze in place. What? What are you saying? Elena leaned close to her face. You are still a poison taster right now, right? Don't do that dangerous work anymore. Stay by my side and work. Reviel lowered her head and remained silent. Become the princess's attendant? But her father was a tyrant. One wrong move, and she would be executed. How many people had lost their lives serving the princess? Elena smiled, holding the flower basket. If I go ask father, it will definitely be fine. You don't need to answer me immediately. Take your time to consider. Reviel gazed at Elena's back. Thank you for your concern. Today is the first time we've spoken this much. Her communication skills are truly amazing. Elena turned her head. I understand, Sir Carlson. I'll be right there. See you later, Reviel. Reviel stood in place, watching her go. Take care. Those flowers are really beautiful. Until that figure disappeared around the corner. Her fingertips still retained the residual warmth of the petals. The air was still filled with a faint fragrance. Reviel looked down at the flowers. Her heart beat violently. This feeling, she had never had it before. Elena pointed at the bouquet on the table. Where did you get these flowers? Reviel lowered her head and responded. I picked them nearby. Elena leaned down, smelled the petals. I see. Actually, I really like purple flowers. The first bouquet father gave me was purple pansies. Reviel stood behind her watching. Could it be? Elena turned around and made a request. Reviel, if you don't mind, could you give these flowers to me? The moment their gazes met in the air, breathing came to a sudden halt. That absurd guess seemed to be confirmed. Reviel's pupils trembled slightly. Heart beat violently. Sure enough, things are going too smoothly. Reviel clenched her skirt tightly with both hands. Of course. Reviel collapsed into the shadows. Why is it always like this? All efforts were in vain. A few days later, a purple flower stood lonely in the vase. Reviel stared at the vase. Did she really intend to take every single one? Elena cupped her cheek and smiled. Reviel, are there any more flowers? She always smiled and took everything she wanted, just like a heroine in a movie. Reviel looked at the empty table. Only a note remained. Left a note, not wanting to wake you. Thank you for the flowers. Your best friend, Elena. Reviel picked up the last purple flower. If this goes on, even the last one will be taken. Must find a new substitute as soon as possible. Reviel gripped the flower stem tightly. Don't know if that child saw the message. Cannot sit and wait for death. At least go and confirm if the note is still there. Reviel pushed open the heavy door. Just as expected, the corridor was in chaos. A maid screamed and ran past. What is going on? Unconscious guards lay scattered on the ground. Reviel hid behind the door to observe. The chaos has already begun. Reviel stood behind the door. This is the only way out. What should I do? A medical staff member knelt beside a wounded man. Has first aid been administered? Another person shook their head in response. Yes, but the battle dragged on too long. Missed the timing for treatment. It's too late now. Without a mage or priest, he won't last 3 hours. Reviel hid in the corner, observing. Weren't the demonic beasts exterminated? It seems the casualties are very heavy. Maybe I should leave through the room window. The medical staff let out a sigh. The problem is he's just a commoner. Is there no other way? As I said, we are powerless. Reviel pushed open the door. Next wounded patient arrived. She looked at the tragic state inside the room. Her footsteps stopped abruptly. What happened? A wounded man was carried into the room. His leg was bitten by a demonic beast. Reviel walked quickly to the wounded man, slowly crouched down. The poison is eroding his heart. Even the Emperor's favorite flower can't save him. Reviel crouched in the corner. I want to look the other way, but this feeling is too personal. Reviel sat at the dining table, her face hidden in the shadows. This sense of deprivation follows like a shadow. Must carry it with me. Ensure it won't be snatched away again. Reviel let out a long breath, took out the purple flower from her bosom. This kind of flower, once picked, will wither very quickly. Once it withers, the medicinal effect will completely disappear. Reviel's fingertips pinched and broke the flower stem. These 2 flowers can only last 2 days at most. Must act now. Reviel walked to the bed, looking at the unconscious wounded man. Excuse me. Reviel pinched the petals, brought them close to the wounded man's lips. Eat this. The poison will subside. Open your mouth. Just a little bit is fine. Reviel watched him swallow. Yes, just like that. Even if it has no effect, it's better than being taken by the princess, since she wants to snatch everything. I'd rather use it to save someone. Reviel leaned down and whispered, "This flower is like my life. So please, in the future, return this favor to me." Reviel released her fingertips, took one last look at the man on the bed. You must survive. Reviel exited the room, gently closed the heavy wooden door. The locked tongue clicked shut. The wounded man opened his eyes and stared at the empty ceiling. Who was that person? Night shrouded the mansion. Reviel dragged her heavy steps back to the bedroom, pushed open the door. Her body lost strength and fell onto the edge of the bed. Already at the limit, just walking a short distance in the forest actually made me this weak. 6 hours of trekking almost exhausted my stamina. Looks like this body hasn't fully recovered yet. Reviel lay on the bedside panting, but everything was worth it, although I couldn't see him wake up with my own eyes. But the note is gone. Most importantly, I protected that flower from the princess. Elena pushed the door and entered, holding a teapot in her hand. You came back just in time. Reviel forced herself to sit up, took the teacup. I should rest, to save energy for tomorrow. Reviel lay back on the bed, closed her eyes. Reviel slept on the pillow. The door was slammed open. A loud bang. Startled, she hunched her shoulders and looked back at the door abruptly. The boy stood in the strong light, clutching that note tightly in his hand. Reviel sat in the center of the large bed, watching the figure approaching step by step. You came. Didn't expect to see you again so soon. The boy walked in silently. He suddenly reached out and pressed on the headboard, leaning his body forward, trapping Reviel between his arms. Now tell me, what exactly do you know about my secret? Reviel's throat moved slightly, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He really came. Reviel sat up abruptly, hugging the pillow tightly in her arms. You saw that letter. Have you been well? So glad to see you. The letter contained a threat. Thank you for helping me. I know your secret. If you come to see me, I'll tell you. The boy lowered his head and remained silent. Shadows covered his eyes. He stood in place. Did she lie to me? Reviel, since the atmosphere was wrong, whispered an apology. I'm sorry. Did I scare you? I thought if I didn't write that, you wouldn't read the letter. Reviel threw off the covers and rushed out of bed, reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Please don't go. Reviel hugged his waist tightly from behind. The boy coldly spat out 3 words. Let go of me. Reviel hugged his waist tightly. If you listen to my request, I'll let go. The boy looked down at her. Do you think I can't break free? You need to treat your savior well. You're quite bold. Reviel loosened her arms. Loud a laugh. Indeed. Thank you. That time, you really helped me. The boy stopped walking and turned his face sideways. Reviel looked up. Thanks to you. I saved my life. You are my savior. I really wanted to thank you in person. The boy remained silent. Reviel leaned close to his side. By the way, I want to ask you something. Can you tell me, where you picked the flower you brought, although it has already withered? The boy stared into her eyes. If you let go of me, I'll tell you. Reviel grabbed his wrist with a backhand grip. You just want to take the chance to run away, right? I won't run away. Reviel increased the strength in her hand, fingertips touching. Deal. Let's go. Reviel held his hand and walked through the gloomy forest. The grass made a rustling sound. Reviel stopped. We're here. Reviel bent over, hands on her knees, panting heavily. Wait a moment. I can't breathe. Reviel raised her head. A faint light lit up ahead. Reviel looked around. Purple flowers covered the ground. This is impossible. This is a paradise of lapels. Exactly how many are planted here? Reviel suddenly turned and pounced into the boy's arms, hugging his neck tightly. Thank you so much. You are truly my angel. The boy froze in place, allowing the other to hug him tightly. Reviel pressed against his ear. You saved my life with pure kindness. Reviel hugged his neck tightly. So I will become your angel and protect you. The boy stood stiffly, letting her arms wrap around him. Reviel loosened the embrace, reached out, and gently stroked his cheek. Next time I will come to see you again, so please wait for me. Reviel lowered her eyelids, fingertips touching the skin she had stroked. Reviel smiled and gazed into his eyes. When that time comes, please tell me your name. Your Highness. The boy's eyes suddenly widened. Pupils trembled slightly. How did you know that? Reviel tilted her head. Her smile deepened. Just like you helped me, I also know some things about you. After all, I am a member of the Felicity family. If you need my help, you must tell me. Reviel turned and walked towards the flowers. I will share all the information I know. With him, the sea of purple flowers swayed in the moonlight, swallowing her retreating figure. Sunlight spilled into the manor mansion. Reviel sat at the dining table, speared a small piece of food, and put it in her mouth. Finally resumed daily work after resting for a week. Maids ran around outside the dining room. Footsteps were hurried and chaotic. Reviel put down the cutlery and looked around. Why is it so noisy today? Two maids carried heavy gift boxes, walking quickly through the corridor. The gifts for the villagers are over there. Yes, understood. Reviel looked at the food on her plate. The rewards for subjugating the monsters have been distributed, although there were others who worked harder than me. Wonder how they are recovering. Reviel lowered her eyelids. Leaving the last flower for that night was indeed the correct choice. Anyway, I picked more later. Reviel speared the food again, just to be safe. Drank some emergency potion this morning too. Now no need to worry about dying from poison. The door was pushed open violently, hit the wall with a loud bang. Reviel. Elena rushed into the room, lifting her skirt. Reviel was startled and sprayed out the tea in her mouth. Elena walked up quickly. You're finally back. Reviel froze in her seat. Princess, why are you looking for me? Elena held her hands. Is your body okay now? Very happy to see you back. I'm also very happy to see the princess. The head maid urged from behind. Princess, please eat quickly, then go organize the gifts. Elena hubjid reviletigli. I want to chat with Reviel a bit longer. Reviel was buried in the other's arms. This kind of embrace, without warning, was uncomfortable. Elena loosened her arms, stared at the leftover food on the table. Are you still working as a poison taster? Reviel nodded in response. Yes. Does that mean you will refuse my proposal? Do you really not intend to be my maid? Elena leaned in close. Reviel avoided her gaze. I didn't plan to become a maid. Actually, I don't want to do this kind of thing. Reviel pushed back the chair and stood up. Princess, I like this job of protecting the princess. If I can atone for my sins with this, I will do it gladly. Reviel looked at the maids in the distance. As long as I can make up for my sins, even just a little bit, I will be satisfied. Reviel clasped her hands over her chest. You will listen to my wish, right? Elena rested her chin in her hands, her eyes twinkling. Reviel, then let's be friends. Reviel froze in place and made a confused sound. The maids whispered behind them. The head maid pressed Elena's shoulder. Princess, this girl is from a rebel family. So what? Reviel drank poison for me. Elena puffed out her chest. Based on this point alone, she is qualified to be my friend. The head maid looked askance at Reviel. Reviel hid behind a chair. Please help me. Someone help me. Reviel's hands gripped the chair back tightly, her face stiff. The head maid withdrew her gaze. Understood. Since it is the princess's wish, His Majesty will also understand. Reviel felt like she was struck by lightning. Her whole person turned to stone on the spot. From now on, we are friends. Elena happily linked arms with her. Reviel let the other person manipulate her. How long will this world continue to make me suffer? I'm really grateful. It's like I'm a princess myself. Reviel's eyes lost focus. A drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead. In the ruins of the ancient Koru castle in the north, the forest was lush. Sunlight penetrated the broken stone windows. The boy sat on the windowsill, one leg bent, staring at the pink petals on his fingertips. That voice echoed in his ears. You will definitely be happy. Reviel smiled in his memory, hands crossed over her chest. I will become your angel and protect you. In the image, the two hugged tightly. That was the promise she made. The boy propped his cheek and looked at the swaying branches and leaves outside the window. You want to protect me? Fingertips gently rubbed his cheek. That was the place she had touched. The boy lowered his eyelids. Red pupils reflected a glimmer of light. Silence enveloped the empty hall. When will you come again? Sunlight shone into the palace garden. Elena Spiridao marshmallow held it to Reviel's mouth. Open wide, Reviel. Elena watched the other person. Eat as much as possible. From that day on, I started accompanying the princess for meals. Elena waved the fork in her hand. I specifically asked the chef to prepare this. Reviel, you like this, right? Reviel looked troubled. Thank you. Reviel stared at the marshmallow. I'm already sick of eating this thing. Lanier told me, you always save marshmallows for last. The headmaid stood aside, covering her face and snickering. Reviel turned her head abruptly and glared at her. That was her doing, right? Just you wait. Reviel had no choice. Could only open her mouth and swallow the food. You really have an appetite. Elena exclaimed with a smile. The headmaid lifted the teapot. It's time for tea. Reviel. Tea poured into the cup, making a crisp sound. Reviel stared at the teacup. Finally started pouring tea for me too. Come to think of it, having someone share the poison-tasting work doesn't feel bad. Reviel picked up the teacup. Now I only need to eat what the princess gives me. Elena speared food again. Shall we try this? Reviel looked down at the dinner plate. I'm still not used to this overprotective treatment. Reviel stared at the plate. Is this Todoria leaf? Had seen it in the encyclopedia. That is a herb for purifying blood. Fingertips trembled unconsciously. The illustration in the book overlapped with the green leaves before her eyes. This kind of herb should absolutely not appear here. A bitter smell drilled into her nose. Reviel recalled the book's content. If a child under 10 consumes it, it may cause abdominal pain. Her gaze moved to Elena opposite her. Reviel put down the cutlery. Is this dish made with Todoria leaves? This herb is very burdensome on a child's stomach. The headmaid stopped her movements, fell into silence. The headmaid looked at Reviel. Why did you do this? I read it in the plant encyclopedia. As a poison taster, I thought this would be helpful to the princess. Elena covered her mouth. Reviel. The headmaid turned to the tutor beside her. Teacher, please verify. And Julia, the tutor carrying a briefcase, nodded. Yes. The headmaid issued an order. Call the chef immediately. The chef held a ladle, sweating profusely in the palace garden. How could this be a mistake? There must be a mistake somewhere. The chef stood in the center of the gazebo, defending himself. There are no side effects, just to enhance the flavor. The pharmacist has already confirmed. The latest test mentioned side effects. The headmaid looked grave. If this child hadn't discovered it, the princess's life would be in danger. The chef was sweating profusely. Looked down and stared at Reviel. Reviel sat on the chair. Why look at me like that? Is it my fault? The chef was taken away by the guards, repeating apologies constantly. The headmaid watched the chef's back. That guy will definitely be fired. As expected of Reviel, the maids whispered. Elena suddenly pounced on Reviel, hugging her neck tightly. Everyone saw it, right? Reviel is my friend. Elena loudly declared their friendship. The maids held trays, watching this scene silently. Reviel pushed Elena's face away. What are those expressions of yours? Your job is to protect the princess, not to guard against me. Reviel braced her hands on the table. Don't make that kind of face, as if you suddenly changed your mind. Reviel curled up into a ball. Please let me stay away from the princess. Imperial noble court. Reviel walked through the long corridor, finally escaped. Felt like a fledgling being force-fed by a bluebird. Reviel carried her skirt and walked quickly. Thanks to finishing the poison tasting early, I made it in time. This is also thanks to the maid's arrangements. Reviel stopped, clutching a letter tightly in her hand. Today is the day to say goodbye to Duke Viculaberry. Before resuming the poison-tasting work, decided to repay the Duke's kindness. Reviel sat at the desk, writing a letter. Although I shouldn't do this kind of thing, but this way the debt is clear. Stood up straight again, allowed a sigh, put down the heavy quill. Beeswax slowly solidified on the envelope. This transaction is finally settled. Allowed a long breath. Rub her sore shoulders. Reviel widened her eyes, hearing the discussion at the end of the corridor. Heard Viculaberry refused the imperial order. What? Reviel froze in place. 3 officials gathered in the corridor, talking in low voices. Duke, the Posterimo War just ended. As an imperial noble, you should obey his majesties. Orders. Reviel hid behind the door, poking half her head out to eavesdrop on the discussion about the Duke. Tired of these cliché copyright-s. Must find the Duke as soon as possible. Reviel walked quickly through the hall, leather shoes tapping on the ground. Remembered the content of the second part of the novel. The Duke stayed on the battlefield for 10 years. Was it to prepare for rebellion? Reviel stood by the window, watching the carriage in the courtyard. If the rumors are true, that war was not for rebellion. He hadn't made up his mind at that time. Reviel remembered the Duke's words, because it was too boring, so I wanted to kill time by fighting for the throne. This reason is simply absurd. Reviel walked towards the carriage, stepping on the gravel ground. No matter how I look at it, he doesn't seem like that kind of person. He fought on the front lines until the end. Reviel stopped in front of the carriage, looked up at the gorgeous carriage. The Duke is inside. Must confirm the truth personally. The heavy carriage curtains remained motionless, as if isolating another world. Her heartbeat drummed violently in her chest. A thin layer of sweat seeped from her palms. There was no turning back now. Reviel stared straight ahead. There was no reason to start a rebellion at all. Could it be that the Emperor struck first, eradicating the Viculaberry dukedom, the destruction of the Felicity family? This was the final threat to the throne. The scales tipped in a giant palm. The imperial family would gain overwhelming power. The balance of power collapsed completely. The Duke's territory was turning into scorched earth. The final obstacle had been swept away. The entire continent dared not look directly at the underworld. The Emperor sat on the towering throne, holding the young Elena in his arms. If that is indeed the truth, then I am completely powerless. Reviel let out a bitter laugh. Although it might not be true, but I hope the Duke wins. After all, given the Duke's character, once he makes up his mind, he will fight to the end. Reviel reached into her bosom and took out a letter. Now it's time to find the other protagonist, Roan Viculaberry. Roan stood among the flowers with his back to the moonlight. Although he is the Duke's son, Roan gazed ahead. He is the kind of man who would kill his abusive father and pledge loyalty to the princess, even if I provide intelligence on the royal traitor. As long as he betrays the Duke like in the original story, everything will be meaningless. Reviel placed the envelope on the table. Her fingertips gently brushed the edge of the envelope. She sighed, no matter what. This is the only thing I can do. Reviel stood before the mirror and straightened her clothes. The Duke watched her silently from inside the carriage. Reviel bowed, wishing the Duke eternal prosperity. She buried her head deeply, hiding the complex emotions in her eyes. The cold air solidified between the two. Tarsus sat inside the carriage, turning his head to look out the window. Reviel trotted away, her figure disappearing at the end of his vision. That thin, small back walked further and further away, until it merged into the shadows of the corner. The carriage wheels rolled over the gravel road. The inside of the carriage fell into a deathly silence. Tarsus reached out and picked up the letter on the table. Emil leaned in to observe. Lord Tarsus, what is this? Tarsus unfolded the letter. It's from Felicity. Thank you for saving my life. Thanks to the Duke's care, I was able to recover quickly. Tarsus read the end of the letter. Please be careful of the servants around you. My father said, the man with the beard is suspicious. Thank you. Tarsus stared at the letter. When I needed help the most, as expected of a child of the Felicity family. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Emil froze in place. Lord Tarsus is actually smiling. Tarsus put away the letter and issued an order to Emil. Emil bowed his head, yes. Lord Tarsus. Tarsus sat on the bench with his legs crossed, fingertips tapping his knee lightly. Find a way to bring that child here. I want to observe her up close. In the palace garden, Elena forked a piece of dessert and held it to Reviel's mouth. Reviel, this is delicious. Taste it quickly. Reviel shook her head gently. I just ate. Elena put down the fork. You only ate a tiny bit. Reviel, you are too thin. Reviel stammered. It's because today. Liam slapped the table, Elena. Your father is here too. Liam crossed his arms, staring at his daughter opposite him. Your father is sitting right in front of you. Elena retracted her hand. Sorry, father. I'm just too worried about Reviel. Elena lowered her head. So lately I've been making her eat more. Liam's gaze was torch-like, but I'm more worried about Elena. You haven't gained a single gram today. Elena suddenly leaned in. Actually, I've been working hard lately, trying to attract Reviel's attention. Reviel jerked back. Wait a minute. If you say it like that. Liam's face darkened. He called Elena's name in a low voice. Elena shrank her shoulders and responded quietly, Father. Reviel was so scared, she closed her eyes. Elena puffed out her chest, praising Reviel to Liam. The other day, she discovered the poison leaf very quickly. If not for her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Elena held Reviel's hand. Reviel is very smart. Father, Reviel lowered her eyes and thanked the princess softly. Reviel gazed at Elena. Ever since the poison leaf incident, the princess has paid even more attention to me. Elena opened a heavy book, pointing at the text on it. Elena asked Reviel, do you really not know the laws of the empire? Reviel looked down at her knees. Yes, I haven't been educated. Elena showed a skeptical look. That's impossible. You're playing dumb, right? Reviel sat on the lawn, looking silently into the distance. It's more convenient for supporting characters to be a bit dim. After all, the world revolves around you. Elena closed the book in her hands and smiled at Reviel. Can't be helped. I'll teach you today, Reviel. You're so smart, you'll definitely memorize it quickly. Reviel looked down at the teacup. Why is she convinced I'm smart? Liam's gaze pierced her like a needle. Please, father, don't look at me. Liam rested his chin on one hand, his gaze falling on Elena. Elena, are you going to host a tea party? Elena nodded with a smile. Yes. In a week. It's my first time hosting a tea party. I'm putting all my energy into preparing. I also have to go taste new tea snacks. Elena pushed back her chair and stood up. See you at dinner. The princess leaned over and kissed Liam's cheek. Liam reached out to support her waist. Don't push yourself too hard. The maids began to clear the tableware. The sound of metal clinking rose and fell. Elena walked away with her entourage. Reviel let out a long breath. Finally, it's over. I was about to suffocate just now. Reviel got up to leave. I also have to go check the new snacks. Liam suddenly spoke. Sinner Felicity. Reviel stiffened instantly, cold sweat seeping down her back. Liam blocked her path. His shadow engulfed her entire body. Reviel looked up trembling, meeting those cold red eyes. Liam looked down at Reviel. Don't forget, he'll let you live. Remember, Vitulaberry is threatening your master. If anything happens to my daughter, don't expect to live either. Reviel gripped her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white from a force. It's really strange. To survive, I was ready to give up everything. But every time I see the Emperor, that determination wavers. Reviel bowed deeply to Liam. I will keep in mind, Your Majesty, the enemy of my parents and family, I will never forgive you. Sunlight spilled onto the garden terrace. The long table was filled with tiered dessert stands. The days before the tea party were incredibly busy. Reviel shuttled through the flowers, checking every arrangement. Reviel went into the kitchen, checking every ingredient, tasting all the meals. Who will save me? This workload is simply killing me. Reviel helped with work in her spare time, picking up a duster to clean the statues. Reviel, go wash the dishes quickly. Running through the corridor, holding a stack of documents, paper scattering all over the floor. Reviel reciting the tea party list. Unknowingly, the day of the tea party arrived. The garden was full of guests. The sound of chairs dragging rose and fell. Noble ladies whispered behind their fans. That child is the descendant of that person after all. She looks more composed than expected. This sudden attention is simply unbearable. Reviel watched from a distance. Reviel looked pale. Is this the weight of life? I came to help to avoid the princess. I didn't expect to be used as a laborer. Miscalculation. Elena appeared at the garden entrance, maids following closely behind. Is everyone here? Looking around at the guests, she revealed a bright smile. The guests shouted in unison, Princess. Reviel stood by the table watching the center of the crowd. The protagonist has finally arrived. Elena touched the brim of her cup lightly. Thank you all for coming today. Please enjoy this time to the fullest. Now let the tea party begin. A cheer erupted in the garden, immediately followed by chaos. A boy opened his mouth wide and cried, I'm so bored. Come play with me. The nanny picked up the crying child. I want to go home. Another boy pulled a girl's long hair. You pulled my hair. You ate my cake. Reviel stood by the table, watching the children rolling on the ground. This is simply hell. It's too chaotic. A boy pulled Reviel's apron. Can you help me change seats? I want to be closer to the princess. I came to see the princess. Elena sat at the head of the table, chin in hand, watching the farce before her, letting out a bell-like laugh. Reviel forced a smile, comforting the boy who wanted to change seats. The princess will come over later. What huge trouble. The boy slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Reviel and complaining loudly. We came all this way. Was it just to eat food served by a leftover woman? They don't care about us at all. Reviel lowered her head and clenched her fists. A nameless fire burned in her chest. If I continue to remain silent, these brats will only get worse. The laughter of noble young ladies came from afar. Reviel gritted her teeth. They actually use me to vent their anger. I really want to overturn all of this. Reviel took a deep breath and stepped toward the center of the lawn. First, solve these little troubles. Miss Brown slammed her hands heavily on the table, making a loud bang. Reviel looked around. The originally noisy venue instantly went quiet. What exactly are you arguing about? What is going on? Miss Brown supported herself on the table, her body trembling uncontrollably. I just think Jacqueline's words are an insult to Her Highness the Princess. Elena put down her teacup. The bottom of the cup clicked against the table. Miss Brown was startled, shoulders shaking violently, hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, holding her breath as she looked at the main seat. Elena sat upright in her chair, her round red eyes staring at the other party. Do you know what you're doing right now? Elena's gaze swept across the long table. I understand you're worried about me. If that is indeed the fact, then Elena raised her chin slightly. Whether Miss Jacqueline's words were rude or not should be decided by me. This is not something Miss Brown should intervene in. Miss Brown trembled violently, hands clutching her skirt tightly, knuckles turning white in the tremors. Lowering her head, not daring to look forward, Elena turned to look at the other side. Then let us first hear what Miss Jacqueline wants to say. Miss Jacqueline nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Your Highness. Reviel watched from distance. That girl is finished, daring to contradict Jacqueline. Simply a fool. Jacqueline sat among the seats smiling. She is a noble who regained her title relying on the princess. Although she hasn't been back in high society for long, she has already shown extraordinary means. She will be a key figure controlling high society in the future. Reviel watched the farce before her. In comparison, Miss Brown has absolutely no chance of winning. Reviel looked down at the crying girl. She just desperately wanted to get close to the princess out of jealousy. After all, she's still young. It's inevitable to do such things. Reviel watched the girl crying on the surface. Actually, there's no need be so harsh. Children of this age are always selfishly wanting to monopolize everything. Reviel looked around the chaotic lawn. This is the world where the weak are prey to the strong. Shouldn't I go deal with those children? Now, everyone look over here. Reviel held up the puppet in her hand. That is my doll. I told you already. Those who want to play with dolls, point your fingers here. Reviel manipulated the puppet to speak, finally. I can love you like in my dreams. The prince took the princess's hand, making a happy promise. Reviel made the two puppets touch foreheads. Having gone through many difficulties, they swore to love each other forever. So the prince and princess. Reviel watched the children gathering around. The girls who were originally crying stared wide-eyed at the puppets. The moment they kissed, the whole venue fell into silence. Reviel held up the puppets. They lived happily ever after. The children erupted in cheers. Did they go to the sea in the end? Did they get married? Reviel nodded with a smile. Of course. They built a beautiful house by the sea. The children sat around on the lawn. We want to hear more stories. Reviel put away the puppets. Next time, I'll tell the story of the dragon ruling the empire. The nobles chatted in the distance, watching this tranquility. What are those nannies and servants doing? Reviel looked around. They actually dumped all the work on me. What a bunch of useless people. I shouldn't have acted so conspicuously. The tea party continued. Reviel gritted her teeth in the end. Only I am working. Long ago, a black dragon lived in a faraway place. He transformed into a human appearance, putting away her irritable thoughts, tapping the leaves lightly with her fingertips, lowering her voice to make the tone mysterious and deep. On that wasteland shrouded in mist, Reviel looked at the children's entranced faces, thinking carefully. This tea party is still too early for these children. A few days later, sunlight shone through the tall windows. The head maid took off her glasses, pinching the frame directly. The ladies who attended the tea party sent thank you gifts. Those gifts are for you. Take them. Reviel held a stack of heavy gift boxes, standing dumbfounded in the center of the room. What? Aren't these for Her Highness the Princess? Reviel looked down at the boxes in her arms. Can someone like me really accept these? The head maid flipped through the letters in her hand. They said thanks to you. Those young nobles could enjoy the tea party. So thank them and accept it. Reviel walked out of the room, holding the gifts. Although I've been working alongside the princess, to think there would be gifts for me. Reviel bowed slightly. Thank you very much. Reviel stopped, looking down at the layers of ribbons. Gifts? Gifts for me? Reviel stopped while holding the gift boxes. Why am I so happy? The headmaid sat behind the desk. The matter is resolved. You may leave. Reviel responded loudly, yes, walking towards the door, holding the heavy gift boxes, her body swaying slightly due to the weight. The headmaid suddenly spoke. Reviel, you didn't do anything rude to the Imperial Knights, did you? Reviel stopped by the door. Imperial Knights? What? The headmaid put down the document in her hand. The Knights seemed to be looking for a child from the pharmacy. You were right there at the time, right? They looked very angry. Do you remember anything? The gift box in Reviel's arm slipped, smashing heavily onto the wooden floor, making a dull thud. The headmaid looked up at the door. Reviel sat paralyzed beside the gift boxes, hands tightly clutching her skirt. Reviel lowered her head. I just saw them once at the pharmacy. I'm really sorry I couldn't help. Reviel forced a smile. If I discover anything, I will report to you immediately. Reviel collapsed on the bed, hands clutching her long pink hair tightly. It's all over. Reviel paced anxiously in the room, looking for me. And they are angry? I just gave them a note. I didn't do anything else. Reviel suddenly looked up. Did that knight die? Died suddenly after eating a suspicious plant. If that's the case, they're definitely suspecting me. Reviel's face was pale, hands waving wildly in the air. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Reviel rampaged in the spacious bedroom, crashing into the bed and falling to the floor. I clearly saved his life. This is too much. Reviel leaned against the door panel panting. If I make that note public, maybe the misunderstanding can be cleared up. But Reviel stood by the window. If I make that note public, another person coveting lapel will appear. To survive, I must keep this secret. Reviel looked down at the floor. What if the misunderstanding can't be cleared up? Hands gripping her apron tightly, knuckles white from the force. Reviel sat paralyzed on the ground, can only play dumb to the end. Anyway, lapel is not a poisonous weed. Even if they investigate, there won't be a problem. Reviel curled into a ball. If something really happened to that night, that's not Lapel's fault either. For now, this is the only way. Reviel burrowed into the blanket, wrapping herself into a thick cocoon. Keep quiet for the time being. Try not to go out. Even more so, cannot run into those nights. Reviel poked her head out of the blanket. This terrible world. Don't know what trouble it will throw at me next. Even though I promised to go. See that child? The timing is really terrible. Reviel thought of that black-haired boy. I said I would visit him next time, but now I have to look after myself first. Reviel looked at the sky outside the window. After all, avoiding trouble is the most important thing. The next day, sunlight filled the palace corridor. Reviel Felicity. A deep voice sounded from behind. Reviel froze in place and slowly turned around. A tall man blocked her path. A white cape hung over the shoulders of a dark purple uniform. The man crossed his arms, looking down at the girl before him. Is it you? The one who delivered medicine to Lord Eden. Reviel looked up at the man's stern face. Yes, her voice trembled in her throat. This is impossible. Why here of all places? Why is it this person of all people? Reviel stared at the man's uniform. Her mind went blank. Why did I have to run into him? Commander of the Imperial Knights, Dominic Tar's son, the finest knight in the palace, never swore allegiance to the emperor or the princess. He is loyal only to the princess alone. Dominic stood with his back to the window, looking down at the girl. Is it you? The one who gave medicine to Eden. Reviel stood before the tall knight. Her body appeared small. I felt something was wrong during the poison testing. The way she stared at me was strange. So that wasn't an illusion. Dominic sat on a bench in the garden. Elena sat by the round table, introducing her friend to him. This is Reviel. Reviel lowered her head and swallowed. I wanted to avoid trouble. Now it seems I can't hide anymore. Yes, it was I who made him take the medicine. Reviel pressed her hand to her chest, looking up to face him directly. I didn't do anything wrong. That is the secret medicine of the Felicity family. Reviel gripped the corner of her clothes tightly. That is the panacea made by Tovish Laron. He is the sage of the Felicity family, and also my former mentor. If that medicine is as effective as the rumors say, the existence of Lapel won't be questioned. The sage's secret secret medicine. Dominic rubbed his chin. The medicine from the Felicity Merchant Guild is indeed top-notch. No wonder. Reviel gripped her skirt tightly, fingertips sinking into the fabric, waiting for the final judgment. Dominic spread his hands. If I scared you, I am very sorry. I have no intention of pursuing this. Please be at ease. Dominic knelt on one knee, bowing his head in front of Reviel. There is one thing I must tell you first. Thank you for saving Lord Eden. Reviel jerked back a step, pupils contracting in shock. He actually knelt in front of me. Dominic maintained his kneeling posture. It is precisely because of that medicine that he became who he is now. Reviel held her breath. You mean, that person is safe and sound, right? Dominic nodded slightly, yes. Reviel let out a long breath, going soft in knees. What? I thought he was dead. Turns out it was just a communication error. The Knights weren't catching a murderer. They were looking for a lifesaver. Dominic reached out and patted the top of Reviel's head. This is all thanks to you. Dominic stroked her head gently. Well done. Reviel shrank her shoulders. It's this feeling again. Why does it tickle? Reviel lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. No, why? Although the one I saved was someone from the palace. Dominic withdrew his hand. Turn to walk towards the window if you need help. Tell me anytime. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help. Reviel stood in place, watching the Knights retreating back. I really can't get involved any deeper. Reviel clutched the bow on her chest tightly. Getting entangled with characters in a novel. Absolutely nothing good will come of it. But next time I will go see you. You must wait for me until then. Please tell me your name. Your Highness. The black-haired boy stood among the flowers, fingertips lightly touching his cheek, gaze piercing through memories. Reviel suddenly reached out, grabbing Dominic's white cape tightly. The fabric crumpled in her fingertips. Dominic stopped, looking back at the girl behind him. Reviel lowered her head, holding on tight. I have a request. Reviel raised her face, gaze locking onto the night. Please let me see the Grand Duke. A few days later at night, a full moon hung on the treetops. Reviel walked alone in the forest, lifting her skirt to pass through the bushes. Unexpectedly, he really agreed. Reviel stopped, looking at the shadows in front of her. This is a gift from the noble lady. Reviel walked under the moonlight, recalling Dominic's words. His Majesty is very wary of that person. If an accident happens, the consequences will be irreversible. Even so, do you still insist on seeing him? Reviel slapped her cheeks hard. Stop thinking nonsense. He is clearly the vanguard who destroyed the Felicity family. Why do I have to go to this extent? Reviel stopped, looking around at the tree shadows. That guard who said he would protect me. When exactly will he appear? A crisp snapping sound came from behind the bushes. Reviel turned around abruptly, pupils trembling in the darkness. Long time no see, Reviel. A blond man walked out of the shadows, a curve hanging on the corner of his mouth. I am Ilya of the First Night Order. Eden, ordered to be responsible for your safety. Reviel stared at the man in front of her. The knight from that time. For a moment, I actually didn't recognize him. Reviel pointed at Ilya. So you're that guard, Ilya? Eden leaned down to look into Reviel's eyes. Thank you for saving my life back then. I owe you a life. Reviel waved her hands repeatedly. Cheeks flusing red. No. I'm also very happy to have been of help. Ilya then suddenly reached out and put his arm around Reviel's waist, lifting her up abruptly. Excuse me. Reviel's feet left the ground. A cry stuck in her throat. Her body was held steadily. The whole person was held in his arms. Ilya Eden strode through the rugged mountain path. The mountain road is dangerous. Let me carry you over. Reviel shrank into his arms, fingers grasping urgently. The job of guard actually requires going to this extent. Ilya. Eden looked down and smiled. Just call me Lord Eden. Reviel responded in a small voice. Okay, Lord Eden. Eden moved quickly through the forest. Sorry I'm late. It must have been scary staying alone late at night. Reviel shook her head. Because I was bedridden for too long. My legs are a bit sluggish. Eden stopped, looking down to check her condition. Is your body still uncomfortable? I know you just recovered from a serious illness. Reviel retorted loudly. That's not it. Just that my stamina has dropped. Eden tightened his arms, gaze falling on the darkness ahead. You absolutely cannot push yourself during this time. Understood? Reviel felt the other's body warmth. I will keep in mind. This is not a joke. From now on, you'd better be careful. Otherwise, you will never see me again. Eden stopped. The smile disappeared from the corners of his mouth. Why do you say that? Reviel met his gaze. Because I am the princess's poison taster, and my surname is Felicity. Eden raised his hand wearing a white glove, fingertips lightly touching Reviel's cheek. Reviel, do you want to leave the palace? Reviel froze in place. Why ask this suddenly? Is he testing my loyalty to the princess? Reviel shook her head vigorously. How is that possible? I'm fine as I am now. I can serve directly by the princess's side, repaying the princess's kindness. Living on is my lifelong wish. Eden lowered his eyelids, avoiding her gaze. Is that so? Reviel showed a bright smile and responded loudly. Yes. Reviel leaned on Eden's shoulder, as expected of someone from the First Night Order. Rumor has it they only swear allegiance to the princess. I didn't expect to be protected by him like this. Eden continued forward, holding her. If you need any help, please rely on me anytime. Reviel nodded in agreement. I will. Eden looked into the distance. It seems sending you that rapier was worth it. Eden stopped, steadily putting down the girl in his arms. We've arrived. Reviel's feet touched the ground. She adjusted her skirt and looked up ahead. Reviel suddenly opened her eyes wide, heart beating violently. This is Reviel, gazing at the ancient castle under the moonlight. The towering spire pierced the clouds. Behind the iron gate was a dead silence. Really? Is this the Grand Duke's castle? Reviel stood in front of the iron gate, looking up at the ruins covered in spiderwebs. Is this really the Grand Duke's castle? The Forest of the Dead is right next to the palace. Could it be to hide the Grand Duke's whereabouts? That they deliberately disguised it like this? Eden pushed open the heavy iron gate. The sound of metal friction pierced the silence. Miss Reviel, the commander should have instructed you. Absolutely cannot reveal his existence to anyone. Reviel stopped, meeting Eden's serious gaze. No matter where you are, someone is watching and listening. Reviel looked around at the surrounding shadows, a chill rising up her spine. A chill, so I've been watched all along. I will keep in mind. Eden stopped at the castle entrance, guarding by the mottled stone pillar. I will wait for you right here. If you need anything, please call me anytime. Reviel walked alone towards the depths, her skirt brushing over the dry weeds, disappearing into the shadows dense with spiderwebs. Reviel stepped onto the dusty wooden stairs. Her leather shoes made a dull echo. There is absolutely no trace of cleaning here. Reviel reached out and brushed the rotten handrail, fingertips covered in dust. Can't believe he actually lives in a place like this. Reviel stopped, pressing her chest, breathing rapidly. The more I think about it, the crazier it feels. Why did the Emperor imprison the Grand Duke? Reviel turned around abruptly, looking at the twisted tree shadows outside the window with the Emperor's character. He would never leave a troublesome survivor. Reviel stared into the void. The novel only mentioned the Grand Duke's existence once. Liam killed all his brothers, only imprisoned one person, and then ascended the throne as king. From then on, Elena was regarded as the only royal descendant. I always thought that nephew was dead. Reviel walked through the gloomy corridor, leather shoes tapping echoes on the stone bricks. Since he is still alive, why didn't the Emperor eliminate him immediately? Reviel stopped abruptly, gaze locking onto the front. The answer is simple. Because he still has use. A young man stood by the window, moonlight outlining his silhouette, turning sideways to look at the visitor. What are you doing here? Reviel gazed at the young man's red eyes, remembering the previous agreement according to the promise. I'm here to ask for your name, just like me. He is also an imprisoned pawn, Liam wearing a crown, standing in the light and shadow in a red robe. The current Emperor lacks what the Grand Duke possesses. That is legitimacy. He is a usurper, a rebel army that stole the throne. Countless hands in the shadows are reaching for the throne. Political enemies are plotting to overthrow him, because his title is unjustified and his words do not ring true. The Grand Duke in fine raiment, his silhouette surrounded by red flowers and candlelight, as the poison of the former crown prince. He is the imperial family's only legitimate bloodline. Liam stood before the tall window, staring at the portrait of the Grand Duke on the wall, using the only bloodline to lure those traitors with ill intentions, letting him roam the imperial palace like bait. The boy stood before the window where the moonlight shone in, asking expressionlessly, "Why ask me this?" "Because I want to be friends with the Grand Duke." The Grand Duke looked straight into her eyes. With a the boy turned abruptly, walking into the shadows with his back to Reviel. "I don't know what you are planning, but you must leave. Never appear in front of me again." Reviel stood in place, watching his retreating back. This will only make him more wary of me, although my father's family has some history. But we are two nails in the Emperor's eyes. If this bothers you, I won't come again in the future. Reviel shouted at the boy's back. But today I will stay here. Reviel clutched the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, her fingertips turning white from the force. I want to talk to you. She quickly chased after him, following behind the boy, trying to break this icy silence. Reviel reached out and grabbed the boy's sleeve. Although it's getting late, but I still want to introduce myself again. My name is Reviel. Reviel crossed her hands over her chest. I like reading books. I read all kinds of books. My favorite is the biography of the adventurer Kevin. Fingertips gently pulling at the sleeve, eyes revealing a rare brilliance not seen in daily life. That was the only safe haven in her dull life. Reviel closed her eyes, raised her head, imagining the waves and the distance. One day, I will also get on a big ship, travel around the world like Kevin. This dream is cool, right? The corners of her mouth turned up unconsciously, as if she could already smell the salty scent of seawater. The young girl was immersed in a splendid daydream. She didn't even notice the other silence. The black-haired boy stopped walking, turned his head sideways to look at the girl behind him. What is that? Anyway, you can never leave here. Reviel followed closely by the boy's side. Wait until I serve the princess well. I plan to retire early. Then I can set off. The boy looked straight ahead and continued walking, casually replying, yeah. Reviel trotted around his front. Did you forget? You will definitely be happy. I'm always right. The boy walked up the steps alone, disappearing into the shadows at the end of the corridor. What nonsense! Reviel held the handrail and looked up. That is a matter of course. Reviel gazed at the black-haired boy's back. I will help you realize that dream. When you start to trust me, please be sure to tell me. Reviel quickly chased up the steps. I will lead you to the path of happiness. So let's continue to be friends. Reviel leaned close to the boy's ear, whispering a promise. The boy stopped, turned his head to look at the girl close at hand. Reviel stood at the bottom of the stairs, waving and shouting loudly to the departing boy. Can I come find you again? Is it okay? Carlson, wearing a black cloak, crouched in the shadows of the windowsill edge, silently watching everything below. As you can see, Felicity gets along very well with this Grand Duke. If you wish, I can get rid of him for you. Your Majesty. Liam stood with his back to the window, hands clasped behind his back, staring at the night scenery in the distance. His golden hair glowed with a chill in the moonlight. Liam crossed his arms over his chest. Don't touch him. He is my daughter's favorite playmate. Liam looked into the distance through the window glass. This is really annoying. What is early retirement? Do you think you can escape? Liam reached out and touched his chin. I will take time to think this over properly. The professor's hands trembled, tightly clutching the papers in his hand. This is a historic discovery. How did you come up with this idea? This is a difficult problem no one has been able to solve for nearly a century. Elena sat at the desk, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. You are exaggerating, Professor. The professor waved the manuscript in his hand. Not exaggerating at all. You can go to the press conference right now, if you are willing. I can assist you in completing the paper. Elena rested her cheek on her hand. Professor, you are really too dramatic. Reviel hid behind the door, watching the two people in the room. In the original story, this fame should have belonged to him. In this life, he will only stay at the level of a genius professor. The professor organized the manuscript, bade farewell to Elena. That's all for today. I will bring the draft of the paper next time. Elena stood up to see him off, bowed. Okay. Goodbye, teacher. The maid closed the door, walked to Elena's side. You must be tired. Do you need me to prepare some snacks? Elena lay on the table. I want to eat something sweet. Reviel sat in the corner, looking down and fiddling with the needle and thread in her hands. Failed again. Recently, the number of poison tests is increasing. It's really scary. Elena walked behind Reviel, staring at the needlework in her hands. Reviel, are you still denying it? Reviel put down the needle and thread. Turned to look at Elena. I was just planning to finish. Elena took Reviel's hand. Stop doing that. Come to class with me. Reviel looked troubled. That is too difficult for me. Pretending to know nothing is not easy. Social life is really hard. Elena patted her chest. It's okay. Reviel is very smart. Elena reached for the desserts on the table. Then let's learn to do many things together. Rainier stood aside, watching the two. Princess. Elena stopped her movements, turned to look at the maid behind her. Rainier reached out and pressed Elena's shoulder. The princess is a very smart person, although this child is also clever. But trying to follow the princess might be very hard. Reviel stood aside, eavesdropping, awkwardly looked away. Yes, that's right. And the princess also made a historic discovery. I absolutely cannot compare with the princess. Reviel fumbled by the table. Elena looked at her with a smile. Since you say so, I can't do anything about it either. Elena put down the teacup in her hand. Rainier, haven't found the person who poisoned the food yet? Rainier lowered her head to organize the tableware. Haven't received any news yet. The Emperor has issued a strict order. I believe the culprit will be caught soon. Rainier reached out and lifted Elena's chin. I'm just worried about Reviel. I don't know if he can really catch that person. Reviel sat on the sofa, hands clasped on her knees. I'm really worried about 10 years later. The truth will only be revealed when Elena comes of age. His goal is to take away the Emperor's family at his happiest moment. Now he is just practicing poisoning. He has no intention of killing anyone. Reviel took a basket of fruit. Everything will calm down soon. Rainier walked quickly into the room. Is the princess here? Elena looked down at the fruit basket on the table. What is this? It looks very sumptuous. The maid placed the fruit basket on the table. This is Reviel's lunch. Reviel curled up in the corner, hugging her knees. Why is my lunch only fruit? The maid turned around. This is to reduce the burden on the poison taster's stomach. Elena rested her hands on the edge of the table. Is that so? Maybe I should try it too. Reviel grabbed the basket and protected it in her arms. Don't worry, I'm fine eating this. Thank you for your concern. Reviel picked up a red apple, opened her mouth, and bit off a large piece. This fruit is more expensive than usual. Reviel stared at the apple core in her hand. Why give this to me? The maid cleared her throat and looked away. Reviel tilted her head in confusion. The apple in her hand slipped to the ground. Elena covered her mouth and giggled, seeing Reviel getting along so well with everyone. I'm really happy. Reviel sat on the chair. Why has it become like this again? Reviel frowned. I really hate this atmosphere. Reviel fell onto the bed, arms hugging the pillow tightly. They will definitely change their attitude for the princess's sake. I don't need that kind of hypocritical kindness. Reviel let go of the pillow, turned her face to look out the window, although it seems much better now than before. Reviel gazed at the young Grand Duke not far away. What on earth is your excellency thinking? The Grand Duke sat on the sofa, looking down and flipping through the book in his hand. Why ask me? Reviel hugged the pillow and ran to the door. The Grand Duke didn't even lift his head. Don't disturb me while I'm reading. Reviel sat up abruptly, pointing to the room next door. If you feel bored, you can go check the study next door. I put a few recommended books on the second shelf. The Grand Duke looked down and turned the page. Reviel showed a brilliant smile. The princess gave me the privilege to enter and exit the library. Reviel gazed at the Grand Duke's back. That is just an excuse. Actually, I left a note in the book today that is about the only way for the Grand Duke to survive. The note was sandwiched between the heavy pages. I really want to tell you right now, but everything depends on human will. The Grand Duke closed the book in his hand. Probably some travelogue or something again. Reviel closed her eyes, immersed in fantasy. The vast sea, the breeze blowing across the cheek. Isn't it exciting just to imagine? That must be the smell of the sea. Anyway, we must go see it later. It's a promise. The Grand Duke sighed, closed his eyes. I know. Go quickly, I'm tired. Reviel lifted the quilt and jumped off the bed, protesting loudly. What? You just started less than half an hour ago. The Grand Duke threw the book aside, because during these 30 minutes, someone has been making noise nearby nonstop. Reviel slumped her shoulders. Then you must finish reading the book brought back today. Reviel shouldered her satchel, turned back to look at the Grand Duke lying on the bed. Don't pretend to have read it. I will check. The Grand Duke rested with his eyes closed. I never pretend to have read. Reviel stopped walking, turned to look out the window. Sunlight spilled on her long pink hair. In the end, this became the place where I feel most at ease. Reviel's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Since that's the case, then stay a while longer. A few days later, in the gazebo of the Imperial Palace Garden, Elena clasped her hands together, smiling brightly. Today I want to introduce my friends to you. Elena looked at Reviel opposite her. Everyone seems very curious about you. Wait a minute, those friends you mentioned. Could it be? The teacup touched the saucer gently, making a crisp clinking sound. Is this the person? The rumored poison taster. They gazed at the girl in front of them. The daughter of a count's family is actually here too. A girl lifted her teacup. You performed very well at the tea party. I heard even Miss Donna was impressed. Reviel turned her head to look at the girls at the banquet, conversing with companions. I really envy that you can get along so well with everyone. Ever since that incident with Miss Brown, the girl put down her teacup. You are showing that attitude again. Miss Brown was the one who made the mistake. Don't blame yourself. Getting entangled with that kind of person would tarnish the honor of the Marquis family. I really wanted to take revenge personally. The Brown family's business has completely collapsed. There's no need to seek revenge anymore. One can see His Majesty loves the princess very much. Elena covered her cheek. Did father really do it? Except for Father Emperor. No one could destroy such a big business for me. Reviel stared at Elena in front of her. What a group of terrible people. How can they talk about other people's misfortune with a smile? The girl put down her hand. By the way, princess, I heard some news about Baron Michel. Elena opened her eyes wide. Really? Reviel gazed at them. Is it another acquaintance of the protagonist? The girl looked at the water surface. Fish swimming in the pond. He's doing well. Recently, he seems to be learning to manage the territory. Elena clasped her hands together. Then I am relieved. The girl lowered her voice. There's one more thing. Those who went missing in the war have returned. Reviel stared at the table. If I remember correctly, that is the Grand Duke's territory. The girl rested her chin on her hand. Isn't the Grand Duke going to war again soon? But he seems to have refused the order to participate in the war. Elena showed a puzzled expression, since that undefeated knight refused, even if the allied countries humiliated the princess. The girl shook her head, shaking her head. I can't understand it at all either. Reviel sighed. Do they know how much blood will be shed in that war? Even the Duke has feelings. Thinking about these things is really exhausting. Reviel looked into the distance. I want to go see the sea. It's so nice to be a fish, able to swim as one pleases. The hull suddenly shook violently. Reviel grabbed the handrail. Lake water instantly surged onto the deck. The wooden planks made a harsh creaking sound. Reviel's knuckles turned white from the force. She looked in shock towards the deep center of the lake, trying to find the source of that strange force amidst the chaotic waves. What happened just now? Why did waves suddenly rise by the lake? Rainier supported Elena's shoulder. Princess, are you injured? Elena shook her head. I'm Euphine. Are you two okay? Rainier bowed in apology. I am very sorry. For safety's sake, the sailing must end here. Reviel gazed at the calmed water surface. What on earth happened? Why do I feel guilty? A butterfly flew past the flower bushes. Reviel stared at its wings. This feeling is really strange. Because the topics discussed earlier were too heavy, the original boat tour was canceled. Checkered napkins were spread on the lawn. Wooden plates held cut cake. A few red berries were scattered aside. Elena proposed a picnic in the garden. Reviel sat at the edge of the napkin, watching the busy girls in front of her. I really wish they could be a bit quieter. Reviel picked up a teacup. Exactly how many times have I tested for poison today? Elena handed over a plate of cut fruit. Reviel reached out to take it. Her fingertips touched the edge of the porcelain plate. Elena stared at Reviel's face, softly calling her name. Reviel. Elena leaned a bit closer. Did I offend you? Reviel sat on the grass, hands crossed on her knees. Elena lowered her voice. Just now, when we talked about Vitulaberry, your reaction was strange. Was it because we spoke ill of the Grand Duke? Reviel suddenly leaned forward, waving her hands vigorously in front of her chest. No, it's not like that at all. Reviel waved her hands vigorously. Although I did receive help from the Grand Duke in the past, but I haven't contacted him since then. Why say such things in front of everyone? Elena tilted her head. Then why was your expression so gloomy just now? Reviel rubbed her eyes. Because I ate too much delicious food. I'm a bit sleepy now. Elena stopped the movements of her hands, staring at Reviel's face. Delicious food. Elena suddenly grabbed Reviel's hand. Reviel, let's go to the festival together. Reviel froze in place. Festival? Elena turned to look at the female companions beside her. I plan to go with you too. There must be more delicious food there. You don't mind, right? Reviel bit her knuckle. Going to a festival with the protagonist. This is definitely a precursor to being kidnapped. A scene of the protagonist being abducted appeared in her mind. Once a background character like me gets involved, I will definitely lose my life. Elena clasped her hands together. I am really looking forward to it. Must refuse no matter what. Reviel stood stiffly in place. Although I shouldn't have agreed, but I was still brought to the festival site. The streets were crowded with people. Reviel wore a purple cloak, clutching a candied hawthorn in her hand. This kind of place is indeed dangerous. A kidnapping incident could happen at any time. Elena lunged from behind. Reviel, the festival is really too fun. Reviel staggered from the impact. Elena hugged her shoulders tightly. Before the other two arrive, let's go see the circus performance first. Reviel was dragged forward, compared to wandering aimlessly. Staying in a crowded theater might be safer. I wonder if demons will appear. Reviel looked back abruptly, sensing a strange gaze. Someone in the crowd seemed to be watching this place. Reviel looked around. Strange faces constantly passed by. You're kidding, right? The street was packed with watertight crowds. The noise drowned out everything. Reviel was pushed to the edge of a stone wall, nearly trampled underfoot. Reviel supported herself against the wall, fingers pressing on the rough stone bricks, barely stabilizing her center of gravity. Almost died. Reviel patted the dust off her skirt, stood up straight again. It's too crowded here. Must change location. Reviel passed through a narrow alley, avoiding the dense parade procession. Elena, princess. Reviel stopped, staring at her empty palm. I actually got separated from the princess. Elena was holding cotton candy, laughing in front of a distant stall. The setting sun hung behind the spired buildings. Reviel crouched by the stone-paved road. Her vision just adapted to the light, but she hadn't seen anyone yet. Elena should discover I'm missing soon. Reviel stared at the bustling flow of people. Did she have so much fun she didn't notice dropping behind at all? Reviel gripped the edge of her cloak. If I run around, I might miss her instead, just like a child separated from their mother. This feeling is really terrible. Reviel turned her head. Her gaze fell on a corner not far away. Two young children huddled by the wall, crying. Sure enough, there's separated people everywhere. Reviel walked up to the children, bent down to ask about their situation. Did you get separated from your parents? Reviel pointed to the other end of the street. The security team is in that direction. Do you want me to take you there? Your parents must be looking for you too. The young girl held her younger brother's hand. Mother told us if we get separated, just stay where we are and don't move. Reviel squatted in front of the children. What a smart way. Although going to the security team is faster. But what they said is also correct. Reviel looked at the children's trembling shoulders. Sighed. Let's make them feel at ease first. Reviel raised her index finger. Before Mom comes back, how about I tell you an interesting story? Reviel sat opposite the children. Long, long ago, in a certain place, there was a princess. One day, the princess, Reviel's voice echoed at the alley entrance. The children listened entranced, completely forgetting to cry. Elena stood at a street corner not far away, watching Reviel's back. She is really an incredible child. Whether at tea parties or here, she can always easily get close to others. Two girls held the arms of their female companions. You are right. I also have to learn from her. Reviel seemed to sense something, abruptly stopped speaking, turned to look at the back of the empty street. Elena gazed at Reviel's back. No matter what situation she is in, she is always so gentle to others. Truly a kind child. Reviel stood amidst the flowers, unaware of the gaze from afar, just continued comforting the children beside her. The accompanying girl lowered her voice. But you cannot get too close to her. After all, that child is the descendant of a rebel. Elena withdrew her gaze. You are right. Thank you for worrying about me. Elena stared at herself in the mirror. Reviel, who exactly are you? Can you maintain that loveliness regardless of your status? Even I cannot do that. That kind of defenseless purity. Elena lowered her eyelids. The reflection in the mirror seemed somewhat lonely. In this imperial palace, gentleness is often the most dangerous luxury. Reviel let go of the child's hand. Watch them go, towards the mother in the distance. Goodbye, sister. Reviel waved goodbye. Be careful on the road. Finally sent them home safely. Reviel slumped on the stone steps and let out a long sigh. Now it's my turn. What should I do? Reviel stared at the empty street. Why hasn't anyone come to find me yet? Staying in place without moving is to avoid exposing the princess's whereabouts. Reviel supported herself on the wall to stand up, patted the dust off her cloak. Might as well go find the security team for help. The sound of leather boots stepping on stone bricks went from far to near. Reviel suddenly looked up. So you are here. Reviel. Reviel's eyes widened, staring at Elena appearing in front of her. Princess. Elena walked in quickly, held Reviel's shoulders. Because of me, you were delayed for so long. You must be exhausted. Reviel shook her head repeatedly. Seeing you safe and sound makes me relieved. I was the one who accidentally got separated. Elena leaned in to observe Reviel's face. Are you injured anywhere? I'm fine, nothing happened. Elena took Reviel's hand. Walking so much, your feet must hurt. Reviel looked down to avoid her gaze. Elena stopped walking, staring at Reviel's profile. You don't look very happy. Elena turned her face sideways, softly calling Reviel's name. Shall we go see the Lantern Festival? Reviel stopped walking. Lantern Festival? We haven't spent much time together yet. So, Reviel looked at her toes. But it's already so late. Elena suddenly grabbed Reviel's hand. It doesn't matter. After buying this, we'll go see the lanterns. Elena pulled Reviel and ran, skirts rising and falling in the wind. The guard knights are following right behind. There won't be any problems, right? Reviel followed behind, watching Elena's back. Hope everything is safe and sound. Shadows enveloped the bushes. Sharp blades cut through the air, making a crisp sound. A guard knight fell into a pool of blood, fingers weakly grasping at the ground. Masked assassins put away their short knives and blended into the dark, dense forest. The guard knights have been cleaned up. Next, kidnap the princess. Reviel shivered. What is this feeling? Suddenly feel a chill down my spine. Elena pointed to the distant riverbank. Reviel, quick, look at that. Countless lights floated on the water surface, illuminating the entire river valley. Reviel opened her eyes wide, pupils reflecting the sky, full of light spots. So beautiful. Elena held the flower lantern in her hands. The color of the lantern fire is exactly the same as your highness's eyes. Reviel is really a kind child, right? Reviel tilted her head in confusion. Did you say something just now? Elena gazed at Reviel. Actually, I knew about you a long time ago. In the palace, one can always hear various rumors. They say Reviel is smart and clever, omnipotent. Reviel covered her face in horror. Who on earth would say such things to the leader of this world? This is simply trying to get me killed. Elena covered her mouth and laughed out loud. It's true. Everyone says so. Really a strange child. Elena gazed at the river's surface. From that moment on, Reviel became my longing. Just existing can make others feel happy. Isn't this very wonderful? Reviel let out a hearty laugh. Aren't you talking about your highness yourself? Elena showed a confused expression. I don't understand what you were saying at all. Reviel looked at Elena's hurried appearance. Just saw you were in a bad mood. Wanted to make you happy. But seeing you are much more spirited now. I'm also very happy. Reviel put away her smile, gaze crossing over Elena's shoulder to look behind. A chill climbed up her spine. Reviel suddenly held her breath. A figure in a black robe appeared silently behind the two. A huge shadow enveloped Elena. Reviel? Elena called out in a low voice. Reviens instinctively sans cette danger. Pupils trembling with fear. The black-robed man's mouth curled into a cold arc princess. Reviel suddenly lunged forward, opening her arms to block in front of Elena, bursting out a scream. Princess! The black-robed assassin waved his arm, throwing Reviel ruthlessly to the ground. A heavy impact sound echoed in the forest. Elena's eyes widened, staring at the figure fallen in the grass, tremblingly calling the other's name. Reviel! Reviel lay on the ground, consciousness gradually dissipating in severe pain. This voice is... Elena shouted again. Reviel! Reviel struggled to open her eyes. Her vision met Elena's anxious face. You finally woke up. Are you okay? Elena leaned down, softly asking if Reviel was injured anywhere. Reviel suddenly rolled over and sat up, urgently grabbing Elena's shoulders. More importantly, is the princess okay? Any injuries? Elena waved her hands repeatedly. Don't worry, I'm very good. Reviel stared at the back of Elena's hand. Loud a cry of surprise. The back of your hand is scratched. If the Empress sees this, she will be furious. Elena withdrew her hand. Compared to this, where exactly are we now? Reviel looked around. The light was dim. The air was full of dust. This looks like an abandoned house. We seem to have been taken to a place far from the capital. Reviel looked down at her hands. The disguise magic has worn off. Means a lot of time has passed. When will the knights arrive? Reviel clutched the corner of her skirt. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the protagonist will always be saved quickly. Reviel looked around. In this kind of story, it's usually fine. Just stay calm. Reviel stopped walking. Princess, let's stay here and observe the situation first. Before she finished speaking, the figure in front of her vanished instantly. Reviel looked around the empty grass. What? She disappeared? Where did she go? Elena hid behind a stone wall, whispering Reviel's name. Reviel, look at this. We can escape through this hole. Reviel squatted behind Elena. Please listen to me at least once. Advise your highness. Shouldn't we wait for rescue here? His Majesty might already be on the way. Elena stared at the hole in the wall. If that's the case, we need to escape even more. If their target is father, the situation will become even worse. Elena patted Reviel's head. Don't worry, there is no one around. Leave it to me. Reviel looked at Elena's back. Leave it to you? How can I be at ease? Looks like I can only agree. I will go out first to check the surrounding environment. If it's safe, we will escape. Reviel stared at Elena's back. Did you say something just now? She wasn't listening to me at all. Really enough. Reviel crawled out of the hole. Next time, please let me scout first. Elena patted her skirt. It's okay. I said leave it to me. A low curse came from the shadows. What a bunch of annoying brats. Reviel's heart skipped a beat. Elena froze in place. A strange man stepped out from the shadows of the trees. You really intended to escape from here? Just listening to you talk made me sick. Reviel hid behind Elena. That's why I said we should check the situation first. The strange man sneered. You really are complete idiots. Elena spread her arms to block Reviel. Do you think you could get away with this? The strange man looked down at them. I don't care if you're a princess. Be a good girl and stay inside. No one is coming to save you anyway. Reviel looked at Elena. So is the anti-emperor faction. How many enemies does His Majesty actually have? The strange man kicked the stone wall, making a dull thud. Your dear father is hanging by a thread. Once he falls into the trap, it's completely over. Elena took a step forward. What did you say? What are you planning to do to my father? The strange man spread his hands. What can you do even if you know? Elena exploded with a roar. I'm asking you a question. Answer me immediately. Reviel shrank back. She's actually losing her temper at a time like this? The strange man clicked his tongue. Don't make me repeat myself. While you can still move, get back inside. The man's patience ran out, his eyes revealing a thick threat. Reviel held her breath, daring not to move. The air froze in that moment. Elena suddenly rushed forward, reaching out to grab the man's collar. Let go of me. The strange man backhanded Elena's wrist, his fingers tightening. Reviel rushed forward. Let go of her. Princess Elena, take your hand away. The strange man turned his head. What did you say? Reviel looked straight into his eyes. What if you leave a bruise? His Majesty will use that as an excuse to punish you. The strange man released Elena. What a cheeky brat. I could kill you right now. Reviel was suddenly grabbed by the collar and lifted into the air. Seems I was underestimated. Reviel looked back at Elena. Run. Go get His Majesty. Elena stood frozen. Footsteps faded away. The sound of dry branches breaking was crisp and piercing. The strange man stared at Reviel. Do you think such petty tricks will work? Reviel's lips curled up. She bent down and picked up a stone from the ground. Reviel put on a confused expression. Wait, what are you picking up a stone for? Elena held a stone high. Don't tell me. Reviel's eyes widened. Please don't tell me. Elena swung her arm. The stone heavily smashed onto the top of Reviel's head. Give me a break. Reviel let out a muffled groan. The strange man stood frozen, looking at the fainting girl in his arms. What on earth are you doing? Elena screamed, calling Reviel's name. Reviel's forehead was red and swollen. This is the common problem with light novel protagonists. They never listen to people. It hurts. Reviel lay on the grass, her body trembling with pain. If only you listened to my advice once. Tears burst forth as she let out a loud cry. The crying echoed in the silent forest, startling distant birds. Reviel covered her face, her crying becoming more miserable. Heavy footsteps came from deep in the bushes, approaching rapidly. What was that sound just now? Found her. Reviel curled up in a dark corner. Her hands were bound with rope, her mouth wrapped in white cloth. Where's this? Am I locked up? Reviel struggled in the darkness. She couldn't see anything until light poured in from the door crack. Sorry, I'm late. Reviel stopped squirming. That voice really pisses me off. As the Emperor, you're only arriving now? Elena threw herself into Liam's arms, wailing. Liam held his daughter tightly, letting her vent on his shoulder. Reviel stared at the embracing father and daughter. The touching reunion is over, right? Hurry up and let me out. It's suffocating in here. Liam silently gazed at the wooden box. Reviel let out muffled whimpers inside the box. The wooden boards shook violently from the impact, making creaking sounds. Liam lowered his eyes. Let's go. Let's go home. Reviel curled up deep in the wooden box. Her hands were tied tight with hemp rope, her mouth wrapped in thick white cloth. Her heart beat violently in her chest. Did they leave me behind? The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Darkness flooded the ruins like a tide. Reviel closed her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. I've really had enough. I desperately protected the princess, too. This is just too cruel. The palace spires pierced the clouds. News spread rapidly through the corridors. Rainier clutched the handkerchief at her chest, her eyes filled with tears. Is it true? Was the princess found? Yes, His Majesty is bringing Her Highness back to the capital. Thank heavens. The guard stood on the terrace, looking down at Rainier, kneeling in prayer, his expression looking unusually soft in the sunlight. It's finally over. A maid lowered her voice to ask her companion, "What about the poison taster who was kidnapped with Her Highness? Do you know how she is?" Rainier covered her face and wept, letting out intermittent sobs. "There's no news about her, so she's probably already." A boy stood among the lush green leaves, silently listening to the distant whispers. His pupils suddenly contracted in the sunlight. His heart slammed against his chest. Already dead? Dead? The boy stood in the shadows of the trees. Dead. The boy's pupils trembled violently. He lost his balance and stumbled backward. "That's impossible. It's absolutely a lie." The boy suddenly turned and rushed into the depths of the forest. His leather shoes crushed dry branches, making urgent sounds. At first, I thought she was the Emperor's spy. That girl with the long pink hair. Reviel. She absolutely cannot disappear like this. Someone was sent to monitor my actions. A girl about my age. She turned back to ask my name. I stared at her long pink hair. I thought we would never meet again. Reviel running in the sunlight, her skirt rising and falling with her movements. However, our encounters continued. This has gone beyond the scope of coincidence. I reached out to catch the falling Reviel, protecting her in my arms. She leaned close to my ear and whispered. We ran side by side through the long corridor. I began to wonder, what kind of future had she planned for herself? Reviel lay on the grass, turning her head to smile. I closed the book in my hand, gazing at her face. Heavy books were piled on the windowsill. Reviel never gave up hope. How far can she actually go? Even though her situation is similar to mine, she never stopped moving forward. Yet, everything came to an abrupt halt. The boy moved swiftly through the forest, pushing aside blocking deadwood, panting heavily. She absolutely cannot be dead. The boy suddenly stopped, looking around at the quiet shadows of the trees. I know you are all hiding nearby. Come out. A figure in black robes crouched high on a tree trunk, looking down at the boy below. I will fulfill that person's wish, as long as it is what you desire. The strange boy gripped the front of his clothes. Take me to see His Majesty immediately. Right now. The boy gazed into the distance. This time, it's my turn to find you. Deep in the forest, the night was thick. Reviel stumbled forward through the grass. Her leather shoes stepped on dry leaves, making fine, crushing sounds. Reviel raised her bound hands and tore at the hemp rope with force. It's too tight. Those bastards. Finally breaking free from the rope, Reviel rubbed her red and swollen wrists. Although I escaped for now, what should I do next? Reviel recalled the moment she was abandoned. Going back to the palace in this sorry state is really irritating, but fleeing alone with my identity is too dangerous. If only I could find a place to rest. A female hunter turned her head and asked, I haven't seen you before. Reviel thought, how lucky. The male hunter asked, little lady, why are you in such a dangerous place? There are wild animals roaming here. It's not safe. Reviel said, crying, I was playing hide and seek with my mom, but I can't find her no matter where I look. The male hunter and female hunter exclaimed, is that so? Then would you like to stay at our house first, until you find your mom? I'll get you something to drink. Really? Thank you so much. Successfully fooled them. I'll stay here for a while. Reviel held the female hunter's hand. I'll make you something good to eat. The timing is scary coincidental. Once I recover my strength, I'll run away immediately. As long as I stay alert, it'll be fine. Reviel sat by the bonfire, burying her head to gulp down the food in the bowl. You're eating so happily. I thought it would be hard to endure. Why am I adapting so quickly? The female hunter reached out to wipe Reviel's cheek. It was too dark just now. Seeing clearly, you've suffered a lot. You must be terrified. Reviel felt the touch on her head. When it's light, we'll go to the village to treat your wounds, okay? Reviel held the wooden bowl and responded softly. Thank you. Reviel stared at the dancing flames. Resting for a bit should be okay, right? My body is completely exhausted. Reviel mechanically swallowed the food. Just in case, I also put a little of that herb in the food. Reviel's wooden spoon slipped from her hand, making a clatter. Her body suddenly became heavy, and her vision began to sway. Reviel tried to stand up, but her legs lost feeling. She fell backward, hitting the hard wooden rack. The male hunter reached out to catch Reviel, steadily supporting her back. Looks like you're really tired. Reviel half opened her eyes, her vision blurring. What an idiot, to actually believe them. Reviel completely lost consciousness, falling onto the cold grass. Good night, little girl. Moonlight shrouded the spired palace. Liam stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, turning his head to look at the uninvited guest. How rare. What wind blew you here? I never thought you would actively seek me out. Liam's lips curled slightly. So, what business do you have with me? The black-haired boy knelt on both knees, his hands pressed tight against his thighs, knuckles turning white from the force. I will fulfill my duty as you wish. Liam looked down at the kneeling figure. Oh, you mean? The black-haired boy lowered his head, avoiding the other's gaze. Your Majesty wishes for me to dedicate my life to the imperial family. I will obey your command and go to the battlefield. The black-haired boy suddenly looked up, looking straight into Liam's eyes. If there is a chance to prove my loyalty, I will also personally catch those who kidnapped the princess. Candlelight flickered on the wooden table, illuminating the remaining herbs. No suspicious signs found? None so far. The female hunter looked down at the sleeping Reviel. Don't you think the drug was too strong? Tom, she's just a child. The male hunter turned his head. Jesse, what are you hesitating for? The mission to kidnap the princess has already failed. Now you're worried about a brat of unknown origin? If this girl is a traitor, we must kill her immediately. Reviel lay in the shadows, her hands suddenly gripping the blanket tightly, knuckles trembling slightly. It was all a complete lie. Reviel kept her eyes shut tight, hands gripping the blanket to death. Hearing death threats the moment I wake up? No wonder the timing was scary, coincidental. They are in league with those kidnappers. The male hunter walked to the door and pushed open the heavy wooden door. If the emperor was dead, we wouldn't have to deal with these troubles. If only the crown prince were still here. Anyway, don't get emotional. Give her another dose of medicine later. The wooden door closed with a thud. Reviel suddenly opened her eyes, threw off the quilt, and rolled out of bed. I must leave here before they come back. Reviel sat on the edge of the bed, clutching the heavy bedding. I didn't expect so many people to resent the emperor. If it were a legitimate force, maybe I could consider cooperation. Reviel stepped barefoot on the floor. The wooden boards made a slight creaking sound, but no matter how I look at it, they are just third-rate amateurs. Reviel leaned close to the wooden table, staring at the residue by the bowl. Is this the raw material they use to make the knockout drug? If it's based on this herb, I should be able to neutralize it with rapiel. Reviel grabbed the herbs on the table and stuffed them into the cloth bag in her bosom, moving quickly and quietly. Reviel looked around, confirming there were no other traps in the room. I must move immediately. Reviel shook out the cloth bag. Purple petals scattered in her palm. No wonder it had no effect. These flowers are already dried up. A green butterfly flew past the curtain, flapping its wings under the moonlight. Reviel stared at the butterfly. If the flowers lost their potency, why haven't I passed out yet? Reviel held the cloth bag, watching the dancing, glowing butterfly. Where have I seen this thing before? Reviel turned her head to look at the hunters patrolling outside the window. Could it be because I've ingested it too many times my body has developed resistance? Reviel curled up in the bedding, turning sideways to stare at the empty air. I must find a chance to escape as soon as possible. I will absolutely not go back to the palace. No one cares if I live or die anyway. Reviel closed her eyes, fingers tightening forcefully, nails digging into the rough fabric. There is no reason to go back to that place anymore. The boy stood with his back to the light, his figure becoming blurred in the white light. Reviel opened her eyes, gazing at the back of the boy in her memory. Silence spread through the air. Reviel turned over to look up at the ceiling, hair scattered on the pillow, letting out a slight sigh. Where on earth can I go? Moonlight passed through the towering spired window, falling on the cold hard bench on the marble floor. 3 days had already passed. Reviel wrapped herself in the heavy brown quilt, lying sideways on the simple wooden bed. Her ears twitched slightly. By eavesdropping on Tom and Jesse's conversation, I've gathered quite a lot of intelligence. This small village is the final gathering place for those whose lives were ruined by the Emperor. A fugitive knight hiding in the shadows to avoid the royal family's endless forced conscription. A furniture craftsman looking down at the wood in his hands, ruthlessly exiled just because the princess kicked a chair leg. There are even many former imperial adjutants who have drifted here. Reviel raised her right hand, fingertips trembling slightly in the air. In that case, someone here must recognize my identity. Reviel pressed one hand against the window glass, her palm leaving a red mark on the transparent surface. I can't waste time like this anymore. Reviel looked down at the village outside the window. The patrol team should be at the other end of the village right now. I must act now. Reviel stuffed the pillow into the quilt, disguising it as the silhouette of someone sleeping. It's set. Reviel pushed open the heavy wooden window. The metal hinges made a dry friction sound. Next is, Reviel turned and leaped out of the windowsill. Her skirt brushed over the grass in the night wind. Jessie rubbed her eyes and pushed open the door, looking around the empty room. Did something happen? I thought I heard a sound. Jessie walked to the window, reaching out to fasten the shaking wooden latch. It's this window again. Reviel curled up in the bushes under the window, hands firmly pressing against the mud. Why did she wake up? They definitely wouldn't wake up at this time, no matter what noise they heard. Jessie's footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. Reviel covered her mouth and nose, holding her breath and lowering her body. Please go back to sleep. Let me leave. Jessie stood by the bed and whispered, "Are you asleep?" Reviel's eyes suddenly widened. Her heart beat violently in her chest. I'm discovered. Tom, that brat is gone. A sharp shout tore through the night sky. Reviel ran wildly under the moonlight, her hair scattering in the wind. To be noticed so quickly, Reviel ran through the narrow alleys, footsteps echoing between the stone walls. Can I really escape? I don't even know a single road here. Reviel stopped and looked around. Distant mountain shadows rose and fell in the darkness. But I have no choice. I can only risk my life. First, I must hide. Torchlight flickered in the forest, sparks jumping in the dark night. Tom held a torch pointing forward. Check over there. Search every corner. Jessie followed closely behind. That brat really was a spy. Reviel crouched behind a low bush, hair brushing against the soil, holding her breath as she watched the firelight pass overhead. That kind of potent sleeping pill. It's impossible for her to develop resistance so quickly. Reviel lay on the damp grass, fingertips digging into the mud. If I get caught now, I'm completely done for. How on earth do I escape? A glimmer flickered among the tree shadows. Reviel propped up her upper body. That's the butterfly from 3 days ago. Reviel opened her eyes wide. Her green pupils reflected the dancing spots of light. Is this a hallucination? It's almost like it's calling me. Reviel clenched her fists, knuckles turning white from force. Follow it. This is the last chance for survival. Tom held the torch and pushed aside the grass. The firelight illuminated Reviel's terrified face. Found you. Reviel sat paralyzed on the muddy ground, looking up at the approaching shadow. Hide-and-seek played well. Little Mississippi Tom looked down at Reviel, the corners of his mouth hooking up in a cruel arc. But losing is losing. Tom held the torch across his chest, the flame dancing violently in the night. Now, you should accept your due punishment. Reviel closed her eyes tightly, hands protecting her chest. Enough. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh rang out. The torch in Tom's hand shook violently. Flames licked the night. Tom looked down at his chest. A sword tip protruded through his body. My sword. Why? Reviel suddenly opened her eyes. Her green pupils trembled as she watched Tom's heavy body fall to the ground. A boy stood under the moonlight, the long sword in his hand pointing to the ground. Grand Duke, why are you here? The boy remained silent, the blade flashing cold light in the cold wind. The boy looked down at the girl on the ground. Didn't you want to know my name? Reviel sat among the flowers, looking up at the boy before her. The boy sheathed his long sword. Make sure to remember it firmly. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His brown eyes reflected the moonlight. You must remember my name. Reviel sat dazed in place, her round green eyes trembling slightly, gazing at that smiling face close at hand. Without saying a word, the boy reached out to wrap his arm around the girl's waist, suddenly pulling her into his arms. His arms tightly surrounded her. Reviel's cheek pressed against the cold fabric. Her pink hair scattered in the wind. You came too late. The boy lowered his head to rest against her forehead, his brown eyes gazing into those green eyes. Calyx. The full moon hung at the treetops. Black-robed guards corralled the bound civilians, scolding in low voices. Keep walking. Don't think about trying any tricks. Reviel curled up under the tree shadows, hands gripping her cloak tightly. How did you get here? Reviel turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the companion beside her. Besides, Calyx looked at the night before him. Lord Eden of the First Night Order actually came personally. I heard that after the gourmet disappeared, he volunteered to join. Sitting by the tree roots, he lowered his eyes. Sorry, I'm late. Reviel raised her face, revealing a smile. It's okay. I'm not hurt. Thank you for coming to find me. He volunteered to join. Sitting by the tree roots, he lowered his eyes. Sorry, I'm late. Reviel raised her face, revealing a smile. It's okay. I'm not hurt. Thank you for coming to find me. Calix leaned in closer, fingertips lightly touching Reviel's shoulder, whispering her name. Reviel. Reviel's eyes suddenly widened, cheeks flushing red. Your Highness? Calix withdrew his hand, fingertips pinching a dry leaf. Reviel. Were you calling my name just now? Yes. Is there something wrong, Your Highness? Calix pursed his lips, covering half his face. I told you my name. Reviel froze in place, hair swaying with the wind. Reviel covered her mouth, gaze wavering between the two. Is he jealous? Eden turned and walked into the depths of the forest. I'll go patrol for a moment. Reviel waved at his back. Don't worry, Your Highness. My only family is you. Calix stopped walking. He didn't look back. Don't call me that. Reviel tilted her head to ask how to address him. Then what should I call you? Calix turned his face sideways and spat out a name. Calix. Calix rested his chin in one hand, gaze falling elsewhere. Please treat me casually. Reviel lowered her head, pressing on her wildly beating heart. Reviel closed her eyes, covering her mouth to laugh. Understood. No, got it. Reviel shouted to the night sky. Calix. The bonfire danced in the forest, sparks flying. So anyway, Reviel leaned closer to the fire, looking at Calix clad in heavy armor. How'd you get here? Wearing a full knight's uniform. Calix sat on a tree trunk, looking down at the ground. Did something happen with the Emperor? Calix spoke slowly. I just did as you said. Reviel held her breath, pupils trembling in the firelight. Calix stood up, extending his palm, wearing a white glove towards her. I told the Emperor I would go to war. Calix opened his palm, revealing a folded piece of paper. It's the letter I stuffed in my boot. Calix stared into her eyes. Now tell me. Reviel. Reviel gripped the cloak at her chest, knuckles turning white from force. Why did you say joining the war is the only way to survive? Reviel froze in place, letting the firelight illuminate her astonished face. Calix actually took it seriously. Reviel gripped the quill pen, leaving hurried handwriting on the letter paper. The war I persuaded Calix to join is a chaotic slaughter that lasts for 10 years. Crows flew over the wasteland under the setting sun. Corpses covered the fields. Arrows pierced fallen bodies. That was a cruel war full of deserters. I never thought to push him into that kind of place. Reviel lowered her eyes, biting her lip. But that war will be led by the Duke of Vichelberry. There is no other way. Reviel raised her head, looking at Calix. I hope you can cooperate with the Duke, especially as you, the Grand Duke of Terrashane. Calix sat on the tree stump, hands folded. Does my family have a connection with Vichelberry? Reviel shifted her body forward, tone urgent. Of course, there is definitely a connection. Reviel raised her index finger to point north of the Grand Duke of Terrashane's territory. Buried there is the metal crystal essence the Duke has been searching for a long time. In the original novel's second part, the princess was supposed to discover it, but now, stealing that credit. It's okay. Reviel's gaze was firm. Use it to win the Duke's favor. He will definitely help you. Calix lowered his eyes, falling into silence. Will he really help me? Reviel gripped the skirt on her knees, fingertips trembling slightly. Calix, do you know? Reviel looked toward the distant firelight. In this village, everywhere are people whose lives were ruined by the Emperor. Most of them are blinded by revenge, even destroying their own futures. Reviel swung her feet, toes lightly kicking the gravel on the ground. But even so, they still formed families looking forward to tomorrow. A peasant couple stood embracing, discussing tomorrow's lunch. How about stew? Reviel turned her head, looking at Calix's profile. If they can live like that, why can't we? Reviel blossomed into a smile, holding Calix's hand tight. We have to be happy, Calix. Reviel looked at Calix, softly issuing an invitation. Let's go see the sea together. Calix's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Okay, we definitely have to go. Calix reached out to cup Reviel's face. Their foreheads touched lightly. We will be happy. We'll live on with all our might. Reviel held Calix's hand back, fingers intertwined. I won't run away anymore. Sunlight spilled before the magnificent manor gates. Elena stood in the center of the courtyard, looking forward in shock. Reviel knelt on one knee before Elena, skirt spreading on the grass, bowing her head. Elena lifted her skirt hem, frozen in place. Reviel gripped her skirt, fingertips digging into the fabric. This is my final gamble, trading the admission of failure for a chance to stay in the palace. Reviel knelt before Elena, lowering her head. Since I can't escape the Emperor no matter what, I'll completely adapt to the palace. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Reviel suddenly looked up at Elena. I failed to protect the princess. The carriage bumped in the night, wheels rolling over forest gravel. Reviel sat in the swaying carriage, hands folded on her lap. Calix, I've made up my mind. Reviel watched the flickering lamp shadows. I will announce to everyone that I protected the princess and use that to exchange for the status I deserve. Reviel turned her head to look at the silent Calix opposite her. This is the only way to adapt to the palace and survive. Calix lowered his eyes, red pupils flickering in the shadows, falling into a long silence. Calix leaned forward, gaze fixed on the other's face. Shall we just leave together? Calix leaned against the carriage wall, arms crossed. Even if the princess acknowledges your merit, the emperor won't change his view of you. You might not get the expected treatment. Calix turned his face to look at Reviel. Besides, if I go to the battlefield, you'll be all alone again. Reviel sat opposite, hands tightly clasped together, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. Calix leaned his body, voice echoing in the narrow space. So tell me anytime. As long as you're willing, I'll take you anywhere. Reviel raised her head. Calix, you know it too, right? The distant palace spires towered in the night. Even if I escape to the seaside, I'll be caught and brought back by the emperor. I must return voluntarily. Reviel straightened her back, gaze locking onto Calix. Only in this way can the two of us survive. Calix remained silent, palms pressing on his knees, looking at the girl before him. Reviel smiled again, eyes clear. Even if my merit isn't recognized, it doesn't matter. Reviel spread her hands, smiled brilliant. I will find another way. Even if we go back, everything will become different. We promised. Strive to survive. Calix closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth raised. You really are that kind of person. It seems I worried too much. Reviel responded briskly. Of course. Calix looked out the window. Reviel was right. Now is not the time to be consumed by worry. The most important thing is to have the power to protect oneself. Reviel pointed out the window. Calix, look, the sun is rising. Calix gazed at the distant palace. To achieve my goal, I must become stronger than I am now. Calix pressed his hand on the sword hilt, fingertips applying force, eyes locked on the rising morning sun. Calix gripped the sword hilt at his waist, whispered to Reviel, bring more books. Next time we'll read together. Reviel opened her eyes wide, looking at the boy before her. Then she broke into a smile. I understand. I'll bring lots of books back. White flower petals fell in the wind. Reviel waved her hands, responding crisply to the promise. Sunlight spilled onto the magnificent palace. Birds flew past the spires and landed in the courtyard. A servant extended an arm, letting a carrier pigeon land on his fingertips. At this moment, undercurrents surged within the palace. Elena suddenly turned her head to look at the distant palace. Reviel. Elena held the letter high, running in the garden. Look, Reviel is arriving soon. Elena held the letter tightly against her chest. It's so good she came back safe. Elena closed her eyes. Memories rewound to that rainy night. Actually, back then, I thought the stone I threw killed Reviel. Elena reached out a trembling hand, fingertips covered in blood. I've never seen so much blood in my life. Hearing the news of Reviel's rescue. Although she felt joy, fear spread in her heart. What if she hates me? What if she tells everyone that I hurt her? Elena looked down, staring at the letter, fingertips trembling slightly. But all her worries were in vain. Reviel knelt on the grass, deeply lowered her head. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I failed to protect you completely. Elena froze in place, staring at the bowing girl before her. In this life, Reviel actually lived for me. Elena covered her chest, fingertips touching the lace trimmings. What are you saying? Reviel, get up quickly. Reviel remained kneeling on the ground, her voice trembling. No, I have no face to see you. I lost consciousness back then and couldn't help Your Highness. Elena looked down at Reviel. Her red pupils constricted slightly. Reviel, she really doesn't hate me at all. Elena reached out and held Reviel's shoulder. Don't demean yourself like that. Elena cupet revilis face. No matter what others say. Reviel, you are my savior. That's right, in this life. I am destined to be your savior. Elena let go. So, don't say things like that anymore, understand? Reviel straightened her body, responded loudly. Yes, I will keep it in mind. Elena clapped her hands once. By the way, I prepared a gift for you. Reviel tilted her head. What kind of gift? Elena turned around, took a rectangular wooden box from a servant. You can look forward to it. Reviel leaned closer to the wooden box, held her breath. The lid slowly opened. Reviel's eyes suddenly widened, staring at the item in the box. Your Highness, this is... Elena held the wooden box, showing a brilliant smile. This was made specially for you. Elena held up a light blue dress. Reviel, are you willing to become my exclusive lady-in-waiting? Reviel froze in place, staring at the gift box before her. Elena continued, I have personally arranged a pardon for you. Reviel's eyes widened. Pardon? Elena stepped forward, placing both hands on Reviel's shoulders. This way, you won't have to go on dangerous missions anymore. Reviel hugged the gift box tightly, fingertips sinking into the soft fabric. I'm truly very grateful. I will serve you with all my heart. Two maids stood in the distance, watching the scene in the garden. One of them lowered her voice. The princess is truly impressive today. That child risked her life to protect her highness. The other servant nodded in agreement. Yes, it's truly incredible. Elena stopped walking, turned her head to listen to the discussion behind her. Her red pupils trembled slightly. Those words pierced her ears like needles. The maids were still whispering. Speaking of which, Her Highness doesn't seem to have any serious injuries. It's all thanks to that child. Elena lowered her eyelids. A shadow covered the upper half of her face. Only she knew the truth. Elena stood in the center of the corridor. She deserves praise. But why is everyone praising Reviel? Elena turned her face away. Her red pupils lost their highlights. What about me? I was the one who pardoned her. Elena gripped her pink skirt tightly with 5 fingers. Reviel was just a slave. I gave her the value to live. Elena gritted her teeth. I am a princess. How dare they praise Reviel first? Reviel approached, interrupting Elena's thoughts. Your Highness, it's lunchtime. Let's head back. Reviel held the blue dress, bowed deeply, then raised her head. A brilliant smile hung on her face. I will never forget this kindness. Elena stood sidewise, silently watching Reviel's retreating back. No response. Elena looked up at the sky. No need to think too much. Reviel must be tired too. Should let her rest. Elena watched Reviel being taken away. Wave goodbye. In this life, I am everyone's idol. Elena withdrew her gaze. No need to be troubled by needless worries. A maid approached. A white-gloved hand held Elena's shoulder. Your Highness, what would you like for lunch? Elena looked down at her toes. Red leather shoes stepping on stone bricks. Mango salad and chocolate cake. Elena stared at her shadow on the ground. No one could take away what belongs to me. Absolutely. Thorny shadows spread in her consciousness. That's right, that's what I think. Reviel walked in the corridor. A maid suddenly rushed in front of her. Are you the amazing maid from the rumors? Reviel froze in place. The maid held her hands tightly. Oh my God, I've always wanted to meet you. Reviel pointed at herself, somewhat hesitant. Me? The maid's eyes shone. Yes, you are my idol. Elena stood in the distance. Her pupils suddenly constricted. Why did it turn out like this? Intuition is never wrong. Reviel knelt on one knee, pledging loyalty to Elena. Life flipped completely from then on. A maid pushed open the heavy wooden door. Boots stepped on soft carpet. From now on, this is your room. Reviel stood in the spacious room, looking around at the luxurious furniture and decorations. If there is any inconvenience, just tell me. Reviel opened her green, round eyes wide, staring at herself in the mirror. The way people treat me has changed completely. Reviel sat at the dining table, staring at the exquisite steak and fried eggs. Is this dinner for me? It's simply like a feast. Reviel lay on the large bed, pulled up the thick quilt, sank into soft pillows. All this is unbelievably real. Reviel lay on the bed, pulled the quilt to cover half her face. Not only has the quality of life improved, even my reputation has changed. The door was gently knocked. Reviel sat up abruptly. Who is it? A maid and the head chef pushed the door open and entered. Reviel, can you do me a favor? Reviel stood before the two. Rumors about my capability at work seem to have spread. People are coming to me one after another. Reviel ran in the hallway. Reviel, can you help me wash the teacups? Reviel, can you change the water in the vase? Laundry is shorthanded. Can you come help us? Reviel stopped, hands holding her head. I'm supposed to be on vacation. Stop calling my name. Reviel shouted at the castle spire. Stop calling me. I am on vacation. This is a reward personally given to me by the princess. Reviel stood on the terrace, clenching her fists in loud protest. If so, why make me work? Is it because I'm a commoner that you think I'm easy to bully? If you treat me like this again, I will. Reviel deflated, squatted down to pick up the cloth on the ground. Forget it. I have no choice anyway. Better finish the work quickly and go rest. Reviel folded the fabric in her hands, walked down the steps with her head low. Just finish handling this, and it's over. A maid stood at the corner, watching her movements. The box slipped, heavily hitting the stone brick floor, making a dull thud. Reviel jumped up in fright, abruptly turned around, staring ahead with wide green round eyes. When was that person there? Did she hear everything I just said? The maid raised her hand, pointing at Reviel, staring at that pink long hair. That pink-haired Reviel, clenching the cloth at her chest. Are you the amazing maid from the rumors? Rumors? The maid screamed and rushed forward, grabbing Reviel's arms. Oh my God, I've always wanted to meet you. My God. The maid leaned close to Reviel's face. You are simply my idol. You even protected the princess herself. Smaller and cuter than I imagined. Reviel backed away with a dry laugh. Although I don't understand the situation, she seems to have no ill intentions. By the way, something seemed to fall just now. The maid covered her mouth, looking at the ground, too excited to meet the legend. It's okay, I'll rescue it. Reviel bent down to pick up the gift box. It will be faster with 2 people, just as kind as the rumors say. Reviel avoided the other's gaze. Just wanted to finish work quickly and leave. This attention is too heavy. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to help me. The maid took the gift box, smiling as she bid farewell to Reviel. Wish you a pleasant day. Why did it turn out like this? Reviel stood in place, repeating that wish. A pleasant day. How long has it been since I heard such a greeting? That's right. Hope every day in the future can be like this. Reviel covered her mouth, green round eyes shining. Being asked to do things means receiving recognition. Come on, leave it all to me. Elena stood on the high terrace, watching the pink figure running in the garden. You can do it, Reviel. Your Highness, what are you watching? It sounded a bit noisy outside. Elena withdrew her gaze, red pupils hidden in the shadow of her hair. Silence for a moment. Nothing. Elena turned her head, a smile appearing on her face. Just thought the weather is nice, so I came out for a walk. Sunlight spilled through the high windows onto the empty corridor. The light was more blinding than expected. The so-called one-week vacation ended just like this. Reviel, can you sweep the dust in the corridor? Reviel stopped walking, turned to look at the source of the voice. Okay, I'm coming right away. Reviel picked up the wooden box, walked quickly towards the courtyard. I officially returned to the maid post. Even as a lady in waiting, the work content seems no different. Reviel held a broom, mechanically sweeping the ground. Dust flew in the light and shadow. Mind blank. Just wanted to finish the errand at hand as soon as possible. Reviel pushed open the heavy wooden door. After sweeping, I have to check kitchen supplies, then go wash dishes. Looks like another late night tonight. A head maid blocked the way. Reviel stopped walking. Reviel, adapting to the work here is hard, right? The head maid reached out and pressed on Reviel's head, gently rubbing her pink long hair. Wait a minute, were you patting my head just now? Reviel abruptly straightened her back. This is my duty. Thank you for your concern. The head maid stared at the girl before her. Really? The head maid put hands on hips, looking Reviel up and down repeatedly, humming thoughtfully. Reviel froze in place. Did I do something wrong? The head maid patted Reviel's shoulder. All right, I've decided. Reviel looked confused. Reviel, I have a proposal to tell you. The head maid held Reviel's shoulder. If you can help me finish a job, I'll let you have the afternoon off completely. Interested? Reviel abruptly looked up. Leave early? Deal. Reviel clenched her fist. What do you need me to help with? Actually, nothing special. The head maid pointed to the dressing room. We need to pick a dress for Her Highness's diplomatic meeting, but Her Highness won't return until late at night. We need a fitting model. Reviel looked at the room full of gorgeous gowns, but I am much shorter than Her Highness. Is that okay? The head maid waved her hand. We will take the size difference into account. Go change quickly. Rustling of fabric came from behind the dressing curtain. The head maid stood in front of the mirror. Asked, is the wig on? Reviel's voice came from behind the curtain. It's on, but feels like it hasn't been completely secured. The head maid sat on the sofa. It's okay. Come out and let me see first. The curtain was slowly pulled open. The head maid looked up ahead. Pupils suddenly constricted, froze in place completely. Reviel. Reviel stood against a floral background, golden long curly hair reaching her waist, wearing a white dress with lace trimmings, hands nervously pressed against the sides of the skirt, green round eyes revealing uneasiness. Reviel raised her right hand, fingertips lightly touching her cheek, showing a shy smile. Am I wearing it right? Reviel looked down at the paper in her hand, softly asked the woman beside her, am I wearing it right? The head maid suddenly snapped back to reality, nodded vigorously in response. Yes. The head maid walked to the dressing table, pointed at the ornament on Reviel's head. The tiara is crooked. Let me help you put on properly. The head maid pulled out a velvet chair, motioned for Reviel to sit. Sit here? Reviel nodded obediently. Okay. The headmaid reached out to comb Reviel's long hair, fingertips gliding through the strands. Looking at it this way feels completely different. This color suits you very well. Reviel stared at herself in the mirror, hands gripping the skirt tightly. Really? The headmaid studied the girl in the mirror. Pink still suits you best. Reviel lowered her eyelids. Thank you. The headmaid turned to walk to the wardrobe. Wait, I'll go get a few more clothes. Reviel sat in place and nodded. Okay. Reviel picked up the paper on the table. Is this a dress design draft? Gaze lingered on the sketch. Feel like I've seen this design somewhere. The headmaid walked back holding clothes. Did you design these all yourself? Reviel looked up and asked. The headmaid showed a smile. How did you see those drafts? Those are just random drawings, simply a mess. The headmaid put down the clothes. Actually, I've been making dresses for Her Highness for a long time. This has been my dream since childhood. Thanks to Her Highness for giving me the chance. Reviel opened her green, round eyes wide. Dreamed since childhood? No wonder the design style is so familiar. Turns out, that famous royal tailor has been right here all along. This woman will lead future fashion. She is expressing her sincerest gratitude to the princess who gave her the opportunity. The dream finally shone into reality. Golden scissors suspended in midair, vowing to dedicate this life's memories to Her Highness. Reviel clenched the design draft in her hand. The grand vow in the novel is shining for only one person right before her eyes. This kind of talent shouldn't be buried. Have you ever thought about opening shop of your own? The headmaid stopped her movements. I have neither money nor that kind of talent. Reviel pointed at the dress on the draft. Even a layman like me can see its beauty. Many people will definitely fall in love with your designs. Really? The headmaid turned her head, gaze lingering on Reviel's face. Don't know why. I suddenly want to make a dress for you now. Reviel opened her mouth in surprise. For me? How can you say such sweet things? The headmaid reached out to stroke the jewelry on the table. If that day could really come, it would be great. Imagine everyone wearing clothes designed by me. The headmaid stood among the flowers, turned her head, showing a brilliant smile. That was joy from the bottom of her heart. Reviel watched this scene quietly. Reviel opened her green, round eyes wide, staring at the shining woman before her. Eyes of those harboring dreams are as bright as stars. If you really open a shop in the future, I definitely want to be your first customer. Reviel held the other's hand. I will absolutely go. Calix would definitely look very fitting in clothes designed by you too. Reviel let the headmaid arrange her long hair. Lost in thought, will there be a day when we can also wear decent clothes? Freely pursuing what we love. Reviel looked down at the paper in her hand. Reviel sat alone on a high-back chair, back facing the empty hall, looking at the drifting clouds outside the window. Miss you, Calix. I have to go see you as soon as possible. A few days later at the Duke's castle, sunset fell on the stone tower. Calix stood in the courtyard, swinging an iron sword cutting through the air, red eyes fixed on the sword edge. Sweat soaked his white shirt, sheathed the sword, turned to look at the noise behind the bushes. Finally found you. No matter how many times you come, you get lost. Reviel ran over carrying a bamboo basket, pink long hair swaying in the wind, green round eyes curved into crescents. Long time no see, Calix. Reviel leaned close to the boy, staring at his solid arms. Oh, you become much stronger. Calix gripped the sword hilt, looked down, avoiding her gaze. I've been practicing swordsmanship. Reviel held up the bamboo basket, filled with freshly baked bread. You must eat well when training. Eat more. Reviel spread out a red and white checkered picnic cloth, pointing to the shade under the big tree. The weather is so nice. Let's go eat over there. Calix sat on the grass. Where did these delicious things come from? Reviel rested her chin in her hands. This is my dinner. Calix stopped chewing, turned his head in confusion. What? Reviel puffed out her chest. I'm the princess's exclusive maid now. The food is so good. Can't finish it at all, so you just eat. No need to be polite. Reviel handed the bread to his mouth. Calix swallowed the food. That's good. It's really great that you can get the treatment you deserve. Reviel smiled. Actually, I was satisfied just being pardoned. Didn't expect to live this kind of life. The point is you have to eat more than me. You need to gain weight before the competition. And build muscle too. Reviel stared at his arms. Calix lowered his eyelids. About that competition. The date has been set. Calix spoke in a low voice. Reviel froze in place, her green round eyes trembling slightly. Reviel asked urgently, already set? When is it? Calix looked at the tree shadows. Not much time left. Reviel moved her body forward. Do you know the exact date? Calix shook his head. They only told me this much. Reviel lowered her head, pink hair covering her face. Don't even know when we have to part. Anxiety spread in her heart. Cannot waste time on sadness. Must act. Reviel clenched her fists, suddenly stood up. Calix, quick, get up. We must go to a place now. Where to? Reviel stood under the blooming flower tree, turned her head, showing a smile. Before you leave, we need to make many beautiful memories. It's not far. A full moon hung in the center of the night sky. Reviel brought Calix to the pond side. Look quickly. These fish scales are shining like a rainbow. I knew they are prettiest to watch at night. Reviel squatted by the water, pointing at the swimming school of fish. Calix echoed in a low voice. Amen. Really beautiful. Calix turned his head, gazing at Reviel's side profile. Moonlight fell on the two of them. Reviel opened her green, round eyes wide. For a moment just now, I thought you were praising me for being beautiful. Right? I indeed know many good places. Calix squatted by the pond, red eyes staring at the water surface. Who said you're my older sister? Reviel reached out and poked the boy's cheek. Whoever takes care of the other is the sister. And I definitely know more than you. Reviel closed her eyes, showing a smile. Calix suddenly turned his head, red pupils abruptly constricted. Calix leaned forward, hands pressing on Reviel's shoulders. What happened to your forehead? Reviel froze in place. Talking about this? When I was kidnapped, the princess threw a stone, and it bounced onto my head. Calix raised his voice. What did you say? Reviel blinked, staring at the void, falling into thought. Wait a minute. Thinking about it now is indeed strange. After escaping that box, my head didn't hurt at all. Reviel touched her forehead. In her memory, there was only the sound of a heavy impact, yet there was no pain whatsoever. Reviel curled up in the wooden box. No one came to treat me at all. Impossible. Could it be that green butterfly? Calix cupped her face, red eyes staring tightly at the scar on her forehead. It must have hurt a lot back then. Sorry, I only realized now. Reviel froze in place, green round eyes unmoving, feeling the temperature of his fingertips. But since just now you were too close. Reviel suddenly jumped back, hands covering her burning cheeks. I'm fine. I'm really fine, so you don't need to worry. Water splashed. Calix fell into the pond. Reviel knelt on the bank screaming. Calix, are you okay? Sorry. Being too close just now, I panicked. Reviel reached out to pull him. I'll pull you up right away. Reviel's movement froze, green round eyes staring at the back in the water. Calix, what is that on your back? Calix stood in the water and turned around. Wet white shirt sticking to his back, red eyes revealing confusion. Moonlight illuminating the shadow under the fabric. Calix stood in the water and turned around, red eyes reflecting the moonlight. Silence spreading on the water surface. Can we talk about this after getting on shore? Reviel suddenly snapped back to reality, reaching towards the water surface. Oh right, I'll pull you up now. Firelight flickered deep in memory. Can't remember parents' faces clearly anymore. Only that scene remains clear to this day. Liam looked down ahead, red round eyes expanding in the firelight. Interesting. Is this the legendary dragon power? Light exploded in the darkness. Red wings sprouted from Calix's back, tightly hugging his fallen mother. This is the divine power passed down from the first emperor. Liam stepped forward, staring at the young Calix. Can't believe it. Such power would actually be in a lowlife like you. Calix knelt on the ground, tears overflowing from red eyes, wings trembling behind him. Liam stopped walking, looking down judgingly at the mother and son. Unlike your dead parents, perhaps you still have some use. Liam waved his cape and turned. Seems you still can't control that power. Calix raised his face, tears overflowing from red eyes, pupils trembling in the firelight, staring dead at the man before him. Liam extended his right hand, 5 fingers spreading in the shadow. I will give you a mission. Go fulfill your duty. Iron chains wrapped layer by layer, locking the young body. For a full 5 years, I was imprisoned in the ancient castle in the north. Sparks scattered in the night sky. Calix sat by the fire. Those days feel like just yesterday. I only moved into the palace recently. Calix sat by the fire, red eyes staring at the dancing flames. So that kind of power really exists. A giant dragon roared in golden light. That was the ability of the founding Emperor Lasta. Also the origin of this empire. Dragon power. Reviel lowered her eyelids, pink long hair covering her side profile. Such powerful power now has become a cursed shackle. Calix turned his head. Reviel picked up a towel to wipe his wet shoulders. Calix is really strong. Reviel leaned close to his neck, carefully arranging the messy collar. Green round eyes revealing focus. This kind of power must make it very hard for you. Reviel held the boy's hands. 5 years ago, you were still so small. Yet you endured all that alone. You must be a very strong person. Reviel lowered her head, covering her face with both hands. But that must have been very painful. Tears slid through her fingers, emitting soft sobbing sounds. Calix opened his red eyes wide, gazing at the girl before him. In those days, I thought I was just waiting to die, until I met you. Calix raised his right hand, gently stroking Reviel's cheek, wiping away that tear stain. It's okay. Everything has passed. Calix showed a smile, pulling the girl into his embrace. First time feeling the past is just the past, because now I found a reason to live. I want to become someone you can rely on forever. Calix tightened his arms, letting the firelight illuminate their figures. Calix hugged Reviel, red eyes looking towards the void. I must also find a way to live. At the end of that road, cold wind blew through the treetops. Fallen leaves rolled under the moonlight. Calix loosened his arms, gazing at the girl before him. That pathetic tyrant's death date is ahead. Calix opened his eyes wide, blood color surging in his pupils. You just sit obediently and wait for death. One day I will personally take your head. Calix closed his eyes, hiding the killing intent in his eyes. It's getting cold. We should go back. Reviel wiped her tears and held the boy's hand. Sorry, I suddenly cried just now. Calix led her walking towards the woods. No need to apologize. As compensation, read books with me for a while longer. Reviel jumped in front of him. Problem? I will stay with you until dawn. Calix lowered his head, red eyes revealing helplessness. Don't really need to stay until then. The next day, Princess's palace. Reviel, you are really capable. The head maid put down the teacup in her hand. Sewing is excellent. Cleaning is thorough. Even the embroidery is so cute. Reviel shuttled between tables carrying a teapot, finished watering flowers, then started preparing tea. At this speed, we should be learning from you instead. The head maid watched the busyback. Not long ago, she wouldn't let me near the princess. Was she observing me silently all along? Julia covered her mouth, laughing lightly, although a bit late. But I apologize to you for my childish behavior before. Reviel held the wooden box and walked to the mirror. Please don't apologize. I only remember. You once kindly shared delicious fruits with me. Miss Julia, do you really only remember these? I tormented you like that before. Reviel is really a kind child. Julia sighed with a smile. I wasn't this mature when I was her age. Don't say that just because you're the youngest. Reviel pushed open the heavy wooden door. Take the chance to slip away now. Reviel walked quickly through the corridor, recently getting more and more praise. But I'm still not quite used to it. Reviel pulled open the huge curtain. Sunlight spilled on her pink wavy long hair. Maybe no one hates me now. All the effort finally paid off. Reviel stops her movements. Her round green eyes look out the window. Wait, this won't do. Elena sits at the table. Her long, curly blonde hair hangs over her shoulders. She talks to herself about the weather. It's too ordinary. Reviel observes from a distance. This is my first time formally meeting the princess since becoming a lady-in-waiting. She looks really busy. Reviel hides behind the curtains. Her round green eyes stare ahead. Is her work that difficult? Elena sits at the table. Her long, wavy blonde hair falls down her back. She lets out a heavy sigh. Reviel hunches her shoulders. Listening to sigh after sigh, she feels a wave of awkwardness inside. Reviel walks to the table. She asks softly, Your Highness, is something troubling you? Elena looks up abruptly. Her round red eyes are full of shock. Well, actually it's like this. I want to write a letter, but I don't know what to say. Elena looks at the crumpled paper balls on the table. I haven't contacted that person in a long time. I just want to ask if he's doing well. Reviel clasps her hands in front of her. In that case, why not write down your feelings directly? Like asking how he is recently, or saying I miss you? Elena covers her cheeks. That's too embarrassing. Reviel tilts her head. Is this letter for a gentleman? Elena closes her eyes and nods gently in admission. Reviel freezes. Her round green eyes widen instantly. It's the other protagonist. Reviel falls into thought. The princess is 7 years old this year. That means this is the period she corresponds with Roan. He must be a wonderful person. Elena rests her chin in her hands. Yes, even though his situation is difficult, he is always gentle to others. He learns very fast, and his swordsmanship is excellent. And Elena suddenly sits up straight. No, I must focus on writing this letter. Reviel steps closer. Then why not try being a bit subtle? For example, right? I went to see the Royal Knights training grounds, and it reminded me of your swordsmanship. Elena stops her pen. I see. Reviel continues suggesting, or right. I heard training gives you calluses on your hands. Are you all right? Elena smiles. That's right. I like that. I know what to write now. Elena turns to the door. Rainier, can you get me some new letter paper? Rainier bows slightly. Yes, Your Highness. Reviel watches Elena's back, seeing her cheer up. That is really great. Rainier places the letter paper neatly on the table. I'll put it here. Elena waves her hand without looking up. Thank you. Rainier leans close to Reviel's ear and whispers, let's go out first. Don't disturb Her Highness. Reviel nods, signaling to follow Rainier out of the room. Reviel, you're becoming more and more outstanding. Keep up this energy. Reviel touches her cheek. Yes, headmaid. By the way, is the cleaning done? Reviel puffs out her chest. Yes, even the teacups have been put away. Elena sits at the table. Her round red eyes stare at the stationery in her hand. She says nothing. What on earth did you do? Elena's right hand clenches suddenly, crumpling the paper into a ball. Assisting the princess is a lady-in-waiting's duty. Why do you get everyone's praise just for doing your job? Elena lowers her gaze. Her red pupils are hidden in the shadows. I know this thought is vicious, but I really wish Reviel would disappear completely. Sunlight shines into the empty room. Crumpled paper balls are scattered on the table. Since that thought emerged that day, her heart has never been calm. Elena sits at the table, her round red eyes cast down. I'm such a terrible person. I vented all my frustration on Reviel. That flower isn't cute at all. I'm tired of strawberry cake. Elena recalls her cold words. Even so, she can't shake this emotion. She can only remain cold to her. I can't go on like this. Elena stands up abruptly, pushing back the heavy chair. Reviel is the person I decided to take responsibility for. I must go apologize to her to eliminate this uneasy feeling. Elena pushes open the door and steps into the hallway, holding a heavy vase in her arms. Elena holds a purple bouquet in the vase. Her round red eyes look ahead. First, I have to see Reviel. No one is perfect. Don't be too discouraged, Reviel. Elena stops. She peeks from around the corner. Reviel is standing in the middle of the hallway with her head down, surrounded by 3 maids. That's right. You can learn from your mistakes. A maid pats Reviel on the shoulder. Reviel wrings her hands. Her long, wavy pink hair hangs over her chest. I'm fine. I'm just worried my actions might cause trouble for Her Highness. Elena hides behind the wall, watching Reviel being comforted by everyone. The steps she had taken now halt. She really is a loyal child. The headmaid strokes Reviel's head. Even though she's still so small, Elena hides behind the wall. Her round red eyes tremble violently. Learn from Reviel? Learn from a commoner? Elena clutches her dress tightly. Her knuckles turn white from the force. Not like me, who was born a princess, but like that, Reviel. Why are you always like this? Elena suddenly rushes out from the corner, raising the vase high in her hands. The pottery hits the ground. Fragments fly everywhere. The purple bouquet scatters on the floor. Reviel freezes in place, her round green eyes filled with terror. The maids scream, Your Highness. The head maid rushes forward. The vase broke. Are you hurt? Are you okay? Any injuries? The head maid asks anxiously. Elena freezes in place. Her round red eyes shake violently. Did I just break the vase on purpose to get attention? Elena turns abruptly, lifting her dress and running deep into the hallway. I'm fine. I'm just tired. I'm going back to my room. Please wait. We must check for injuries. The head maid shouts from behind. Elena runs down the hallway. I don't understand, Reviel. Why is everything you do so easy? To get approval, to get everyone's attention, I always struggle desperately. Elena stops in front of a window, panting heavily. Even father's love. I have to work so hard to get it. Elena clutches her dress tightly, her fingertips sinking into the fabric. Jealousy grows wildly in her heart. I have to constantly watch everyone's expressions just to barely get these things. Why is it you? Why can you get everything so easily? Elena staggers along the wall in the hallway. She loses her balance and falls sideways, bumping into a solid chest. Elena. Liam steadies her. He looks down at his daughter in his arms. Elena looks up. Tears overflow from her round red eyes and slide down her cheeks. Father. Liam opens his arms and pulls Elena tightly into his embrace, letting her sob against his chest. Liam looks down and asks, what happened? Elena buries her face in his chest, her voice muffled. Nothing. It doesn't look like nothing to me. Liam strokes her golden hair. His gaze looks past his daughter's shoulder. Your Highness, where did you go? The headmaid's shout comes from the end of the hallway. Do you know where she went? I don't know either. Reviel stands beside the headmaid. Liam turns his head. So the culprit is you. Reviel turns her head abruptly. Her round green eyes are filled with shock. Her body stiffens under his gaze. Liam tightens his arms, picking his daughter up completely. Elena, do you want me to clear everything away for you? As long as it makes you feel better, I will do anything. Elena? Elena lifts her head. Her round red eyes are full of confusion. Liam starts walking. His leather shoes click on the stone floor. As long as it is for you. Elena's curly golden hair rests on her back. But we can send her to the mines, or lock her in an abandoned palace. Liam holds Elena, looking down into her eyes. If you think that's too extreme, then make her disappear from your sight, or arrange for someone to adopt her. Is that really okay? Elena opens her round, red eyes wide, looking up at her father. Of course. Liam tightens his arms. The most important thing is your happiness. Elena, so father's really on my side. Elena turns her face away. The corners of her mouth turn up slightly. Then can you do that for me? Send her away for adoption. That is the best choice. Father said it's okay himself. Elena closes her eyes and leans her head on Liam's shoulder. This must be the path that makes us both happy. 1 week later, the noble's mansion is bathed in bright sunlight. There is a child who saved the princess's life. Liam stands in the center of the hall. His narrow, purple eyes scan the crowd. In recognition of this merit, we have decided to find a new family for that child. Liam steps up the stairs. His black boots tread on the carpet. His red cape floats behind him. As for which family she goes to, the princess will decide personally. Families who wish to adopt the child. Please raise your hands now. A commotion stirs in the hall. The nobles look at each other. You mean we can adopt that child? A baron leans forward. Indeed, Liam responds from the high platform. The nobles whisper among themselves. To hold a meeting without prior notice. No wonder Her Highness is here too. This is an adoption endorsed by the imperial family. Liam holds Elena with one arm, standing before the intricate arch patterns. Elena wraps her arms around her father's neck. Her long golden hair falls over her blue dress. This is a perfect opportunity. Nobles stand up one after another. I would be honored to be that child's adoptive father. Please entrust her to our family to care for. I have 3 sons, and I've always wanted a daughter. Adopters raise their hands and scramble. It's good that there are many volunteers. Liam looks down at the girl in his arms. Now, who do you want to choose? Elena bites her fingertip. Her round red eyes scan the crowd below. That man's territory is only a day's journey from the capital. Too close. I must choose a place further away. A place where Reviel can never return from. Please choose me. A count reaches out. His territory is less than half a day away. Too close. That count's territory is all plains. Transportation is too convenient. Elena stares at the crowd below. Is there no place as far from the palace as possible? That one. Elena's round red eyes lock onto a target. She raises her hand and points to the corner. Baron Tigris. His territory is extremely remote, and he has no children. If it's that family, Reviel will surely live well. Then I choose Elena Smidis. She extends a finger gloved in white. Tarsus, with slightly curly silver-white short hair and narrow purple eyes, looks down coldly. A hand wearing a black leather glove suddenly reaches out and presses on Baron Tigris' shoulder. The Baron turns around in shock. She chooses that person. Elena points forward, but her fingertip stops at Tarsus's chest. Tarsus crosses his arms. His silver-white short hair shimmers under the lights. His narrow purple eyes are emotionless. Wait, what is going on? Elena freezes. Her round red eyes tremble violently. Since it is Her Highness's wish, Tarsus touches the gemstone on his chest. The corners of his mouth curve up. Then I will personally adopt her. Tarsus looks ahead, his gaze cold and mocking. Why is Duke Vitulaberry appearing there? Since it is Her Highness's wish, Tarsus strokes his chest. I will adopt her. Elena's finger trembles. Her round red eyes freeze in midair. The finger originally pointing at the Baron is now pointing directly at Tarsus's chest. Liam looks down and asks, the person you are pointing to is Duke Vitulaberry, correct, Elena? Elena hunches her shoulders. If I change my mind and choose Baron Tigris now, the image of the kind princess will collapse. I must maintain this lie. Yes, the person I chose is indeed the Duke. Elena closes her eyes. Her hands grip her dress tightly. Then, she will become the Duke's adopted daughter. Liam announces to the room. His black boots tread on the edge of the stone steps. It is my honor, your majesty. Tarsus bows slightly. His narrow purple eyes lock onto Elena. Elena leans on Liam's shoulder, her fingers tightly clutching her father's red cape. Anyway, my goal was to send her away. The Duke's territory is very far from the capital. Roan stands in the sunlit garden. His silver-white short hair moves in the breeze. His narrow, purple eyes look into the distance. Although I'm worried that Roan is there too. Elena buries her head. Her fingertips press hard into the red fabric. Adoption status won't change anything. That's right. This must be the best result. For me and for you. Reviel. Someone calls loudly in the hallway. Reviel turns around, confusion in her green eyes. His Majesty is calling for you. Reviel stops. The ribbon in her hair sways slightly. What? I'm going to become the Duke's adopted daughter? Reviel grabs her collar with both hands. Her round green eyes widen abruptly. Yes, I heard it with my own ears. The maid stands by the stone pillar and nods. There is absolutely no mistake. This news is too sudden. Reviel paces back and forth in the hallway. I've been desperately avoiding that man, and now I'm going to be adopted by him? Isn't it fine living in the palace? Reviel looks up at the ceiling. The crystal chandelier reflects in her pupils, although sudden. But isn't this a good thing? The maid clasps her hands together against her chest. At your age, you need a family more. That may be so. Reviel's mouth twitches. The father of that family is destined to be killed by his biological son. I don't want a family like that. Go directly to your room after the audience. The maid pushes open the heavy wooden door. The Duke is coming to pick you up today. Today? Reviel freezes. Don't worry about luggage. Other maids will pack it. The maid pats Reviel's back gently. Go on in. His Majesty is waiting for you. This must be a joke. Am I really leaving here? Reviel is pushed into the grand hall. Her long, wavy pink hair sways in the gap of the door. Her round green eyes are full of astonishment. I just started adapting to this place. Do I have to start all over again? Liam sits on the towering throne. His short blonde hair flickers in the firelight. He looks down at the small figure below the steps. Reviel. Liam speaks slowly, breaking the silence of the hall. Liam lowers his eyes slightly, his gaze cold. I hear you are very loyal to the princess. Reviel kneels on the red carpet. Her hands press against the floor, fingers sinking into the thick pile. Her body trembles uncontrollably. Liam's voice echoes in the empty hall. But I do not trust you. Reviel clenches her fists tightly. Her knuckles turn white from the force. Reviel slumps to the ground, her round green eyes looking up. Although I don't know why you call me here. What must I do to earn your trust? I absolutely cannot back down here. Liam sits in the armchair. You are quite bold. He snaps his fingers casually. An attendant steps forward holding a dark blue jewelry box and white gloves. He presents the box. The metal clasp clicks open. You want to earn my trust? Liam stands up. His black boots approach step by step down the stairs. There is only one way. Give your life to me. Liam opens the jewelry box. A red and a green glass bottle lie on the velvet. Report all intelligence on the Vitulaberry Duke's territory. Reviel looks up. Her long, wavy pink hair hangs over her chest. So this is his true intention. Using me as a pawn planted in the Duke's house. If you are willing, drink this bottle of poison. Liam extends his right hand. A smile appears under his short blonde hair. As a courtesy, I have also prepared the antidote. Liam clenches his fist, knuckles cracking. However, the antidote cannot completely neutralize the toxicity. Reviel kneels at the end of the red carpet. Her round green eyes stare at the two medicine bottles. Her body curls into a ball in the huge shadow. He intends to control me this way until the day I die. Reviel lowers her head. Pink hair covers her eyes. Is this what he calls sparing my life? You are truly a despicable person. Reviel grabs the red bottle. She tilts her head and downs the liquid. Her long, wavy pink hair trembles in the air. Severe pain instantly pierces her chest. Reviel clutches her heart and falls to her knees. Her fingers dig tightly into her clothes. Breathing becomes extremely difficult. I can't breathe. Reviel reaches tremblingly towards the jewelry box, grabs the green bottle, and pours it down her throat. Liam watches from above. His short blonde hair remains motionless in the light and shadow. You are not the only spy in the Duke's territory. You had better act carefully. The empty red bottle rolls on the floor, leaving a dark trail on the red carpet. Unless you want to be completely erased in the shadows. Reviel covers her mouth and coughs violently. Her round green eyes are squeezed shut in pain. Tears swirl in the corners of her eyes. Yes, your majesty. Reviel bows her head. Her fingers tremble on the red carpet. Her body looks exceptionally small in the huge palace. I will keep it in mind. Reviel kneels at the edge of the red carpet. Her fingers tremble as she picks up the empty bottle. Her long wavy pink hair falls down, hiding her face. If one day I gain power, I swear I will take revenge on you. Hours later, sunlight spills into the palace garden. Reviel clutches her dull aching abdomen. Her long pink hair sways in the breeze. The butler bows. Long time no see, Miss Reviel. Reviel lowers her head in response. Yes, long time no see. Her green eyes show fatigue. I didn't expect the packing to be done so quickly. My efficiency is surprisingly high at a time like this. Reviel presses her stomach, feeling the residual effects of the medicine. At least I said goodbye to everyone. Maids surround Reviel. Some bow and hug her, some wave in blessing. But I'm not ready yet. Reviel stares at her toes. Her dress hem ripples slightly on the stone bricks. Am I really leaving just like this? Even if I'm going to the Duke's territory. Reviel gazes into the distance. I can't leave just yet. It's not time for a complete farewell. A carriage stops at the palace gate. The wheels make a crisp sound rolling over the cobblestone road. Attendants line up neatly. Their black robes sway in the wind. The butler bows. Miss, we have arrived. You must be tired. Let us depart immediately. Reviel responds softly. MH, Tarsus stands deep among the flowers. His silver-white short hair is slightly curly. His arms are crossed over his chest. Reviel stops. She looks up at the tall figure. Petals fall silently between them. Reviel lifts her face. Duke Vitulaberry, I sincerely thank you for accepting me as family. If this request is not too excessive. Reviel stands on the stone floor. Her round green eyes gaze at the tall figure. Could you give me a little more time before we depart? I want to say a final goodbye to my friends. Reviel clutches the gemstone pendant on her chest. If I miss this chance, I'm afraid there will never be another. Reviel closes her eyes. Her throat moves slightly. She bows deeply. I beg for your permission. Tarsus looks down. His silver-white, short hair glimmers in the sunlight. A ripple passes through his narrow, purple eyes. No need to beg. Tarsus turns his face sideways. His gaze is cold but calm. From now on, you are my daughter. Reviel looks up abruptly. Her round green eyes tremble slightly. Her pink hair sways among the flowers. She stands frozen in place. And if you're looking for the Grand Duke, he is no longer here. Reviel's eyes widen suddenly. Her round green eyes tremble with shock. Pink hair brushes her cheek. Reviel stands dazed. What? That boy. He set off for the battlefield today. Calix, wearing a blue robe and holding an iron longsword, disappears into the mist deep in the thorns. Reviel turns her face. What does that mean? The departure date was already set? Reviel presses. It was already set? When exactly? Just recently. Was it decided back then? The butler walks in quickly, reaching out. Miss Reviel, wait, where are you going? Tarsus stops in front of the door, arms crossed, silent. 2 nights ago, that child came to see me. Calix stood under the tree shadows, bowing slightly. Nice to meet you, Grand Duke Vitulaberry. Tarsus glanced sideways with his narrow purple eyes, staring at the darkness behind him. So I was being followed. Calix emerged from the forest wearing a dark cloak. Walking so late at night? Your Highness, since you know who I am, things are much simpler. Calix raised his hand to pull down his hood. Tomorrow I will be sent to the battlefield to fight the Allied forces. Calix clenched his fists and looked straight ahead. I need your help. In return, I will give you the opportunity you've been looking for. Tarsus suddenly widened his narrow, purple eyes. His pupils contracted. Amantine. Tarsus stared at the boy before him. How do you know about that? Your Highness. Calix stood up, back to the moonlight. That's not important. What's important is that I am useful to you. Calix turned his head, corners of his mouth lifting slightly. And I am the legitimate royalty you need. Tarsus let out a soft chuckle. Oh, emphasizing your legitimacy in front of the Grand Duke Vitulaberry, who is called the Royal Dog. You are truly audacious. Calix gripped the cloak at his chest. His shoulders trembled slightly. If I just say this, he will act like he is now. Without hesitating for a moment, Tarsus rested his chin on his hand, his narrow purple eyes looking down. But he definitely won't back down. Just like that child. To be honest, Felicity meddles too much. Tarsus smiled. You can't ignore people like you and me who are despised by the Emperor. Calix stepped toward the rock ahead. What are you saying? Every 3 days at 5 a.m. sharp. Tarsus took off a ring. That is the time the merchants delivering military supplies arrive. Tarsus handed the ring to Calix. Show them this. Calix reached out with both hands to catch the ring. He looked down at his palm. As long as you can hold out until then, you can survive. Calix suddenly widened his red eyes. His pupils trembled. Calix asked in a low voice, "So, is that why you were so willing to help me? Because you are Reviel's friend, right?" Tarsus looked up at the moonlight in the forest. That was indeed the initial reason. But a child like you has committed no crime. Calix stood frozen. Tarsus reached out and pressed on Calix's head. As an adult, I'm just doing the bare minimum of what's right, aren't I? Calix lowered his head and clenched the ring in his hand. You're the only adult I've ever heard say such things. Helping me is betraying the Emperor. Sunlight penetrates the dense tree canopy, illuminating the entire forest. Time to go. Calix sits among the flowers, looking back at the shadows behind him. Grand Duke Terrashane, why are you here? Looks like I must go. Calix stands up and shoulders his heavy pack. I can't fully trust the Grand Duke's words. It's too easy to deceive someone with a disguise of kindness. But Calix stops and looks back at the clearing. That gentle look in his eyes. Calix. Reviel runs through the forest, lifting her dress. Calix widens his red eyes. That look reminds me of someone. Reviel. Reviel presses her chest, panting rapidly. Her green eyes are full of anxiety. Calix stands still, looking down at the girl running towards him. Why are you here? Calix. Reviel stops in front of the boy, softly calling his name. Reviel clenches both fists and slams them into the boy's chest. You idiot, Reviel demands loudly. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Am I only worth that much to you? Calix covers his forehead. His red eyes are full of shock. Reviel grips the lapel of his chest tightly. Tears overflow from her round green eyes. I just wanted to say goodbye to you properly before going to my adoptive parents' house. Calix turns his face away to avoid her gaze. I just didn't know what to say. That's why I left a letter at the castle. I know. I already read it. Reviel waves the letter in her hand. But why couldn't you tell me in person? Calix carries his pack, staring down at the ground. I'm sorry. Reviel puffs out her cheeks. I haven't forgiven you yet, so you must come back. Reviel looks down at the ground. So you have to come back alive no matter what. Calix unfolds the letter in his hand. His fingers tremble slightly. And keep the promise written in the letter. Wait for me to come back, and we'll go see the ocean together. Calix, you idiot. Calix lowers his red eyes, gazing at the handwriting on the letter. MMH. Calix looks up and smiles. I promise. Thank you, Reviel. Reviel widens her round green eyes. Tears swirl in her sockets. Reviel suddenly throws herself into the boy's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Take care, Calix. The two embrace tightly among the flowers. Sunlight filters through the tree canopy onto their overlapping figures. After parting with Calix, she heads to the Viculaberry mansion in the capital. The carriage wheels crush the stone road, making a dull sound. I never thought parting would come so soon. The carriage stops in front of the magnificent mansion. The sound of the fountain water is endless. By now, you should have crossed the border. That child will surely survive, but I still can't help worrying. Miss, we have arrived. Reviel sits inside the carriage, her hands tightly clutching a cloth bag. Her round green eyes look out the window. You must be tired. I'll take you to your room to rest right away. Reviel bows slightly in response. Ah, thank you. More importantly, what will happen to me now? Reviel stands by the carriage, gazing at the mansion before her, becoming the adopted daughter of a family destined for ruin. Reviel clenches her dress, fingers sinking into the fabric. Do I have to swallow my pride just to survive here, like in the palace? At least I don't want to live that kind of life struggling just to stay alive anymore. The mansion gates push open to both sides. Golden light spills from a gap. Reviel walks into the hall and stops in front of a huge portrait. Her long wavy pink hair hangs down her back. We have been waiting for you, Mississippi. A maid with glasses bows. She points to the portrait of Tarsus on the wall. Welcome to the Viculaberry mansion. You must be exhausted from the long journey. Although it's late, are you hungry? The maid with glasses steps forward quickly and takes the heavy luggage. Please let me carry your bag. It is our honor to serve you. Reviel freezes in place. Her round green eyes widen slightly. Wait a minute, am I really being welcomed? In other words, Reviel looks down at the gemstone on her chest, her throat tightening. Put the luggage here. Make sure to dust thoroughly. Servants move back and forth in the spacious room. Reviel looks around, her round green eyes widening slightly. Is this my bedroom? Do they treat me as a rival just because I am now a vitulaberry? I can barely remember the days of being a noble lady. Revielle sits on the edge of the bed, clutching her cloth bag tightly, lost in thought. Sorry to disturb you. A maid with glasses walks by holding a wooden box, stops, and apologizes. Revielle shrinks back in fright, letting out a short gasp. The news came too suddenly, so we weren't fully prepared. Everyone is very excited. The firewood crackles in the fireplace. Revielle stares at the dancing flames. Excited? Just because there is one more master to serve? The Vitulaberry family has always lacked vitality. Charlotte puts down the wooden box and clears her throat. We used to only serve the cold duke and the young master. Now, finally, we have a doll-like young lady. Of course, everyone is overjoyed. Revielle's round green eyes widen, her long pink hair swaying in the light. A doll? It's been a long time since anyone praised me like that. Revielle covers her burning cheeks and curls backward. Seeing this, Charlotte stops her movements. I was so busy talking, I haven't introduced myself. I am Charlotte, your exclusive maid. Charlotte clenches her fist tightly, showing off her arm muscles. I am very strong. I could do any work. Revielle looks at the energetic girl before her, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. What an energetic person. Nice to meet you, Charlotte. Please take care of me. The Duke will return from his official duties tomorrow and will come to see you. You must have breakfast together. Revielle leans forward in response. Thank you. Charlotte ushers the other servants out of the room. All right, it's sleeping time. Everyone out quickly. The door closes heavily with a dull thud. Revielle stands alone in the spacious room and lets out a long breath. At least the biggest worry is resolved. I don't have to live watching other people's expressions like in the Imperial Palace. Revielle looks around at the piles of wooden boxes, her round green eyes filled with confusion. But did I really bring this much luggage? Although I did receive gifts from noble ladies, and the treatment as a maid was not bad, the number of these boxes is simply too much. Revielle walks to the pile of crates in the corner and bends down to examine them closely. What is this? I've never seen this box before. Revielle picks up a blue square box, her fingertips flicking open the latch. Did I bring it by mistake? The lid pops open. Her green pupils contract sharply, trembling in the shadows. Revielle stares at the bottom of the box. A green vial lies quietly on the velvet. It's the inhibitor. Revielle lowers her head, her long pink hair covering her profile. Do they plan to use this to threaten me? No matter where I am, I can't escape those prying eyes. Luckily, Imetgadix. Thanks to him, I was able to get this potion. Revielle picks up the vial, her fingertips rubbing the cold glass. As long as I have this flower, everything is still under control. For now, I can only rely on the inhibitor to hold on. If I rashly neutralize the effect, the lurking spies might notice. Revielle lies back on the bed, her long pink hair spreading out among the bedding. There are still many problems left. I must flush out the mole sent by the Emperor, survive in this family destined for destruction, and avoid the other protagonist who will cause that destruction. Revielle stares at the ceiling. Should I really stay in this house? Revielle rolls over, clutching the cloth bag tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white from the force. Forget it. Let's sleep first. I'll decide tomorrow. Revielle pulls up the heavy quilt, burying herself completely in the darkness. Revielle curls up in the bedding. Today was really a long day. The full moon hangs in the center of the night sky, starlight flowing between the clouds. With a belly full of worries, she finally falls asleep. Sunlight shines onto the mansion's terrace. White clouds move slowly across the blue sky. A new day has begun. Revielle, are you okay? A concerned voice sounds in her ear. Revielle clutches the jewel at her collar tightly, eyes closed, a weak smile on her face. I'm sorry. My body is completely collapsed. Even taking the inhibitor, I can't perform spy missions in this physical condition. Damn it. Tarsis sits by the bed, raising a hand to press her forehead, and she coughs violently. Charlotte, go call the doctor. Revielle suddenly shrinks her shoulders, her round green eyes written with panic. Absolutely not. If they find out I'm poisoned, my life won't be saved. Revielle waves her hands hurriedly. No need to call a doctor. I just accidentally ate the princess's poisoned food. I haven't recovered yet. Charlotte gasps. This is just a side effect of the antidote from back then. Revielle lowers her head to avoid eye contact. Tarsis crosses his arms over his chest, his long, narrow, purple eyes revealing a chill. I've never heard of an antidote that causes a high fever lasting 2 whole days. Your physical weakness is obvious. You must receive treatment. Don't be pointlessly stubborn. Reviel wraps the heavy, gray blanket tighter, her body trembling violently underneath. But I'm really fine. Tarsus looks down at the girl on the bed, his long, narrow, purple eyes devoid of fluctuation. A smart girl like you shouldn't invent such clumsy excuses. To be honest, I can never understand what goes on in the minds of the Vichlaberry family. Reviel freezes, her round green eyes filled with confusion. Sigh. Tarsus bends down, sliding his arms under Reviel's knees and back, and suddenly lifts her up horizontally. Someone once said that the Vichlaberry family are all madmen. A daughter more fragile than glass. Reviel looks up, her round green eyes widening slightly. What is this feeling? Hey, don't run in the hallway, okay? Duke Vichlaberry looks down and smiles, golden bangs falling over his forehead, his fingertips gently tying the ribbon on Reviel's wrist. If my daughter, who is more fragile than glass, gets hurt, my heart will completely shatter. Duke Vichlaberry raises his palm to cover Reviel's eyes. Now rest well. Reviel's eyelids droop, her green pupils gradually losing focus. The Duke. Why would he know that phrase? That is something only a father would say. Swordsmanship Academy, second training ground. Sunlight hits the white stone walls. The sound of wind breaking echoes in the empty courtyard. Roan swings an iron sword, his silver-white short hair swaying with the movement. Sweat slides down his cheeks. Lord Roan. A messenger runs into the archway, panting heavily. Roan sheathes his sword, his long, narrow, purple eyes sweeping over the newcomer. What happened? Sorry to disturb your training. The messenger bends over, hands on his knees. We just received news about the Duke. Roan grips the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning slightly white. News about the Duke? The messenger hands over a letter, his hand still trembling violently. The messenger bows deeply. I'm very sorry. This is indeed unexpected news, but it is of great importance. Please forgive my rudeness. Roan turns his back to the messenger and raises a hand to wipe the sweat from the back of his neck. Just get to the point. That. The messenger swallows saliva, his voice trembling. The Duke seems to have adopted a daughter. Roan stops all movement, his fingertips hanging in midair. Sunlight penetrates the flowers of the training ground. White flowers sway in the breeze. Roan freezes in place, his deep voice revealing shock. What? After arriving at Rabindusai, the primary task is to restore health. It is a healing time. Reviel leans against a headboard reading her favorite books. Immersed in the story, the maid tidies the bed and looks sideways at Reviel. If you continue to use formal language, I will call you doll lady. Wait a minute. Reviel hurriedly waves her hands. Anything but that title. Absolutely not. The doctor enters the room regularly to check her physical condition. The table is full of medicine bottles. Fortunately, the Emperor's poison was not discovered. A week passes in a flash. Reviel lifts the corner of the quilt, steps onto the cold floor with bare feet, and slips out of the room. Is there anyone around? Reviel hides behind the bushes and looks around the corridor warily. Everyone is just too overprotective. I just want to be alone for a while. Reviel walks alone in the empty long corridor, her long pink hair falling over her shoulders. Being idle like this isn't bad, but that doesn't mean I can sit and wait for death forever. Reviel stops at a corner, clenches her fist, and secretly makes up her mind. Okay, starting tomorrow, I will find something I could do now. First, I have to deal with the trouble in front of me, like how to avoid the other protagonist. Heavy boots tread on the stone bricks, footsteps echoing at the end of the corridor. Reviel suddenly holds her breath, her round green eyes contracting in shock. Roan walks from the shadows into the moonlight, his silver-white short hair reflecting a cold light. He suddenly stops and turns his face toward the direction where Reviel is hiding. Reviel quickly presses against the wall, her heart beating violently in her chest. Those long, narrow, purple eyes. He found me. Roan stands under the moonlight, his silver-white short hair slightly curled, his long, narrow, purple eyes locking onto the front. Is this my so-called sister? Reviel freezes in place. Speak of the devil. Shouldn't he be out on special training right now? Roan steps forward, boot soles tapping the ground, and stops in front of Reviel. Is it you? Reviel crosses her hands over her chest, fingertips pressing hard against the fabric. First I should introduce myself. Roan suddenly draws his sword. The silver blade cuts through the air, the tip pressing against Reviel's throat. I don't know what means you used to get in, but I'm the family's only heir. Reviel holds her breath, her green pupils contracting violently, staring at the cold, iron weapon close at hand. Roan tightens his wrist, his purple eyes cold. Don't appear in front of me again. Absolutely not. Roan walks away, the sound of his boots tapping the ground gradually fading. A stranger of unknown origin suddenly becomes family. If it were me, I would feel displeased. Reviel slumps onto the cold floor. But this is just too much. Reviel clutches her chest, tears overflowing from her round green eyes. It's not like I wanted to be adopted. This treatment is simply too cruel. Moonlight shrouds the magnificent Rabindasai mansion. Spires and arched windows stand silent in the night. Reviel's crying is drowned out by the evening wind. Last night's events are vivid in her mind. I made up my mind never to let him notice me again. However, the young master seems to be staying in this annex for a while. Reviel sits before the vanity mirror. The maid picks up 2 ribbons and gestures in Reviel's hair. Which color suits you better? Reviel snaps back to reality, letting out a short gasp. Why is it the young master staying in the main house, but staying in the annex instead? Reviel stares at her reflection in the mirror. Who knows? He came back suddenly in the middle of the night last night. What an elusive person. The maid covers her mouth. Could it be that the young master wants to be closer to the young lady? Reviel lowers her eyelids. That is absolutely impossible. Are all the core characters here so difficult to get along with? Trying to avoid him in this situation is simply a fantasy. Reviel grips her skirt tightly, her fingertips leaving wrinkles in the fabric. If only he had inherited a bit more of the Duke's personality. The maid leans over to comfort her. Please don't worry. The young master is actually very kind at heart. He will definitely become a reliable brother to you. Reviel lowers her head and responds softly. I understand. Thank you. Charlotte brushes aside Reviel's long pink hair, her fingertips touching a mark behind her ear. Miss, is the wound on your ear really just from falling? This kind of scar doesn't look like a simple bump. Reviel suddenly shrinks her shoulders. That's not important. Charlotte, if we don't hurry, we'll be late. Look at the time. Today is the first time having breakfast with the Duke. Reviel sits at one side of the long table, gazing at the exquisite dishes before her. I've only seen these plants in books. I didn't expect the Duke's mansion to have such a place. The Duke cuts the food on his plate, his long, narrow, purple eyes lowered. I heard that a daughter should always be accompanied by fresh flowers. Do you like it? Reviel looks up at the man in the main seat. Tarsus puts down his table knife, his silver-white short hair shimmering in the light, waiting for her answer. He prepared a greenhouse especially for me. Reviel sits on the carved chair. Yes, it is very beautiful here. Tarsus puts down the silver cutlery. How is life here? Have you encountered any difficulties? Reviel shakes her head gently. No, I'm living very comfortably. That's good. And your health? Reviel smiles. Thanks to you, I am much better. Tarsus stops his movements, his long, narrow, purple eyes locking onto Reviel's face. Is that true? Reviel is just piercing a piece of food, freezing under his gaze. Tarsus raises his hand, pointing his fingertip at his own cheek to indicate. This? Reviel subconsciously touches the scar on her face. I accidentally tripped over a stone while walking yesterday. When I fell, I hit a tree. A tree. Tarsus puts down his hand, his eyes becoming cold. In that case, I will have someone pull them all up. Reviel's eyes widen abruptly, and she lets out a short scream. What? I never thought trees could be dangerous goods for children. Tarsus pushes back his chair and stands up. Hannon, do it immediately. Reviel stands up hurriedly, hands pressing on the tabletop. Please wait, Duke. Reviel grabs Tarsus's sleeve. Can we just leave them as they are? I really like plants, and the trees didn't do anything wrong. Tarsus looks down at Reviel, falling into silence. Since that is your wish, then as you please. Reviel lets go of his hand, letting out a long breath. That was close. I almost caused those innocent trees to suffer. Tarsus sits back in his chair, fingertips tapping the table lightly. In exchange, if you have any needs, don't hesitate. Tell me directly, just like just now. Reviel stares at the cut meat on her plate. So he didn't touch his cutlery just now because he was waiting for me to speak? Reviel looks down at the dinner plate, doubts growing in her heart. I'm more confused than ever. How could a person like him end up being killed by his own biological son? Even though I'm not his biological daughter, he is so kind to me. Reviel grips the silver fork, her fingertips trembling slightly. Tarsis watches the girl across the table. Does the food suit your taste? Reviel puts down the fork. Her long pink wavy hair gleams in the sunlight, her green round eyes curving into crescents. Yes, it's very warm and very delicious. What exactly happened between him and Roan? Is there really nothing I can do? Reviel maintains her smile, but her heart is like falling into a fog. At this moment, she does not know that this breakfast is quietly turning the gears of fate. A huge change is about to descend. Roan hides behind a giant tree outside the greenhouse, staring intently at the harmonious scene inside the window. His right hand suddenly clenches into a fist, knuckles turning white from the force. He stands among the lush branches and leaves, his eyes cold as ice, watching the intruder who stole his father's attention. Vitulaberry Territory main building, night training ground. The empty stone brick building stands tall in the sunlight. Two young knights stand in front of the gate, bowing in greeting. "Welcome, Mississippi Knight." Eisen reaches out and points forward, asking about her physical condition. "Walking too much will be a burden on your body. I heard your ear was injured." Reviel waves her hands, her pink wavy hair swaying with her. Her round green eyes curve into an arc. Charlotte has already treated it, so it's fine. Eisen stares at the girl before him, fragile as a glass artifact. Other knights gather around, looking down at Reviel. They aren't listening to me at all. Reviel stands in the center of the crowd, maintaining a stiff smile. Eisen leans close to Reviel. "I really don't feel at ease letting you be alone. I will stay by your side to protect you." Reviel backs away, refusing repeatedly. No, Lord Eisen, you must go command the Second Night Order." Reviel turns her face sideways, helplessness revealing in her eyes. Why do they think I'm so frail? These two are not suitable to be guards at all. A few days ago, at the greenhouse table, Reviel puts down her teacup. Metal hits porcelain with a crisp sound. "I want to go outside the castle to have a look. Get to know Rabindasai." Tarsis sits across the long table. "You want to leave the castle?" Reviel nods, holding the teacup with both hands. "This is my first time going out. I want to stroll around the town and buy a gift for you." Tarsis puts down his cutlery. "Before that, you need to choose a guard knight. Choose someone you like." Reviel looks up abruptly. "Can I choose myself?" Tarsis looks at her. "These are the people who will be by your side in the future. It's better to choose someone pleasing to the eye." Reviel reveals a bright smile, her pink long hair flying with her movement. "Great. Thank you for your consideration." At that time, I was just excited about being able to shop freely, completely unanticipated the current situation. Reviel stands in the center of the training ground, surrounded by countless gloved hands. "Miss, please give me a chance. Like this, I can't go out at all." Reviel turns her head, her round green eyes looking to the side. "Then, I would like to ask Lord Tony and Lord Cleo." Two senior knights freeze in place. Their dark short hair trembles in the shadows, letting out exclamations of disbelief. Why those two brainless guys? They aren't humans, they are bears. And chatting with them is not interesting at all. Reviel spreads her hands, maintaining a polite smile. But they have been entrusted with important tasks. Now is not the time to relax. Reviel glances sideways at the arguing knights, her pink long hair brushing her cheek. "You guys swap jobs with us." "What?" A long sword cuts through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Roan grips the handle with both hands, his silver-white short hair swaying with the movement. His long, narrow, purple eyes lock onto the wooden stake. Here is the other protagonist's territory. Reviel stands in the distance, her pink wavy hair hanging down, her round green eyes gazing forward. "I just wanted to pick someone quickly and leave the knights." The instructor presses on Roan's shoulder. "Young master, your pace is too slow. The angle of your arm is wrong. If it were real combat, this hand would have been broken long ago." Roan trembles suddenly, his long, narrow, purple eyes constricting. Reviel stops walking. Her round green eyes reflect that stiff back. "I feel like something is wrong. Is he still suffering abuse?" Roan swings his arm, throwing off the instructor's palm. "I know. Let go now." Their gazes collide in the air. Reviel holds her breath. Roan turns his head, his purple pupils trembling violently. That was a stress reaction after being touched. Roan suddenly turns back, his long, narrow, purple eyes glaring at Reviel. "What are you looking at? Get lost, quickly." Reviel closes her eyes, a stiff smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. "I worried for nothing. This cold-blooded attitude is simply villain level." Roan abruptly turns his head to avoid her gaze. Reviel looks down and covers her chest. What a disaster. The Duke is always kind to me, but to Roan? Reviel stops walking, her round green eyes looking into the depths of the tree shadows. Roan is here. Is there anyone he can rely on? Roan stands alone in the center of the clearing, holding the long sword diagonally in his right hand. His shadow stretches long on the stone brick ground, appearing isolated and helpless. The maid calls from a distance. Miss, how about going back to the room to read? Reviel turns around, her pink long hair flying in the wind. Okay, I'm coming. That so-called other protagonist. Before, he always seemed scary, hard to approach. Reviel looks at the towering city walls, ripples rising in her heart. But just now, in that moment, he looked just like an ordinary child. Like me. The next day, the carriage step lowers. Reviel lands in purple shoes, her pink wavy hair spreading in the sunlight. Her round green eyes widen in surprise. This is the Vitulaberry territory. Reviel looks around. The streets are wide, white-spired buildings scattered in an orderly manner. Fresh flowers bloom on the windowsills. How long has it been since I went out freely like this? Reviel clenches her hands, her heart leaping with joy. Maid Charlotte follows closely behind. Two young knights guard the flanks. Miss, where shall we go first? Reviel lowers her head in thought, a finger against her chin. First, let's just go wherever. I want to enjoy this day to the fullest. Reviel steps forward, leaving light footprints. Reviel weaves through the stalls, her pink wavy hair swaying in the wind. Her green round eyes are full of curiosity, fingers sliding over neat cards. This one looks interesting. The street is paved with stone bricks. Reviel holds the maid's hand, running quickly to the next shop. The knights, holding teddy bears, follow closely behind. The setting sun dyes the white, spired castle red, its silhouette distinct in the afterglow. Played enough and ate enough. Reviel stops walking, arms crossed over her chest, brows slightly furrowed. Time to buy a gift for the Duke. What kind of things would he like? A shopkeeper waves from the roadside. Miss, please look here. We have accessories most suitable for you. Reviel bites her finger, a trace of doubt flashing in her green round eyes. These. Are they specialties of the Parabaei kingdom? Exquisite brooches are displayed on the counter. Reviel points to one of them. This is the Parabaei kingdom style, right? The shopkeeper suddenly straightens up, giving a thumbs up. You really have a good eye. This unique design is indeed rare. How did you know? Reviel tilts her head. I just saw it once in a book. In the original story, the Parabaei kingdom appeared once. That was the place the imperial princess removed from the vacation list. Reviel looks into the void, her round green eyes slightly unfocused. If I remember correctly, it is a seaside country supported by tourism. The sea. Young knight Cleo steps forward, his gaze earnest under his brown short hair. Miss, you don't need to be so distressed. Reviel looks up, softly calling his name. Lord Cleo. Cleo bows slightly. The Duke is not a picky person. As long as it is a gift you selected with care, he will definitely like it. Another knight, Tony, leans in. That's right. In terms of material wealth, the Lord already possesses everything. Reviel presses a finger against her cheek, revealing a relieved smile. So that's how it is. Since he already has everything, then what exactly should I give? What exactly should I give? Reviel stares into the void, her round green eyes suddenly contracting. I've got it. Something the Duke cannot obtain. Reviel looks at the counter. Two brooches lie side by side on the velvet pad. One is inlaid with a purple gem. The other is similarly styled. I'll buy this. Please wrap it for me. The shopkeeper shows a hesitant look. This is a pair of brooches. Are you sure? Reviel nods vigorously. Yes, because now I have two people I want to give gifts to. Reviel holds the gift box, fingers rubbing the rough wrapping paper. The Duke is so generous to me, a fake daughter. He must also want to reconcile with his biological son. The carriage wheels roll over the gravel road, making a dull sound. Reviel looks out the window at the passing streetscape. I hope this gift can help. Reviel's mouth carries a touch of expectation, but that hope ultimately fell through. Tarsus holds a long sword inverted in his right hand, his short hair casting a shadow in the setting sun. His long, narrow, purple eyes look down at the ground. Pathetic. Roan falls sitting on the stone brick floor, his silver-white short hair messy, shirt cuffs stained with dust. He grits his teeth to support his trembling body. Is this the swordsmanship you learned? Tarsus takes a step forward, the tip of the sword scratching across the ground, making a harsh friction sound. You simply do not deserve to bear the Vitulaberi surname. Reviel hides behind a stone pillar, covering her mouth tightly with both hands, the gift box in her arms squeezed by her knuckles. Watching the rift between this father and son, the day they understand the meaning of this gift seems like it will never come. Moonlight penetrates the curtains. Tarsus looks down, scrutinizing the letter paper in his hand, his short hair turning white in the cold light. So you're saying Roan and Reviel quarreled? The maid stands in front of the desk, hands clasped in front of her. Not just shyness. She began to observe his face. There was fear in her eyes. Tarsus sits with his back to the door, fingers tapping the armrest. Silence spreads in the study. When was the last time you left Reviel? The maid pushes up her glasses. Only that time, 10 days ago. Maybe it was then that she was attacked by a suspicious man. Tarsus looks out the window. Moonlight shrouds the courtyard. So it was that day. The night Reviel was injured was exactly the day Roan returned. Fingertips tap the table lightly, creating a rhythmic sound. Reviel said she's going out tomorrow, right? She better go find Roan directly to talk. Dust flies in the training ground. Tarsus stands in place holding the long sword, watching Roan, who has fallen to the ground. Reviel stands in the distance watching all this. Roan sits on the ground. Tarsus's voice falls from above. You do not deserve to bear the Vitulaberi surname. Stand up. Reviel hides behind the maid, clutching the lapel of her clothes tightly with both hands. Is he really the Duke? This is exactly like the villain in the novel. Why does no one stop him? Reviel looks down at the ground, her long pink hair covering half her face. Does this kind of thing happen every day? The knights in the distance talk in low voices. No one walks toward him. Reviel grips her skirt tightly, fingertips turning white from the force. No matter the reason, her pink wavy hair suddenly swings as she rushes out from the shadow of the stone pillar. Miss! The maid reaches out to stop her, fingertips only touching the flying hair strands. This is completely wrong. Reviel blocks in front of Roan, spreading her arms to shield the boy behind her. Please stop. Even if it is training, treating him like this is too much. Reviel straightens her back. There is a boundary between discipline and abuse. Tarsus looks down ahead, his long, narrow, purple eyes devoid of fluctuation. Then, is disciplining a son who impulsively hurts people also considered abuse? Reviel freezes in place, her pink wavy hair falling over her shoulders, her round green eyes contracting in shock. Roan stands behind her, head lowered, hidden in the shadows. I'm talking about the wound on your ear. Tarsus turns his head, his gaze locking onto Reviel's profile. Did you really think I didn't notice? Reviel trembles suddenly, crossing her hands over her chest. Her pink long hair is messy in the wind. That is the wound caused by Roan. Tarsus rests his hands on the sword. As the future heir to this land, you wielded a killing sword, yet you swung it at a living person. This kind of behavior is rash and irresponsible. Even so, do you still think I am wrong? Reviel lowers her head in silence, her long pink hair obscuring her face. Her hands clutch her skirt tightly, nails digging into the fabric, saying nothing. The Duke is right. Hurting others cannot be justified. Reviel lowers her eyelids, but I can understand Roan's feelings. I suddenly barged into their lives and stole everyone's attention. It's only natural he would hate me. Why? Why can't the Duke understand such a simple principle? Tarsus stands opposite. If you're done talking, move aside. Reviel raises her head. Have you never considered why he would do this? This family. Maybe it's really hopeless. Reviel whispers in her heart, her gaze sweeping over the cold sword edge. Roan steps forward. Move. His shoulder suddenly slams past Reviel, the force carrying her to the side. Reviel loses her balance, her body staggering backward involuntarily. Roan stands up abruptly, his silver-white short hair scattered in the wind, his long, narrow, purple eyes trembling with anger, putting on a high and mighty act. Who do you think you are? Tarsus reached out and pulled the stumbling Reviel into his arms. His narrow, purple eyes looked down, hiding behind others like Danovi. Roan turned around. Mind your own business. Reviel looked down at the ground. Her long pink hair covered her bitten lip. No matter what I do, it only makes things worse. Why'd I have to crash into the Duke's arms at a time like this? Her green eyes widened abruptly. Reviel stopped. Wait, did I just say that out loud? Reviel stood in the center of the clearing, her eyes looking lost. Tarsus bent down. Are you all right? Reviel looked up and asked, aren't you going to chase after him? Even if he is your son. Tarsus remained silent. A trace of coldness flashed through his narrow purple eyes. The weak cannot bear the surname Vitulaberi. Tarsus reached out and pressed his hand on top of Reviel's head, his palm pressing down on her pink hair. He's meddling again. Seems he's much better now. Reviel lowered her head. Sure enough, he's as cold as the villain in the original story. Miss, a maid ran through the corridor, her skirt rustling against the stone bricks. Are you hurt? The maid stopped in front of Reviel, panting heavily. Cleo picked Reviel up, his eyes gentle under his short black hair. Confirmed, she is fine. I'm fine. The Duke caught me. Please don't do such reckless things again. The maid clasped her hands. Reviel smiled, but her gaze drifted into the distance. The Duke. About Roan. What does he actually think? How should we deal with young Master Roan? A subordinate asked with his head bowed. Tarsus crossed his arms. Ground him for now, until he realizes what he has done. Reviel rested on Cleo's shoulder. Her pink wavy hair fell down. Her round green eyes watched the silver-haired figure in the distance. She said nothing. Do you really consider young Master Roan as your heir? The subordinate's voice drifted in the wind. Tarsus turned his face. His narrow purple eyes were hidden in the shadows. The sunset outlined a cold silhouette. Yes, he responded in a low voice. His thin lips parted slightly to utter a broken syllable. Because he is my son. Tarsus's voice echoed in the wind. Reviel looked up sharply. Her round green eyes trembled slightly. It really is true. I knew it. Reviel's lips curled up. Her pink hair brushed against her flushed cheeks, revealing a faint smile. Sir Cleo, could you please put me down? Her feet touched the ground. Her dress spread out on the grass. Reviel stepped forward, her leather shoes stepping through the dappled light and shadow. The Duke uses unscrupulous means to discipline his son, and Roan is angry because he was held in the Duke's arms. They must still care about each other. Reviel stopped. Her pink long hair hung to her waist. She looked up at the figure ahead. Tarsus crossed his arms, standing in the shade of a tree, looking down at the girl before him. To be honest, if he really hated me, he wouldn't have trained with me back then. Reviel clasped her hands in front of her. Duke, I have a request. Can I move my room to the one opposite young Master Roan's? Tarsus crossed his arms. Why do you make such a request? Reviel took a step forward. I want to be friends with young Master Roan. I believe that deep down, he wants to apologize to me too. If I run away now, I'll likely be executed by the Emperor. No matter which path I choose, the risk is the same. So I decided to place my hope in Vitulaberi. Reviel straightened her back. You won't refuse, right? After all, I got hurt. Reviel tilted her head. Her round green eyes stared intently at Tarsus. Tarsus stood still, remaining silent. Tarsus raised his hand to his forehead and let out a heavy sigh. Reviel really knows how to cause me trouble. Roan stood in the center of the corridor. His silver-white short hair curled slightly. His narrow, purple eyes widened abruptly as he stared ahead. Reviel held a bouquet of fresh flowers. Her pink wavy hair draped over her shoulders. Her round green eyes curved into crescents, revealing a bright smile. So it's decided. Please take care of me from now on. Reviel stepped forward and thrust the bouquet into Roan's arms. Her pink hair bobbed with her movements. Tarsus froze in place. Roan turned his head abruptly. His teeth were clenched. His body trembled on the spot. What the hell are you doing? Get out immediately. The roar broke through the mansion's windows and exploded amidst the blue sky and white clouds. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Reviel shouted Roan's name loudly. Where did you run off to? A servant pushed open the door and peeked into the corridor. Miss? Reviel stopped and turned to ask, Good morning. Have you seen Roan? The maid pointed the way. The young master should have gone to the dining hall for breakfast. Reviel thanked her and ran off. Her purple dress disappeared around the corner. The chef and maids gathered together. It's the first time I've been this close to the young Mississippi. She's so cute. The head chef put down his kitchenware and looked at his slacking subordinates. I really can't help you guys, but thanks to the young miss, the atmosphere in the Duke's mansion has indeed improved. Just like 7 years ago, the head chef gazed at the corridor, a smile on his lips. Reviel pushed open the main door abruptly. Her pink wavy hair rose with the wind. Her green eyes sparkled. She called Roan's name loudly. Good morning, Roan. Roan sped up, walking towards the long corridor without looking back. Don't follow me. Reviel followed closely behind. Your voice sounds lovely today, too. Since we're going to eat breakfast, why don't we eat together? Roan stopped and burst out in a roar. I said stay away from me. Reviel opened her arms. Her green eyes curved into crescents. I even prepared a gift. From that day on, she began tracking Roan's whereabouts and mastered his daily schedule. Reviel hid in the corner, recording quickly in a notebook. Wake up at 6. 1 hour of swordsmanship training. Reviel peeked from behind a stone pillar, watching the figure swinging a sword in the courtyard. After breakfast is air education. Today is economics. Reviel crouched under the windowsill, recording the lecture, sounds coming from the classroom. Afternoon is physical training. Then swordsmanship practice again. Reviel sat on the grass. A maid was behind her, placing a blanket on the ground. Miss, the ground is cold. It's okay. Self-study after dinner. Does he really live like this every day? Of course. Reviel looked at the books piled on the table, hugging her notebook. Tears welled up in her round green eyes. I know this life well. After all, I used to be an heir too. Reviel bit her lip. Her pink long hair trembled on her chest. I must cheer for Roan. You must be tired, right? The weather is so hot. Reviel handed out a water bottle, watching the panting figure ahead. Roan slumped to the ground. His silver-white short hair was soaked with sweat. His narrow, purple eyes were filled with hunger. He looked up at the girl before him. Drink this. You've sweated so much. You need to replenish fluids. Reviel handed out the water bottle. Her pink wavy hair swayed in the wind. Her green eyes revealed concern. Roan's short hair covered his narrow purple eyes. I don't need it. He turned his head to avoid her gaze. Reviel was persistent. Then at least wipe off the sweat, or you'll catch a cold. Roan closed his eyes and let out a low groan. Emile. Yes, young Master Roan. A servant named Emile stepped forward, took the towel, and placed it on Roan's shoulder. Emile turned his face. His brown eyes swept over Reviel. Their gazes met in the air. Reviel froze on the spot. Her round green eyes widened slightly, letting out a soft sound of surprise. What's the next schedule? Roan stepped forward, no longer looking behind him. It's military strategy class. Emile followed closely, putting away the water bottle. I have prepared the materials in advance. I will arrange the bathwater right away. Charlotte, who is that person? Reviel watched the receding figure. His eyes make me very uncomfortable. Charlotte lowered her voice to answer. He is a follower the young master brought back himself. The way he looks at you, miss, has always been unsettling. Has it always been like this? Reviel stopped and fell in a deep thought. That look, it's exactly the same as the malice I felt in the Imperial Palace. But why does he hate me so much? In the future, Roan is indeed always accompanied by that brown-haired follower. He's a confidant Roan brought back during the slum relief activities. From that time on, he treated all of the princess's enemies as his own enemies. Reviel hugged her arms tightly. If that's the case, it makes sense that he hates me, a Felicity. In any case, I must be doubly careful. When Vichelaberry fell, those who helped Roan were all subjects saved by the princess. I'll wait here until the class ends. Should I try physical training too? Reviel clasped her hands over her chest, watching the departing figures. That sounds like a good idea. Emile stopped. He turned his head to look back. His brown eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze was cold. Night shrouded the courtyard. Tree shadows swayed under the moonlight. Roan stood alone. His silver-white short hair shone in the darkness. His narrow purple eyes locked onto the front. Roan swung his longsword. The iron blade sliced through the air, making a dull sound. Sweat slid down his cheeks. His movements showed no hesitation. He's still practicing. Reviel lay on the windowsill, watching the moonlight outside the window, and gave a long yawn. Charlotte was tidying the bed. The young master started later than others, so he works even harder. But he is indeed extremely talented. Precisely because of that, he must work harder. Geniuses often encounter bottlenecks more easily than ordinary people. Reviel lowered her eyelids. He must have many obstacles he has to cross. Sounds really tough. Charlotte straightened up and pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose, revealing a mysterious smile. By the way, miss, do you know? Reviel raised her face. Her round green eyes were full of confusion. There's a bet on how many days it will take for you to make the young master surrender completely. Charlotte leaned closer to Reviel, holding up a finger. Everyone in the mansion, from top to bottom, is paying attention to this matter. Everyone is discussing it happily. Charlotte clasped her hands. This is the liveliest felicity. No, Vitchellberry has been in 7 years. 7 years? Reviel turned her head. Her pink wavy hair brushed past her cheek. Her green eyes revealed doubt. Charlotte covered her mouth abruptly. A trace of panic flashed behind her lenses. She immediately straightened her back. The most popular bet is 10 days. Was it not like this before? Reviel sat on the edge of the bed, watching Charlotte's busy figure. But I confidently bet on 1 week. Charlotte bent down to pull back the quilt, her movements neat and crisp, because no one can refuse the Mrs. Kindness. Thank you for coming to Vitchellberry. Charlotte pressed down on the bedding, looking at the young girl with gentle eyes. Reviel laid down in the velvet quilt. Her round green eyes curved into crescents, and a smile appeared on her lips. I'm glad you said that. I will definitely do my best too. Roan stood under the moonlight. His silver-white short hair curled slightly. His narrow purple eyes looked up at the high window. His right hand gripped tightly. His fingertips turned white from the force on the iron longsword. Sweat dripped from his jaw. He stood as a solitary shadow in the silent courtyard. The day Charlotte predicted finally arrived. The 7th day of chasing Roan. Sunlight penetrated the stone walls of the castle. The wind rolled up the fallen leaves on the ground. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Roan stopped walking, his back to the girl behind him. His shadow stretched long on the stone-paved ground. Roan turned around slowly. Didn't you ask me why I hate the Duke? Because 7 years ago, that man killed my mother. Reviel stopped abruptly. Her pink wavy hair was messy in the wind. Her round green eyes trembled with shock. What did you just say? Roan stood with his head bowed, his silver-white short hair covering his eyes. His narrow purple eyes were hidden in the shadows. The Duke of Vitchellberry. He killed my mother. Tarsus reached out and pressed on a photo frame. His fingertips traced the cold edge. His profile was under the moonlight. At the same moment, the truth collapsed in the silence. This was the fuse the Avenger had buried for 7 years. It was also a blood debt Reviel could not escape. A few hours ago, Reviel raised her right hand and waved. Good morning, Roan. You seem to have grown taller than yesterday. Did you sleep well last night? Reviel followed behind the boy, her hands clasped in front of her. There was a rainbow after the rain this morning. Reviel rested her chin in her hands. Today's dessert is apple pie. I used to make pies often when I was little. It's good to learn these things. Roan sat opposite her at the table with his head down. His silver-white short hair covered his brow. What exactly is your goal? His voice echoed in the silent dining hall. Reviel stopped her movements. Her hands pressed against the back of the wooden chair. Her round green eyes widened slightly. Roan stood up and strode toward the training ground. What on earth do you want from me? Stop wasting your effort. Just state your intentions. Reviel sat alone in the courtyard, watching the receding figure. Reviel took a step forward. Then I'll get straight to the point. Why you hate the Duke? Roan stopped abruptly. His narrow, purple eyes constricted slightly, his tone becoming cold. Don't tell me this is what you wanted to ask. Or did someone send you to spy on my thoughts? Reviel waved her hands hurriedly. No, I'm just curious. Roan closed his eyes and turned to walk deeper into the castle. I really don't understand you at all. Reviel reached out her hand. I'll wait. Where are you going? I must follow him. If I don't seize this opportunity, I might never be able to talk to him again. Reviel started walking, her leather shoes tapping urgently on the stone floor. Reviel rushed to the front and opened her arms to block his path. If you leave like this, I will go to your room every morning. Reviel clenched her fists. I will interrupt your lessons. No matter where you go, I will follow you. Enough. Roan turned around violently. His silver-white short hair scattered in the wind. His narrow purple eyes constricted violently. Reviel held up her right index finger. But if you answer me, I won't do that. I will also tell you about the princess. Roan stopped all movements. His purple pupils dilated suddenly. His gaze became fierce. Who do you think you are, to dare talk about her? Reviel put her hands on her hips. What do you mean? I am someone who saved the princess's life. I once risked my life to protect her. Reviel puffed out her chest. Her pink long hair rose and fell in the sunlight. He will definitely take the bait, right? Roan reached up and pressed his forehead, his fingers sliding into his silver-white short hair as he let out a long sigh. Fine. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Reviel stood in the castle courtyard, her hands clasped over her chest, quietly waiting for the long-buried answer. You ask me why I hate the Duke. Roan stood in the center of the courtyard, looking down at the ground. Because 7 years ago, that man killed my mother. Reviel stopped abruptly. Her pink wavy hair froze behind her. Her round green eyes widened with shock. What did you say? The Duke of Vitulaberry. Kill my mother? Roan turned his face. His purple pupils were hidden in the shadows of his hair. She died because of him. He didn't even show up at the funeral. He abandoned me. Roan stood in the empty training ground. His shadow stretched long on the stone floor. This is the answer you've always wanted. Reviel stood in the distance, her hands hanging limply at her sides. The truth completely collapsed in the silence. Reviel stood with her head bowed. I'm sorry. Roan turned and left. If you want to know anything else, investigate it yourself. Next time we meet, I will ask about the princess. Be prepared. Excuse me, Miss Reviel. A maid stood in the center of the hall, hands clasped in front of her apron. Lord Tarsus went out today. I'm afraid it will be hard to see him. Reviel sat on the edge of the bench. I see. I thought asking him directly would be the fastest way. Did he sense my purpose and is deliberately avoiding me? Maybe I really am overstepping. You should know why I came here. The butler sat on the edge of the sofa. His brown short hair was neatly groomed. His gaze fell on the teacup in his hand. Reviel sat opposite him. Her green eyes were full of expectation. Please tell me. Even Charlotte. The butler turned his head to avoid the girl's burning gaze. You also hope the Duke and Roan reconcile, right? Reviel leaned forward. Just tell me the truth. I will provide the clues you need. The butler lifted his teacup and took a sip. I don't know how much you know, Miss Reviel. What do you think about the day Lord Roan mentioned? Reviel lowered her head in thought, resting her right hand on her chin. Rumors say the Duke drove the Duchess to her death. This is a painful memory for Roan. Reviel stared into the void. But that funeral occupied the newspaper headlines. A week passed, and the nobles were still mourning. That funeral was grander than anyone else's. Reviel recalled the intelligence she had gathered. If the Duke really mistreated her, her father, the former Marquis, would he still continue to associate with him? If the Duke was the murderer, the Marquis would never entrust anything to that man. The Marquis would never let off the person who killed his daughter. The butler clenched his hands tightly, the back of his hands bulging slightly. Just as you said. Reviel stood up abruptly. Her green eyes widened in shock. Then why not explain it clearly? Because of the Bostelimo War. The butler looked down at the tabletop, his tone heavy. Wasn't that war caused by a food shortage? Reviel pressed, her green pupils trembling slightly. That was only part of the reason. The butler looked at the withered branches outside the window. The real fuse was the tragedy of the princess of Bostelimo. She died after giving birth to a daughter. The butler's voice was low. The princess? Reviel froze on the spot. Her pink hair fell on her shoulders. Her green eyes lost focus. The novel only briefly mentioned the princess's birth mother. Reviel held her breath. The truth was emerging from the depths of her memory. When the emperor was still a prince, he wandered the border. He had a one-night stand with a woman. She secretly came to him before giving birth. Liam sat at the table, never looking at that woman directly. The woman collapsed in the cold room. Her golden long hair scattered in the pool of blood. She died alone in childbirth. The Bostelimo War erupted from this. The current emperor personally ignited the flames of war. That year, Reviel and the princess were born. The princess's death triggered the war. Reviel sat on the sofa. This conflict dragged down Lord Tarsus. For 7 whole years, the Duke had to go clean up the mess. Reviel looked down at her fingertips. I actually knew nothing about these things. Novels always portray the protagonist too perfectly. But what does this have to do with the Duchess? Reviel looked up. Her pink hair swayed with her movement. That is exactly the core of the problem. The butler stood by the bookshelf. His brown short hair cast a shadow under the light. She played a crucial role. The coronation ceremony back then was originally prepared for Crown Prince Eric. Reviel responded softly. Yes, the coronation ceremony. Lord Tarsus failed to attend that day. The butler lowered his eyelids. Because the woman he loved deeply was poisoned. Tarsus knelt by the bed. His silver-white short hair covered his face. His hands clutched the bedsheets tightly. The woman on the bed lost her vitality. On that same day, the current emperor usurped the throne. Reviel stood up abruptly. Are you saying? The butler put down the teacup. The ceramic clinked crisply. Yes, you guessed it. For this rebellion to succeed, the emperor used that woman's death. Cold rain washed over the cemetery. Black iron railings stood in the night. The truth was buried under the desolate grave mound. He assassinated his own wife. Tarsus stood in the rain holding a black umbrella. His silver-white short hair was dampened by the moisture. His narrow, purple eyes gazed at the tombstone, his look cold. Rainwater slid down the umbrella ribs, hitting the cold stone pavement. Tarsus turned his face. His purple pupils flickered in the shadows. "Move the grave. Rebury her," Tarsus ordered in a low voice. His voice was drowned out by the sound of rain. The rain became more violent, washing over the desolate cemetery. The crossed tombstone stood lonely. The shadow twisted and lengthened in the puddle. Thunder pierced the night sky, illuminating the towering arched windows. To succeed in the rebellion, the emperor assassinated his own wife. Reviel sat at the desk staring at the pen tip. "I always thought it was strange. At a ceremony attended by heads of state, how did he break through the heavy security?" Reviel gripped the quill pen tightly, drawing relationship lines in the notebook. That rebellion was nearly impossible to complete. Reviel stopped the pen tip. Unless the Duke was absent. That undefeated knight was absent at the time. Roan personally sent his father to his death for the enemy's daughter. The Emperor knows all this, yet he still wants Roan to marry the princess. Reviel lowered her eyelids. Her pink hair covered half her face. "I finally understand the Duke's feelings. His son was too young at the time and couldn't touch the truth at all." Tarsus stood in the shadows, his silver-white short hair exuding a chill. His narrow, purple eyes looked into the distance. Young Roan held the adult's hand, walking towards an abyss of no return. The Duke was recalled to the battlefield, and by the time he returned, the situation was out of control. A stuffed bunny fell to the ground, ignored. Tarsus pressed on his sword hilt. Young Roan stood in the ruins, his back looking frail. Roan regards the enemy's daughter as a goddess. Tarsus would never tell the truth. He can only shoulder the secret alone, letting the misunderstanding grow. Reviel pushed open the window. Her pink wavy hair fluttered in the wind. Her green eyes looked at the night sky. The original novel said the Duke rebelled for amusement. Actually, it was to avenge his wife. Reviel closed her eyes, brows furrowed. If that's the case, how can this deadlock be broken? If Tarsus is planning a rebellion, he will send away Roan, who loves the princess deeply, to protect his son from being implicated. But this will only deepen the rift between father and son. Reviel pressed her forehead. Her pink hair covered her face as she let out a sigh. The situation has become worse. If one of them loses control, the heavy door was pushed open violently, hitting the wall with a loud bang. Reviel turned from the desk. Her round green eyes watched the doorway. Charlotte held the door frame, gasping for air. "Something terrible has happened." "Miss." Reviel stood up. "Charlotte, what happened?" Charlotte stopped, her hands clutching her apron tightly. "Although it's very late, I think you must know. The young master." Charlotte lowered her voice. "He is arguing with the Duke." Reviel froze on the spot. The worst-case scenario has happened. "Let go of me. I don't want to stay here for a single second." The roar pierced through the corridor. "You are pathetic." Tarsus sat in the shadows. "Is this how you intend to inherit the family?" Reviel lifted her skirt. Her pink wavy hair swayed behind her. Her round green eyes revealed anxiety. She ran quickly towards the source of the argument. "Do you have a heart at all?" Roan stood in the center of the hall. His silver-gray short hair was messy. Reviel stopped, hiding behind a stone pillar and holding her breath. "That voice is Roan." Roan took a step forward, his hands trembling with anger. "You won't even pay respects to Mother anymore? You want to bury her in the wilderness? It's been 7 years. Tarsus closed his eyes. His narrow purple eyes were hidden in the darkness. "We hold a grand memorial service every year." "That is enough." Roan froze in place. His silver-gray hair fell down. His purple pupils constricted violently. A cold wind blew through the empty hall. Roan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. "Why do you always make the decisions?" Roan turned around abruptly. "Why are you always silent?" Reviel rushed out of the shadows and reached out to grab his sleeve. "Roan." Tarsus sat on the high-backed chair. "Let him go. He will come back naturally when he calms down. This isn't something that can be solved by calming down." Reviel let go of her hand, watching the direction Roan left. "No wonder he is so angry." Tarsus opened his eyes. His purple pupils revealed a chill. The Emperor has already declared the ducal territory as an enemy. Reviel froze on the spot. Her pink hair fell on her chest. Her round green eyes trembled violently. Her heart seemed to stop beating. Given the current situation, we can no longer hold a grand memorial for my wife's death anniversary like before. Tarsus gathered his fingers, gripping the cold armrest tightly. We cannot let people think we are opposing the Empire, so we must keep a low profile for now. Tarsus sat on the high-back chair, his silver-white short hair curled slightly. His narrow, purple eyes revealed a chill. Keep a low profile for now. Reviel stood at the edge of the hall. Her pink wavy hair hung on her shoulders. Her round green eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Reviel took half a step back. Cold sweat slid down her cheek. Is the Duke really planning a rebellion? Do you still think I am wrong? Tarsus tilted his head slightly. His purple pupils locked onto the girl in the distance, his gaze cold. Reviel stood under the huge arch. Her pink hair trembled in the shadows. Facing the man in the empty hall, she slowly lowered her head. No, Reviel responded softly. Her red leather shoes moved backward. But I don't think you were right either. Reviel turned sideways. Her red dress disappeared at the end of the corridor. No matter the reason, what a child wants is simply to stay by their parents' side. Tarsus sat alone in the study. His silver-white short hair shone under the lamp. His narrow purple eyes stared into the void. Reviel pushed open the heavy door. Her gaze swept over the messy bedroom. Finally found you. Roan stood in front of a suitcase. His silver-gray short hair covered his forehead. His narrow purple eyes looked back coldly. He held a coat tightly in his hand. If you're here to get in the way, get out. Roan closed the suitcase, making a dull thud. Reviel stood at the door, without moving a step. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Reviel crouched down. Her pink wavy hair spread on the floor. Her round green eyes looked at Roan. Where are you going? I know a few nice countries. Reviel lifted her skirt. She tidied up the scattered clothes. Roan stopped his movements and fell into a long silence. Why don't you stop me? Roan asked in a low voice, looking up at the girl in front of him. Reviel puffed out her cheeks and forcefully stuffed a shirt in. Why should I stop you? If it were me, I'd be angry enough to want to run away too. But I'm sure the Duke didn't mean that. Roan lowered his head. His silver-gray hair brushed his cheek. I will stay in the Empire. I want to stay by the princess's side and protect her. No matter what others say, I am a member of Viculaberry. Roan reached out to touch the family crest on the suitcase. His fingertips lingered on the metal edge. Roan, your obsession with the family is really deep. Reviel watched the boy's profile, feeling a ripple in her heart. That's right. He has been training desperately all this time to become a qualified heir. If Roan knew that the Duke loved his wife so deeply, perhaps everything would be different. Reviel pressed on the clothes and the luggage, her movements stopping abruptly. Does Roan really not know? Roan is so smart. Roan learns everything so quickly. How could he not even notice something that newspapers could explain clearly? Roan, can I ask you something? Reviel looked at the packed bundle. Her voice echoed in the quiet room. What? Roan stopped what he was doing and turned his head to look at the girl beside him. Reviel raised her head. Her pink hair framed her determined gaze. Do you really think the Duke abused his wife? Roan froze on the spot. His pupils constricted violently from shock. Wasn't it so? A blurry image surfaced in Roan's mind. A woman with pink long hair, wearing a dress, looking back and smiling amidst the flowers. Do you really have absolutely no happy memories of the Duke and the Duchess? Tarsus stood in the center of the flowers, holding young Roan. His narrow, purple eyes looked at his wife in front of him. The Duchess stands with her back to the camera. Pink wavy hair reaches her waist. Holding a blue bouquet, her dress spreads out on the grass. Her gaze meets her husband's. Roan sits in his father's arm, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The scene is surrounded by pink petals. That was the sealed, original look of love and family. Roan sits on the carpet, remaining silent. I knew it. Reviel sits opposite the boy, watching him, hands tightly gripping her red dress. I knew the truth. How could I be so stupid? Roan looks down at the suitcase. Silver-gray short hair covering half his face. Right hand pressing hard against his chest. Stop pain. I just couldn't accept that after grandfather died, uncle inherited the title of Marquis. Bruises started appearing on my body. Father, that man, probably because of the war, didn't even have time for blood ties. Roan looks up. Purple narrow eyes lose their light. The only person who cared about me in that hell. Reviel stands opposite. Pink wavy long hair falling down. Green round eyes watching the boy's pain. Roan, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Elena holds the boy's hand. Golden wavy long hair shining in the light. Red round eyes reveal brightness. Write to me anytime. I will come immediately. Elena crosses her hands on her chest, looking at Roan in front of her. Her Highness is the only one, so I decided to become someone worthy of her. Returning to Vitulaberry. Roan's silver-gray short hair rising and falling under the light. Why am I so weak and stupid? Reviel trembles violently. Too stupid. No one is as smart and strong as you. Roan slightly moves his hand. My mom. Reviel puffs out her chest. That's right. You've been training as an heir for less than a year, and you've already memorized the achievements of all past emperors. Reviel holds up a colorful balloon. Your swordsmanship can even rival the Knight Commander. If it were me, I definitely couldn't do it. You are the smartest and strongest person I've ever met. Roan looks down at the ground. Silver-gray short hair covering his eyes. Arms hugging himself tightly. Fingertips digging into his sleeves. How do you know these? Sound very familiar. Reviel sits on the carpet. It reminds me of that. Eccentric Calyx who is like a cat. I don't know a friend who went through the same pain as you. Reviel lowers her head, hands tightly gripping the red dress folds, knuckles turning white from force. That boy also lost his way once. Reviel looks ahead. He embarked on a difficult journey for happiness. Calyx carries a cloth bag on his back, black short hair moving in the wind, red eyes looking into the distance, walking alone into the unknown wilderness, trying your best for a goal. That in itself is enough to make you shine. Reviel opens her arms, dancing wrapped in the red long dress. I'm very good at judging people. Roan sits on the carpet, remaining silent. Reviel leans down. You possess greater potential than anyone else. I promise you. Roan raises his head, silver-gray hair wet with tears, liquid spilling from purple narrow eyes, sliding silently down his cheeks, lips trembling violently. You've done enough, Roan. Reviel moves forward on her knees, opens her arms to hug the boy's shoulders, pressing his head against her chest. Roan curls up his body, silver-gray head buried in pink hair, hands tightly clutching Reviel's lapels, thin back rising and falling continuously. That day, she comforted him wholeheartedly, feeling the loneliness overflowing from that small shell. The carved door opens a crack. A brown-haired boy hides behind the door, right hand tightly gripping the door edge, watching the two embracing in the room. Did he finally betray the imperial family and choose to stand with Vitulaberry? The boy loosens his fingers, letting the heavy wooden door close, making a muffled sound. Emil leans against the cold wall, brown short hair rising and falling in the shadow, left hand pressing a glowing communication stone to his ear. Your Majesty, this is Emil. There is something I must report to you. Emil lowers his eyelids, covering the dark light in his eyes. Liam sits by the windowsill, fingertips playing with a crystal ball. The ball reflects the miniature image of Reviel and Roan embracing. That is the imperial family's sharpest eye, sowing the seeds of betrayal into the abyss. Tuesday Training Center. Good morning, Roan. Reviel opens her arms. Would you like to have dinner with us today? Roan stands in the castle courtyard, wiping sweat from his neck with a towel. Roan is training right now, so Emil holds a pile of brown cloth bags, eyes dodging under brown short hair. Letting out a heavy sigh, Roan turns his head, interrupting the follower's refusal. I don't mind. Emil trembles violently. Brown short hair shakes with him, revealing a look of shock. Roan stops his movements. Emil, you should be more polite. Emil lowers his head, avoiding that cold gaze. I will remember. Reviel stands not far away, pink twin tails swaying in the wind, green round eyes watching the father and son before her, a smile appearing on her lips. Roan finally chose to stay. No longer swayed by personal emotions, he plans to devote himself wholeheartedly to his goal. It's great that everything is going smoothly for now. Only the relationship between me and the Duke has gotten worse. Reviel puffs her cheeks, pink twin tails hanging on both sides of her cheeks, green round eyes staring at the void. I don't know how to handle this deadlock. At least he opened his heart to me. The situation isn't too bad. Reviel clenches her fists, igniting fighting spirit. I can do it. Roan stand by the door. If you don't come in, I'm closing the door. Reviel trots to catch up. Coming. It looks really good. Reviel looks at the dining table. The plate holds salmon salad, lemon slices decorating the green leaves. This is my favorite salmon salad. The maid bows, placing the plate gently on the table. Please enjoy. Rowan sits across the table, silver white short hair covering his forehead, purple narrow eyes lowered, remaining silent. So, Reviel pauses her fork, pink twin tails falling on her chest, green round eyes watching the boy opposite. When you plan to tell me about that princess? Rowan puts down his napkin. Purple pupils look straight at Reviel. Reviel abruptly stops the salmon on the tip of her fork, trembling slightly. The voice cuts off in her throat. This difficult little cat finally spoke first. Reviel rests her chin on one hand. I'm already starting to get tired. Speaking of which, it was indeed a promise. Where should I start? Reviel puts down the fork. Pink hair sways with the movement. Reviel points to the green leaves on the plate. By the way, do you know Dodoria leaves? Rowan turns his head. What is that? Reviel looks at the green plant in the plate. It's a beauty herb, but it causes stomach aches in children. Someone once mixed this herb into the princess's food. Rowan stands up abruptly, hands pressing heavily on the table. Who did it? Who would do such a stupid thing? Reviel reaches out her hands, pressing down in the air. Calm down, it's okay. I discovered it in time, so nothing happened. I was very interested in herbs at the time and read many botanical encyclopedias. Reviel sits back firmly. That's why I could help the princess. Rowan slowly sits back in the chair, purple narrow eyes staring at the table. Good job. Anything else? Reviel bites the fork, making vague chewing sounds. Do you know how worried the princess was when she wrote to you? My heart beat fast seeing her like that. Rowan lets out a short question. Huh. Reviel stands up abruptly. I remembered. Pink long hair draws an arc in the air, knocking over the chair behind her. Rowan looks up. Purple pupils reflect the girl's flustered figure. Your face looks. When I left the room, I used some vase water. Reviel clenches her fists, knuckles turning white from force. That was a very delicate flower given by my friend. I must go there now. You finish eating and go to class. Don't wait for me. Reviel turns and rushes to the door. Pink long dress sweeping through the corridor. Hey, wait. Rowan reaches out, trying to call back that retreating figure. Why are you suddenly like this? Reviel stands with her back to the door. Pink wavy long hair covering her cheeks, hands tightly gripping the door frame. That plate of salad just now definitely had Dodoria leaves mixed in. Reviel supports herself on the door frame. Pink wavy long hair falling down. Elena walks in holding a tray. Golden wavy long curly hair swaying in light and shadow. Red round eyes looking at the green leaves on the plate, pouring that deadly plant in front of Reviel. Reviel rushing through the corridor. Pink hair swaying wildly in the wind, pushing open the room door, slamming it shut behind her with a backhand. A violent cough erupts from deep in her throat. Reviel bends down, right hand tightly covering her mouth. Pink long hair scattered over trembling fingers. Why would Dodoria leaves appear here? This is definitely not a coincidence. Reviel opens her palm. Bright red blood spreads on her pale skin, liquid dripping from her fingertips. Dodoria leaves never make people vomit blood, unless it's the Emperor's poison, creating a chain reaction. Reviel curls up in front of the mirror, hands tightly protecting her chest. Pink wavy long hair trembling in the shadow, staring at the pale face in the mirror. This is a warning for the Emperor. Reviel holds onto the cabinet. Pink wavy long hair falling down, covering her face twisted in pain. I did go too far recently. Who exactly put the Dodoria leaves in? Reviel turns her head abruptly, green round eyes trembling with shock, staring at the closed door. The most suspicious person is Emile, that boy who always holds brown cloth bags. Reviel clenches her fists, knuckles turning white from force. He is the eye planted here by the Emperor. Take the antidote first, think about the rest later. Reviel supports herself on the table, staring at the splash of bright red on the table. Miss, a call comes from outside the door. Reviel looks up abruptly. Green pupils contract suddenly. This voice is. Reviel turns her head abruptly, right hand still pressing firmly on the blood-stained countertop. Miss Charlotte, what exactly happened? Charlotte stands at the door, right hand covering her mouth, staring at the blood in the sink. When did she start watching? I absolutely cannot let her discover it. Reviel lets go of the countertop, turns around to block the bloodstains. You must be scared. I I ran back to the room too urgently just now and accidentally bit my tongue. Reviel squeezes out a smile. The blood is still flowing nonstop. Mississippi Charlotte lowers her hands, looking at the girl in front of her. Don't worry, it's really not a big deal. Reviel grabs a white cloth, green round eyes curving into crescents. This is a terrible excuse, but I have no choice. Since I received the Emperor's warning, I absolutely cannot let anyone know. I was poisoned. Charlotte bows her head. I understand. I will go get medicine in my name. Please rest first. Reviel watches her leave. Thank you, Charlotte. Fortunately, she didn't continue to ask. I really thought she would force me to tell the truth. I must take the suppressant quickly. Reviel covers her chest. Pink wavy long hair trembling with her body. Green round eyes closed tight in pain. Why is this letter here? Reviel stops, staring at the white envelope on the table. The envelope is sealed with a red wax seal. It is a blooming rose. Reviel holds her breath, fingertips hovering over the edge of the envelope. This symbol, impossible. Reviel stares fixedly at the wax seal. Green round eyes trembling violently. Cold sweat sliding down her cheeks. Reviel grabs the letter abruptly, rushes to the sunlit window, hands trembling as she breaks the beeswax. Long time no see, Felicity. I heard Tarsus is quite fond of you. You always have a knack for being likable. Reviel stares at the letter paper, fingertips pressing hard against the edge of the paper. But this doesn't mean you can forget your duty. Reviel collapses weakly to the ground, dress spreading on the wooden floor. A hand wearing a black glove slowly descends from a void, index finger hovering over Reviel's head, as if manipulating the strings of a marionette. Reviel curls up in the corner, hands tightly gripping the letter. Eyes lost their light. This is my first and last order. Within 10 days, bring me evidence of Vitchelaberry's rebellion. Reviel kneels in the center of the empty hall. Pink wavy long hair spread on her dress, hands tightly gripping the letter paper. Whether you find evidence or forge evidence, I don't care what means you use. Reviel loosens her fingers. The paper slips through her fingers, falling on the cold floor. I always thought as long as I was strong enough, I could survive in any situation. But this time is different. What should I do? I'm not sure if the Duke is really rebelling, but he wants me to hand over evidence. Reviel clenches her fists, nails digging deep in her palms, body trembling in the empty room. If I want to survive, I must hand over something. But I don't have time, nor do I have evidence convincing enough to pass as real. Maybe I should ask the Duke for help. Tarsus stands with his back to the camera. Silver white short hair, slightly curled, broad shoulders covered by a heavy cloak, leaving a cold back view in the light and shadow. Tarsus turns his face sideways. If you need anything, just ask. What if his protection only accelerates Vitchelaberry's destruction? Reviel lowers her head in thought. Pink wavy long hair falling down. Green round eyes hidden in shadow. Miss, I brought the ointment. Charlotte knocks on the door, voice transmitting into the room through the heavy wooden board. Miss. Charlotte calls again. Still no response from inside. I must find a way to survive. Reviel curls up her body, right hand tightly clutching the lapel at her chest. Pink long hair scattered in violent trembling. Cannot think. Consciousness is detaching. Reviel staggers forward, pink wavy long hair swaying weakly in the air. Then her whole person falls forward. Miss. Charlotte pushes the door and enters, eyes wide with horror. Miss. Reviel lies on the cold floor, pink wavy long hair spreading out like a tide. Green round eyes closed tight, hands curled weakly by her dress. This is a deadly poison. Tarsus stands before the bed, purple narrow eyes lost in shock, staring at the unconscious girl. What did you just say? Emergency treatment has been done, but the toxin has spread to the whole body. She has obviously been exposed to the toxin for a long time. The physician lowers his head, avoiding Tarsus's gaze. Moreover, this poison can only be identified through divine power. The physician pauses for a moment, voice echoing in the silent room. Tarsus freezes in place. Purple pupils contract violently, heart beating heavily in his chest. Breathing stops completely at this moment. That is to say, just as you suspected, this is exactly the same as the poison the madam suffered 7 years ago. Tarsus lowers his head and covers his forehead, eyes closed tight in pain. Liam, how far do you intend to go? Tarsus grits his teeth, fingertips digging deep into his hair. Breathing becomes heavy in the dead silent room. The physician's voice echoes in the empty room. As for the treatment method, without an antidote, complete recovery is impossible. Tarsus looks up abruptly. Will her life be in danger? This is the biggest mystery. It is simply a miracle to have survived until now after ingesting such deadly poison. Could it be that this young lady has been taking some kind of suppressant containing divine power? Tarsus's eyes are full of shock. No wonder I always felt she was hiding something. Was she threatened with the antidote? Tarsus looks at the figure on the sickbed. Reviel lies on the white pillow. Pink wavy long hair scattered messily. Green round eyes closed tight. Chest rising and falling with rapid breathing. Charlotte lowers her head, crumpling the apron at her chest. It's all my fault. If I had forcibly taken her to the infirmary back then. Tarsus stands by the window. Don't blame yourself, Charlotte. Whoever did this to her must bear full responsibility. Tarsus turns abruptly, striding towards a closed door. Leather boots creating dull echoes in the corridor. Was it you? Did you tamper with your daughter's food? Tarsus looks down at Emile kneeling on the ground. Lord Duke, that woman kept pestering Lord Roan, so Emile collapses on the ground, eyes trembling violently from extreme fear. Roan draws his sword, silver-white short hair flying with the movement. Shut up. Destroying evidence, conspiring in secret, and now you want to throw mud on my sister? Roan approaches with the sword, silver-white hair covering half his face, purple pupils locking onto the culprit before him. I was crazy to believe scum like you. Emile looks up abruptly, brown short hair scattered in the struggle, eyes staring fixedly ahead. But she is a member of the family that abused the princess. Tarsus crosses his arms on his chest, looking down at Roan with eyes void of fluctuation. Lord Roan, you must not have relations with the blood of traitors. Roan grips the long sword tightly. Abuse was her father's sin. Reviel has always been loyal to the princess. Even in Rubindisai, her loyalty was heard of long ago. As a spy, don't you know this? What kind of joke are you making? Tarsus looks coldly ahead, silver-white hair gleaming with a chill under the light. Tarsus turns his head. Enough. Reviel is listening. Roan sheathes his sword, silver-white short hair swaying with the movement, right hand pressing the cold hilt, making a dull metal clashing sound. Tarsus turns his back. Geronov, interrogate this person personally. The adjutant bows his head to accept the order. Yes, Lord Duke. Tarsus turns his head. He is still a child. Watch your measure during interrogation. But if he is really a traitor harboring murderous intent, deal with him as you please. Emile kneels on the ground, brown short hair scattered and trembling, eyes lost in extreme fear. Duke, Lord, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Tarsus stops. Using a sword, you are still as reckless as before. Roan speaks coldly. He is effectively a murderer. There is no need for mercy towards criminals. Tarsus reaches out, palm gently pressing on the boy's head, ruffling that silver-white short hair. All right, that's enough. Tarsus bends down. Purple pupils contract suddenly, looking into those eyes of the same color. No one is arguing with you. Continue to take care of her in the future, okay? After all, she's the sister you always wanted. Tarsus straightens up, a trace of complex light revealing in his eyes. You're still too impulsive. Rowan abruptly messes up his hair, silver-white hair dancing at his fingertips, a flush rising on his cheeks. When was that? The maid lets out a cry of surprise. Miss, are you awake? Tarsus walks quickly to the bed, staring closely at the bedding. Reviel slowly opens her eyes. Pink wavy long hair scattered on the pillow. Green round eyes covered with a layer of mist, letting out a burst of violent coughing. Are you awake? Tarsus holds his breath, silver white hair hanging before his forehead, purple pupils reflecting the girl's figure. Can you recognize me? The fever has gone down, don't worry. I will find a way to cure you. Tarsus bends down and whispers. Reviel murmurs weakly. Father, I don't want to die. Please save me. Rowan remains silent, watching that pale face. Reviel grabs his hand tightly. Pink long hair soaked with tears. Green round eyes full of pleading. Tarsus stands with his back to the bed. Don't worry. I swear I will protect you. So please, you must wake up safely, Reviel. Tarsus leans down to touch her forehead, silver white hair intertwining with pink long hair. The clock hands move, making a mechanical clicking sound. Moonlight passes through the curtains into the empty room. Reviel opens her eyes. Pink wavy long hair spread on the pillow. Green round eyes staring at the ceiling. Only the monotonous ticking sound in her ears. Why am I in bed? Did I faint? Reviel props up her body, right hand pressing her throbbing forehead. Tarsus sits by the bed. You're awake. Reviel starts in surprise. Green round eyes widen instantly. Lord Duke. Tarsus sits on the chair, legs crossed, arms crossed on his chest. Reviel asks softly, why are you here so late? Tarsus speaks coldly. The toxin has caused serious damage to your body. Do you have nothing you want to say to me? Reviel lowers her head. Has it been discovered? Whether obeying the imperial order or defying it, I am destined to be silenced. Reviel bites her lower lip. In that case, I might as well just. Tarsus remains silent, waiting for that final answer. Lord Duke, I have something I must tell you. Reviel sits on the edge of the bed. Tarsus crosses his arms. Speak. There is a magic stone mine hidden under the northern glaciers. If you can possess it, you will even have the power to threaten the Emperor. If you don't believe it, send someone to confirm it yourself. Tarsus frowns slightly. What kind of trick is this? Reviel lowers her head. In exchange, please help me fake my death. Take me away from the Emperor's control, to a place with the sea. Reviel. Tarsus calls softly. Reviel's shoulders tremble, tears dripping onto the white bedding. Pink long hair rising and falling into shadow. Please, this is the only way for everyone to survive. Tarsus loosens his collar, letting out a long breath. Liam, that guy actually used force to threaten. Tarsus stands up and walks to the bedside. Then I ask you another thing. Why didn't you ask me for help? Tarsus leans close, reaches out his palm, fingertips gently touching Reviel's cheek. Reviel lets him wipe away the tears. Because defying him means death to me. Tarsus pauses his movement. You are even more timid than I imagined. We have long been regarded as a thorn in the eye by the Emperor. Tarsus sits back on the edge of the bed. Purple narrow eyes reveal coldness. At this point, abandoning the troublesome guy won't make survival any harder. You are usually so calm, but in this kind of moment, you are ultimately still a child. Tarsus looks at the girl before him. Reviel raises her right hand to rub her swollen eye corners. Silently lowers her head. Don't worry, we won't be destroyed. Tarsus reaches out his palm and places it on Reviel's head, gently stroking that pink long hair. I will become someone you can rely on. Reviel looks up abruptly, tears hanging on the edge of her eyes. Looking at that face close at hand, Tarsus withdraws his hand. Every child needs the protection of adults and family, right? Reviel grips the quilt corner tightly, knuckles turning white from force. I don't understand why you are so good to me, Lord Duke. This is exactly why I feel afraid. If I lose everything overnight again. Reviel leans against Tarsus's chest, pink wavy long hair scattering, green round eyes closed tight, body curled in the shadow. Tarsus looks down. That was before the Fifth War broke out. I saw a baby less than 100 days old. Tarsus stands in front of the garden pavilion, silver white hair swaying in the wind, purple pupils locking onto the image in memory. The baby didn't cry when seeing me, but instead showed a brilliant smile. Reviel waves her small hands in the swaddle. Pink short hair sticking to her forehead, green round eyes curving into crescents. Her father laughed and said to me, daughters are quite nice too, right? Tarsus holds the baby, eyes full of smiles. My son has never been as fragile as her, so when I'm not around, please protect her. Tarsus takes the baby in the swaddle. Protect this little Reviel who is as fragile as a glass doll. Duke Felicity's voice echoes in memory. That was his final entrustment. Reviel sits on the bed, tears sliding down her cheeks. Did my father really say these things to you? Aren't the two families sworn enemies? Reviel grips the quilt corner, green pupils trembling slightly, even betting the lives of several generations. Tarsus stand by the window. Indeed, but it was an exception between us. Otherwise, your father would never have risked his life to send you to escape to me. Reviel looks up abruptly. Could it be that the person who helped me escape back then was actually you? It was me. Tarsus turns his face sideways. Silver white short hair, slightly curled. Purple narrow, eyes hidden in shadow. Now, do you understand the reason for protecting you? Reviel falls into silence. Pink wavy long hair falling down. Green round eyes staring blankly. Hands tightly gripping her dress. Reviel, I don't want to fight meaningless battles anymore. Tarsus lowers his head. Loyalty exchanged for only betrayal. I don't want to leave Roan alone anymore. In the end, only one thing led to betrayal. I don't want to leave alone either. But if you are with us now, I feel like I can step onto the battlefield again, no matter how many times. Tarsus bends down to watch. I will protect you. No matter what happens, I promise you. Reviel raises her face. The two look at each other in the light and shadow. From now on, the entire family and I will protect you. Tarsus holds the back of Reviel's head. Reviel buries her face in his arms. Pink wavy long hair reaching her waist. Green round eyes overflowing with tears, hands tightly clutching his lapels. No one can predict the future, but I can be sure of one thing. No matter what ending awaits me, in the final moments of my life, Reviel will definitely be by my side. Tarsus tightens his arms, hugging the girl completely. Silver white hair and pink long hair overlapping. That's it for today. We'll continue talking tomorrow. Tarsus releases the embrace, turns and walks towards the door. Go rest. Rowan holds a bouquet. Silver white short hair, slightly curled. Profile hidden in the corridor shadow. Purple narrow eyes lowered. Did I hear the Duke's words correctly just now? Never thought of abandoning me? Rowan stops in front of the door, fingers tightening, crushing the wrapping paper of the bouquet. He actually always wanted to stay by my side. What is this about betrayal? Tarsus pushes the door and comes out, blocking Tarsus's way. Are you here to visit the sick? Tarsus looks down at him, purple pupils without waves. Be quick. She hasn't fully recovered yet. Tarsus walks to the end of the corridor. Silver white, short hair, slightly curled. Back view merging into the blue light and shadow. Rowan stand by the door. Vichelaberi family pledged loyalty. Suspicion rose in the imperial family's heart. Heard they recently refused to participate in the war, causing friction with the imperial family, but didn't expect to be accused of betrayal. Could it be? Rowan looks down at the bouquet in his hand. Is there a betrayal I haven't noticed? Reviel lies on a bed. I really became a member of Vichelaberi. Only the relationship between Rowan and the Duke is left. Reviel rolls over, green pupils twinkling. I wonder if there's still a chance to give out the gift bought from the street stall. The Duke and Rowan are both too stubborn. Reviel gets out of bed, walks to the cabinet in the corner of the room. Let's dust off the gift. Rowan pushes the door and enters. Why keep chanting my name? Reviel is startled. Rowan, when did you come? Rowan pushes the door open. I arrived long ago. Been waiting in line. Rowan turns his face sideways. If you insist on calling me brother, I will acknowledge you as a member of the family. Reviel sits among the bedding, showing a sly smile. What should I do then? Rowan leans forward abruptly, hands supporting on the bed edge. Why not call? Reviel hugs the bouquet. Because I'm smarter than you, Rowan. I memorized the entire history book. Rowan freezes in place, gritting his teeth. Silent. Just now you praised me as an amazing person. Now I take back that sentence. Reviel smiles and holds out the gift box. The gray kitten is too cute. Reviel spoke softly. All right, Brother Rowan will stay here. Fingertips tightly clutching the bouquet. As true family, please take care of me from now on. Reviel handed over a small black box. Her green round eyes twinkled. This is a gift from me to you. Rowan looked down at the gift box. His purple pupils trembled. When did you prepare something like this? Rowan took the box. Next time, as your brother, I will give you a better gift. Reviel responded cheerfully. Then I'll look forward to it. Rowan gazed ahead. I will also work hard on my swordsmanship to protect you better than the Duke. Reviel froze on the spot. Her pink, wavy long hair reached her waist. Her green, round eyes widened, pupils reflecting his silhouette. That really makes me happy. Reviel smiled. But brother, Reviel reached out to stroke the purple petals. Her fingertips brushed across the wrapping paper. She looked down at the bouquet in her arms. I think you are still a child who needs help. Reviel's tone became gentle. So, do you still not plan to accept the Duke? Don't you consider him your family? You were eavesdropping outside just now, weren't you? You should know the Duke wants to stay by your side. Reviel gazed at Rowan. Reviel sat on the edge of the bed. If you keep hiding your feelings, no one will understand. You must speak your feelings out. Rowan reached out and took the gift box. His fingertips touched the cold edge. Click. Rowan opened the box lid. A purple gem sparkled on the velvet cushion. The silver frame refracted a faint light. This way, you won't regret being late, Reviel whispered softly. Her green pupils reflected the gem's light. Rowan picked up the brooch. Reviel. Rowan reached out and pinched her cheek. You little brat, lecturing me now. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Reviel cried out indistinctly. Her pink, wavy, long hair shook. Her green, round eyes were distorted from the squeezing. All right, go to sleep quickly. Rowan released his fingers. He turned and walked toward the door. His purple pupils held a hint of a smile. Really? Rowan pushed the door open. He closed the door behind him. You're only 3 years older than me. Reviel rubbed her cheek. Her pink long hair hung over her chest. Her green round eyes were full of indignation. Calling me a little brat is too rude. But you shouldn't be angry, right? Reviel lowered her eyelids. So what are you doing here? Tarsus sat behind the desk. I have something to ask you. Roan stood in the center of the study. His pupils contracted under the lamplight. Roan turned his face aside. Who exactly poisoned and killed my mother? Tarsus's tone was steady. Why do you suddenly ask this? Roan responded, because I am responsible. I didn't know before. I never even tried to understand. Because of that, I couldn't protect her. Roan dropped his hands. His fingertips clenched tightly. Reviel tried so desperately to tell me the truth. I don't want to escape reality anymore. Tarsus closed his eyes. If you don't want to lose your dreams, it's better to keep running. The poison in Reviel and the one that killed your mother. That are the same, right? If the mastermind is the same person, no matter what pain awaits me, I will face the truth. Tarsus pressed his forehead. Silver strands of hair spilled through his fingers. His breathing became heavy. I didn't expect you to hear so much. Roan continued asking, so please answer me, Father, so that everything Reviel did won't be in vain. Tarsus raised his hand to press his forehead. His silver-white short hair curled slightly. His purple narrow. That eyes trembled. Roan looked down at his palm. His right hand tightly gripped the purple gem brooch. The gem sparkled in the box. Purple light shone between his fingers. So he went out that day to buy this. I cannot answer you. Charlotte refused to answer the butler's inquiry. Tarsus tilted his head slightly in confusion. When did these two children grow up so much? The butler gazed at their backs. He let out a soft sigh. Tarsus looked down at his chest. His fingers clasped the purple gem brooch. All right, I will tell you. Tarsus's voice came from the shadows. The man who took your mother's life is Liam. Liam Curtis. Lost Star. Liam stood atop the steps. His golden short hair shone in the moonlight. His right hand tightly gripped a bloodied longsword. The sword tip pointed diagonally at the ground. He is the emperor of this empire. Liam turned his face. Felicity is actually still alive. Is Tarsus's son also mixing with that brat? Two Imperial guards stood side by side, clad in black cloaks. They froze before the splashing blood. They let out gasps of horror. Oh my, this isn't something you can pretend not to see. Liam took a step. His boots sole tread on the stone slab. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Roan, the only person you are allowed to be close to is my daughter. Liam sat on the towering throne. I can't let wild dogs run around, eating whatever they want. Liam tilted his head slightly. Go bring Felicity's head, no matter the cost. Yes, your majesty. The two Imperial guards knelt below the steps. They responded in unison. Eden stood beneath the throne, clad in a dark blue cloak. His right hand, wearing a white glove, clenched suddenly. His knuckles made a slight sound. Eden stared at the stone platform ahead, remaining silent. Only the golden chains on his cloak swayed. Light cut through the silence above the palace. Roan held a wooden spoon out. Open wide, Roan. Dot sat on the bench by the bed. He leaned in close to Reviel, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Eat quickly. Reviel. Reviel stared at the wooden spoon in front of her. What is going on? Although you're my brother, there's no need to go this far. It's too much. Roan avoided her gaze, speaking nonsense. This is my way of expressing gratitude and memories. Come to think of it, I haven't formally apologized to you yet. I'm really sorry for cutting your ear back then. Reviel lowered her eyelids. Regardless, I went too far too. Although it's a bit late, it's okay. I forgive you. Reviel reached out and gently patted Roan's head. You clearly said you would never forgive me. Ha! It seems you finally apologized. The sound of leather boots on the floor approached from afar. Reviel exclaimed, Duke. Roan turned to look at the man standing at the door. Father, Tarsus asked, how are the morning lessons? Fine. I previewed in advance. Reviel sat alone on the edge of the bed. She tilted her head, lost in thought. Impossible. Did they reconcile? Tarsus appeared holding a purple bouquet. He pressed Roan's shoulder. Have you two made up? Reviel cupped her cheeks with both hands. That's great. It's really so pleasing. My brooch can finally be of use. Reviel scratched the back of her head. She turned and walked toward the window. Since you have reconciled, Roan found out that the enemy who killed his mother is the Emperor. Roan walked behind Reviel. I know what you're thinking, but I have family by my side now. Reviel looked at Roan. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Roan straightened his back, standing before his father. Father, my dream of being a brother has finally come true. I am really lucky to have such a sister. Tarsus looked at Roan and Reviel. Welcome to the Vitulaberry family again. Servants pushed open the door and poured into the room. They surrounded Tarsus, cheering. Miss, we are so happy for you. Welcome to this home. Reviel faced the sudden gifts. She opened her hands, frozen on the spot. This is a medicinal meal I made personally. This is a rabbit doll that looks like you. Thank you, everyone. Two maids leaned together, whispering, "Oh my God, finally, we can give gifts without worry. It's really so blissful." A woman in a purple cloak walked into the room. Her footsteps echoed against the backdrop of flowers. "Everyone, the Mrs. Body has not fully recovered yet. What if she faints from your shock?" Reviel hugged the pink rabbit doll. She looked up at the newcomer. "I'm really happy." Charlotte took off her hood. She bowed. "Please allow me to introduce myself again. I might Charlotte." Reviel's eyes widened in surprise. "Charlotte, you are a knight? No wonder you are so tough. As a Mrs. Servant, I must not fail her. From now on, I will protect you as your knight and maid." Reviel stood on the carpet hugging the doll, gazing at Charlotte, who was kneeling on one knee. Charlotte bowed her head. "Please accept the knight's oath I offer to you." Reviel closed her eyes. A smile appeared on her lips. "What a wonderful place." Reviel extended her right hand. Her fingertips unfurled in the light and shadow. "Of course, I look forward to working with you again." Sunlight flooded the Vitulaberry estate. The white complex rose and fell amidst the greenery. "It's truly beautiful here." The wind of change blew through the territory. Personnel changes followed. Reviel stood at the corner of the long corridor. She watched the busy, strange faces in the courtyard. "I've never seen these faces before." Reviel stood on the courtyard lawn. She nodded to the passing gardener. "For the past 3 days, I have been greeting new staff. It's an honor to meet you, Mississippi." Just as I was gradually getting used to the new environment, a change quietly occurred. Carriage wheels rolled over the gravel road, emitting a heavy friction sound. Emile is being sent to the monastery. He will spend the rest of his life there. Stop performing penance. Reviel leaned on the edge of the windowsill, watching the receding carriage. What a pity, but he deserves it. The gloomy dungeon door was pushed open violently. Torchlight danced wildly on the walls. The traitor lurking in the territory finally appeared. "I never thought it would be you." Roan pressed the hilt of the sword at his waist, staring at the man in front of him, Marquis of the Pouet tribe. The Marquis cowered in the corner wrapped in a dark cloak. His body trembled violently with fear. "You try to flee back to the Emperor, but he abandoned you, right?" The Marquis suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. "You don't understand anything at all." Tarsus looked down at the man, curled up on the ground. "You dared to torture my son, and that wasn't enough. Now you fed that poisonous herb to my daughter. You still have the face to make noise here?" Tarsus waved his arm towards the shadows. "Take him away. You will pay 1,000, 10,000 times the price for what you did to my children." Chains collided violently in the dim light, emitting a piercing metal friction sound. The Marquis was dragged into the depths of the dungeon. His eyes bulged in extreme terror. Tarsus looked down at his blood-stained fingers. The interrogation did not yield a confession about the Emperor. That man kept his mouth shut until death. Reviel sat in the sun-drenched library, gazing at the purple flower in her hand. "I told them everything I know." Tarsus sat on the sofa opposite. His fingertips gently twirled a petal. "So, this flower is actually a universal antidote? Since there is such a useful thing, why didn't you just eat it back then?" Reviel lowered her head to avoid his gaze. Her hands were clasped on her knees. "I didn't want the Emperor to know. If the world discovers the existence of Lapierre, they will create poisons with stronger toxicity, even surpassing the pharmacology of this flower." Tarsus gazed at Reviel. "You have been fighting alone all this time. From now on, you could detoxify in peace. You don't have to worry about anything anymore." Reviel looked down at her hands. "But the 10-day grace period mentioned in the letter has long passed. The Emperor is acting too quiet. He is obviously plotting a conspiracy. In this situation, can I really detoxify in peace?" Tarsus crossed his legs on the sofa. He reached out to pick up his teacup. "There is nothing to worry about. Everything has been handled." Reviel looked up abruptly. Her green, round eyes trembled slightly. "How is that possible? How exactly was it done?" Tarsus lowered his eyelids. "If you are worried, you should detoxify and get better as soon as possible. There are 2 people eagerly waiting for news of you." Eden sat on the edge of the windowsill, looking down at the courtyard beneath his feet. Sunlight filtered through the leaves onto his boots. Calix stood under the tree shadow. His black short hair was blown by the breeze. He looked up at the distant window. A mercenary waved his arm and shouted loudly, "Hey, little mercenary, there's a letter for you." Calix stopped walking. He turned his head to look at the running companion. A letter? The mercenary ran through the camp's tents, holding a white envelope high in his hand. This letter looks unusual. Calix reached out to take the letter. His fingertips touched the rough surface of the envelope. The envelope was stamped with purple sealing wax. That was the symbol of the Duke of Vitulaberry's territory. Calix stood in the afterglow of the setting sun. His red eyes focused on the name on the letter. It's a letter from Reviel. Reviel opened her green, round eyes wide, staring at the visitor in front of her. The person visiting me is actually Lord Eden. Eden wore white bandages. He raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, revealing a smile. Long time no see. Miss Reviel. Reviel walked in quickly, staring at the wounds on his face. How did you get here? And what's with these injuries? Eden avoided hergaze. He pressed his finger against his cheek. By the time I realized it, it had already become like this. Reviel pursued relentlessly. What exactly happened? Eden lowered his eyelids and looked towards the distant stone wall. Actually, it was like this. Tarsus and the guards were in front of the iron gate. The stone bricks gleamed coldly in the moonlight. In other words, this guy took out the Emperor's elite assassination squad. Eden sat on the dark floor tiles. His arms were wrapped in white bandages. His purple, narrow eyes lowered, avoiding the gaze from outside the cell. Hanzif was indeed the Emperor's man, but he came to surrender, carrying the assassin's head. Tarsus remained silent. He turned his head to look inside the cell. What exactly are you planning? Eden tilted his head back, letting the light shine on the bandage on his face. I just taught those who execute stupid orders what a knight's honor is. Miss Reviel once saved my life. Tarsus stopped walking. His purple pupils contracted slightly. You know my daughter? The Duke gazed at the prisoner on the ground. Eden leaned against the stone wall, one hand resting on his knee. I only received her help unilaterally, so I came to repay that debt. Reviel stood in front of the bookshelf, her hands clasped together against her lower lip. Her green, round eyes trembled slightly. So he reported the assassination squad to the Duke, and as a price, he made an exception to join the Night Order. Eden sat on the sofa opposite. He raised his hand to scratch his hair. Something like that. Although the process had a bit of embellishment. Reviel stood up abruptly. When the Duke said it was resolved, he meant this. Why are you in danger every time we meet? Stop doing such reckless things. What if it was too late? Eden looked at the young girl in front of him. His purple, narrow eyes revealed a smile. Although I made you worry, but seeing you living happily, Reviel, I am relieved. Rumors really cannot be trusted. Eden leaned on the window seat, his arms wrapped in white bandages. I never thought Vitulaberry would be such a peaceful and gentle place. I'm really glad you found such good family. Reviel opened her green, round eyes wide, staring at the visitor in front of her. I am indeed a lucky person. Reviel stepped forward. Her skirts swayed at her ankles. If you also stay here, Lord Eden, I believe every day will be full of smiles. Reviel opened her arms. Welcome to Vitulaberry, Lord Eden. Eden closed his purple, narrow eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly in a smile. Thank you for your warm welcome. Miss Reviel. The palace lit up with lights in the night. The white dome was set against the starlight. Recently, there are always strange faces around. Being able to see someone familiar again really makes me very happy. Reviel wrapped herself in a blue blanket. Her fingers rubbed the edge of the fabric. But who else do you think is eagerly waiting for my news? Reviel opened her green, round eyes wide, staring at Roan beside her. Did you run over to see me in the middle of the night just to ask this? No matter how many times I ask, the Duke won't tell me. Roan sat cross-legged on the large bed, looking down at the girl opposite him. Can't you think about it with me? Is it really that hard to guess? Reviel wrapped herself in a blue shawl. Her green, round eyes showed confusion. Try to recall those people who were once close to you, just like that knight who arrived recently. Reviel was silent for a moment. The figure of a black-haired boy appeared in her mind. I can indeed think of one person. If it really is that person, I'm afraid I can't easily feel happy. Why? That person is on the battlefield. Reviel lowered her eyelids and stared into the void. In his current situation, he can't leave the troops as he pleases. Roan turned his head. His purple, narrow eyes stared at her profile. What if he suffered heavier injuries than Lord Eden? That's why he couldn't rush over immediately. Roan raised his finger to his lower lip, falling into thought. That person on the battlefield. Is that the friend who went on a long journey to find happiness? Reviel trembled violently. Her green round eyes widened instantly. How do you know about that? It seems that friend really cares about you. Roan stared at her face. Judging from your reaction, it's a man, right? Reviel shrank into the blue blanket. Her shoulders shook slightly. Where did you hear this from again? After all, I've experienced it too. Roan tilted his head back against the headboard cushion. In the hardest times, anyone would admire the person who supports them. Elena crossed her hands over her chest. Her red round eyes sparkled, revealing a bright smile. Brother. Reviel gazed at Roan's back. He really endured too much, whether facing the princess or that emperor. Anyway, it hasn't reached the worst point yet. Roan sat on the edge of the bed. For father, solving problems on the battlefield is actually simpler. So stop worrying. Reviel shrank under the quilt and responded in a low voice. Okay, then you don't have to hold back anymore. Write a letter to the princess, as usual. Roan froze abruptly. His purple narrow eyes widened instantly. A blush appeared on his cheeks. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I didn't notice? There are remains of burnt letters in the fireplace. Reviel gazed at the boy in front of her. That was sent by someone very important to you, right? Actually, there's no need to burn it. Roan lowered his head and scratched the back of his neck. His eyes drifted to the side. That wasn't a letter from the princess. It was one I wrote, but failed to send. I never resented you because you were a felicity. Roan stared at the light and shadow on the floor. And I won't hate the princess because of the emperor's crimes. The quill rested beside the ink bottle. The stationery with written words lay quietly on the table. The emperor drove my mother to death and wasn't satisfied. He kept his father and son separated for so long. The emperor even made you bear the pain of being a poison tester. The princess can eat peacefully all because you bore the risk for her. Roan sat up straight. His purple narrow eyes gazed at Reviel. In this situation, how can I write to her as if nothing happened? Reviel hung her head. Her pink wavy long hair covered her cheeks. So he's been thinking this deeply all along. Reviel raised her head to look at the boy in front of her. Brother, I'm fine. Just knowing you care about me. That is enough. Leaving me aside. But Princess Elena is your savior after all. Brother. Reviel hugged Roan from behind. Her pink wavy long hair fell on the boy's shoulder. That's right. Let's make a beautiful flower bookmark and send along with your letter. Roan closed his eyes, allowing Reviel's fingers to gently touch his cheek. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Thank you. Reviel, really, thank you. Moonlight spilled through the French windows onto the empty terrace. White curtains swayed in the wind. Paper balls were scattered on the cold floor. Glass shards refracted a cold light. You said, Reviel stays with Roan every day. Elena pressed on the table. Her fingertips turned white from the force. Her red round eyes stared dead ahead. The maid stood with her head bowed in the shadows. Her hands tightly clasped in front of her. Do they even act like biological siblings? Elena crumpled the stationery in her hand, kneading into a ball with force. No wonder I haven't received a letter recently. I can't let this go on anymore. Elena stood in the shadows. Her red round eyes revealed a chill. It seems I must take action personally. A letter from the Duchy of Vichelaberry lay quietly on the table. The purple wax seal was intact. Who exactly are you? Are you an illegitimate child? Calix stood under the setting sun, his black short hair messed up by the wind. His red eyes gazed into the distance. Silent. The letter has been delivered. You have to thank me properly. The messenger waved his arm. If it's good news, remember to tell me. Calix took the envelope. His fingertips slid across the rough paper surface. He tore open the seal. His movement stopped abruptly. His red eyes stared fixedly at the handwriting on the paper. This is a transfer order. All underage soldiers assigned to the front line are to be transferred to the rear units immediately to accept command from superior officers. Given your performance and potential on the battlefield, Calix, you will proceed to a different region to serve the Empire for 1 month, undergo military training, and then rejoin the team. Dispatch region, Rubendisi. My mission has changed. Going to the Duke's territory? Calix stood before the tent, head down in thought. This is a direct order from the Duke of Vichelaberry. Or could it be? Fingers flipped the paper, discovering a page hidden behind. Ah, there's another sheet. Calix uncovered the second sheet of paper. Black bangs covered his brows and eyes. His gaze fell on the new text. At this moment, Calix stared at the stationery. His red eyes trembled slightly. The corners of his mouth hooked upward, revealing a smile. Calix pressed the stationery to his lips. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Me too. Reviel. The postscript on the stationery read, "My daughter really wants to see you. Wait a little longer. Reviel. We will meet soon." Reviel lay on the edge of the stone balustrade terrace. Her pink, wavy, long hair floated in the wind. Her green, round eyes looked into the distance. White petals danced in the night sky, skimming over the lily bushes in the courtyard. Reviel. Calyx called out from the shade of the trees, opening his arms to embrace her. "I missed you so much." Calyx lowered his head. Black bangs covered his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "I will never let you leave again." "Who is this person?" Calyx tightened his arms. His right hand pressed against her lower back. The warmth of his palm came through the clothes. "Wait." Reviel froze on the spot. Her body was tightly imprisoned. "This is too close." Calyx lowered his head and leaned in. Black broken hair covered his profile. "This feeling, absolutely impossible." "Reviel." Calyx whispered softly. His fingers ran through her pink long hair, pressing the back of her neck. "No, why is this happening?" Reviel sat up abruptly from the bed, her hands tightly clutching the corner of the quilt. Her pink, wavy, long hair was messy and scattered. "No, what are you doing?" "Just like a hopeless brat." Birdsong skimmed past the curtains. Reviel sat in the center of the large bed, looking around. Was that a dream? He pushed open the door, looking at the figure on the bed. "Miss, you woke up really early today." Reviel gripped the quilt corner tightly. Her fingertips rubbed against the fabric. Her green, round eyes trembled slightly. "That was a dream. Just a dream." "Oh my God, what kind of dream did I have?" Sunlight poured into the mansion's dome. Birds flew around the stone pillars. The morning silence was completely broken. Reviel stood in the center of the corridor, closing her eyes. Her pink, wavy, long hair hung at her sides. "That strange dream made me restless." Reviel took a step, crossing the sun-drenched corridor. Her skirt rose and fell with her movements. "That was just a dream. I shouldn't be bothered by it." Reviel stopped walking, resting her chin on her right hand. Her brows furrowed slightly. The man in the dream looked very familiar. "Where have I seen him?" Reviel fell into thought. "Speaking of black hair men I know." Calyx turned sideways, his black short hair scattered in the wind. His red eyes looked ahead, a smile on his lips. Reviel stopped abruptly. Her right hand pressed against her chest. Her green round eyes enlarged instantly. "Impossible. Why did I think of Calyx?" Reviel squatted on the ground, holding her head with both hands. Her pink, wavy, long hair scattered on the floor. Calyx is indeed black-haired. The person in the dream looked exactly like him. A black leather shoe stepped into view, stopping in front of Reviel. "Reviel?" A loud shout. "Brother!" "Reviel!" Roan looked down at the figure on the ground, calling her name softly. "What are you doing squatting there?" "That's right. I still have a mountain of work." Reviel slapped her cheeks hard. "I must not be distracted by that dream." "Roan!" Reviel lifted her skirt and ran down the corridor. Her soles clicked crisply against the ground. "Hey, don't run in the corridor." "But, happy birthday today." Reviel suddenly lunged forward, her arms wrapped around Roan's waist. Her pink, wavy, long hair flew amidst the flowers. Roan froze on the spot, looking down at Reviel in his arms. Because today is Roan's birthday. Roan put his hands on his hips and looked down at the girl in front of him. "You definitely completely forgot my birthday, didn't you?" Reviel waved her arms desperately. "I did not. I planned to congratulate you as soon as I woke up. It's just that I panicked when I suddenly bumped into you just now." "Or is it that you felt panicked because you suddenly bumped into me?" Reviel put her hands together in front of her chest. No. I was thinking about what to eat for lunch and how to celebrate the party tonight." And Reviel continued rambling. Her voice echoed in the corridor. Roan turned his head. "Sounds suspicious. Why are you being so vague today? Why is the corridor so noisy early in the morning?" Roan turned around abruptly. He held his breath after seeing the comer. "Father." Tarsis stood in the shadows. Reviel stood aside, her hands clasped in front of her. "Lord Duke." Tarsis looked down at the two children in front of him. "It's clearly still class time." Tarsis's tone was cold. His gaze fell on Roan. "Happy birthday, Roan. When I first came to Vitulaberry, the Duke and Roan had a very bad relationship. I was full of anxiety about the future. A lot happened after that. Both of them went through many difficult times." Roan stood in the darkness. His silver-white short hair was messy. Tears spilled from his purple, narrow eyes. Teardrops slid down his cheeks. Reviel sat by the bed, smiling. She handed out a black gift box. Roan held the purple bouquet and looked down at the gift. "In order to live happily like family, I gave my all." Finally, Tarsis tightly hugged the young Reviel. His chin rested on the top of her head. "I succeeded in making this father and son reconcile." Tarsis stood in the back, one hand pressing on Roan's shoulder. His purple narrow eyes looked straight ahead. Father and son looked solemn. Reviel put her hands on her hips. You could say, it was all thanks to my efforts that their relationship was repaired. Tarsus looked down and asked Roan, do you have anything you want? Roan answered softly, a birthday gift is enough. Since Reviel has become my sister, let's count this matter as this year's gift. Tarsus looked cold. Sigh, I brought the child back not to be your sister, but to be my daughter. Reviel placed a hand on her chest. Me? Roan frowned. Please don't use such strange logic. Since she is my sister, she is naturally father's daughter. And Reviel calls me brother. But you still call him Duke, right? Tarsus turned his face to the side, his short silver-white hair moving slightly. His narrow, purple eyes looked askance. Tarsus stood in the distance, hands hanging naturally, gazing at the girl before him. A question mark appeared above Reviel's head. Tarsus raised his right hand, fingertips touching his chin. Now that you mention it, that is true. Have I not been accepted as a father yet? Reviel froze in place. Why did it turn out like this? From today on, I will change and call you father. Roan puffed out his cheeks. It's clearly my birthday, but it feels like I'm giving father a gift. Tarsus closed his eyes and nodded. That does make sense. Then I will also wait until my birthday. I still have to prepare for the banquet. Please excuse me. Tarsus turned and left. Roan quickly followed, looking up at his father. Their backs disappeared into the depths of the door. Reviel stood dazed in place, softly whispering that title, Father. Inside the banquet hall, lights were bright and guests in formal attire shuttled back and forth. Yellow flower branches stretched across the top of the screen. The crystal chandelier refracted fragmented light. Reviel cheered loudly, holding a bunch of yellow flowers in both hands. Roan, happy birthday. Roan turned his body sideways. You already said that earlier. Reviel put her hands on her hips. That was then, this is now. Besides, one never gets tired of hearing such words. Roan looked away. Isn't that bad? Indeed it is. This is a bouquet I made myself. Reviel held up the yellow flowers. This is unique in the world. Roan stared at the bouquet. Actually, we didn't need to do this. I will put it by my bedside. A voice came from the side. Excuse me, young Master Vitulaberry. Nice to meet you. Happy birthday. A group of noble guests gathered around, blocking Reviel's view. This is a small token from our family, and my share. Because the one celebrating his birthday was that young Master Vitulaberry. Everyone was desperately looking for a chance to get close to him. Roan stood in the center of the crowd, raising his right hand clad in a white glove, politely responding to the guests. It looks really tiring. Reviel stood in the distance, watching the noisy crowd. Oh, is that the girl? Whispers came from the shadows. The daughter of the criminal minister who caused Her Highness the Princess to suffer and led to the ruin of her family. Reviel stiffened, pupils trembling in the lamplight. She's the daughter of the Felicity family, right? How could she do such a thing? Why did the Vitulaberry family take in such a child? Rumors surged like a tide, weaving under the magnificent chandelier. But didn't she save the princess? Bloodlines don't lie. Guests stood in small groups, shaking wine glasses in their hands, their backs appearing distorted in the light and shadow. Reviel stood alone in the center of the hall, hands hanging weakly at her sides. The shadow beneath her feet was stretched long by the light. Just pretend I didn't hear it. Reviel stood with her head down, her right hand clutching her blue skirt tightly, knuckles turning white from the force. Today is Roan's birthday. I absolutely cannot ruin the atmosphere. Roan looked back from the crowd, scanning the noisy venue. I must get away from these people quickly. Reviel lowered her head, pink hair trembling in the shadows. A large hand landed steadily on her shoulder. Duke. Reviel looked up in surprise. Tarsus looked down at her, his right hand on the girl's thin shoulder, blocking all the gossip from behind. Tarsus stood on the high ground of the banquet hall. Thank you all for coming today. The nobles below fell silent one by one, looking forward with surprise. The air instantly solidified. I apologize, but since Roan is the main character today, Tarsus lowered his hand slightly, his eyes revealing unquestionable majesty. Regarding the introduction of my daughter, please allow me to arrange it for another day. Roan stood in front of the crowd, silver-white short hair moving in the wind. The guests looked at each other, cold sweat seeping from their foreheads, bowing their heads to avoid the Duke's gaze. The originally noisy venue fell into a dead silence. Even if that was His Majesty the Emperor's order, his reputation is still terrible. Rumors quietly bred in the shadows, slithering like poisonous snakes on the gorgeous carpet. Reviel lowered her head. I expected it to be like this. Tarsus lowered his head and asked, "Are you not angry?" Reviel looked up suddenly. Tarsus lowered his eyes slightly. "I feel that the response to those who spoke ill of you just now was still too weak. If you want to kick them out, just leave it to me." Reviel gazed at the man before her. "That's right. I am no longer alone. I have family now." Tarsus stood where light and shadow intertwined, his narrow, purple eyes revealing firmness. "I no longer need to sacrifice my life for the princess, because I have a father who promised to protect me forever." Reviel raised her face, her pupils reflecting Tarsus's figure. "I promise I will always protect you." Reviel raised her head, the corners of her mouth curving upward. "I'm really fine. It's just a pity that we couldn't celebrate like a family. Of course, including the Duke." Reviel raised her hand to cover her mouth, letting out a light laugh. Tarsus looked down. "In that case, after the banquet is over, let's eat cake, the three of us. I'll allow you to sleep late tonight." Tarsus's hand touched the corner of Reviel's eye. "Speaking of which, I haven't prepared a welcome gift for you yet." Tarsus turned his face, gazing at Reviel beside him. "Although today is Roan's birthday, please accept this gift as well." A brown-haired boy walked quickly towards Tarsus. Tarsus stopped his movements and turned around. "What is it?" "Actually," the boy leaned into Tarsus's ear, raising his right hand to cover his lips, whispering. Tarsus stiffened abruptly. His narrow, purple eyes widened instantly, pupils trembling in their sockets. A drop of cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Reviel stood behind. Did something happen?" Tarsus turned his body sideways. "It seems this banquet has welcomed an uninvited guest." Reviel stood still. "An uninvited guest? Who could it be?" "Roan." A call pierced the silence. Reviel flinched violently, green pupils dilating instantly, vision trembling violently in her sockets. Heavy footsteps approached from afar, echoing in the empty corridor. Golden wavy long hair hung down, a blue ribbon tied in the hair. She was stepping towards the center of the banquet hall step by step. "Long time no see." Roan stood in front of Reviel, silver-white short hair, slightly messy. Elena's corners of the mouth turned up, revealing neat teeth. Golden hair framed her cheeks. "I missed you so much." Roan froze in place. His purple pupils contracted violently, gaze locking onto the newcomer. Breathing stopped. Elena held a red gift box, standing in the center of the flowers, smiling. "Happy birthday." Tarsus gazed ahead. Reviel stood by his side. "Her Highness the Princess. Why is she here?" Roan stopped, turning to look at the newcomer. "Princess? Why are you here?" Elena took a step forward, leather shoes tapping the ground lightly. "I just wanted to celebrate your birthday, because you're the most important person to me." Roan straightened his back, staring ahead. "I am honored." Elena's body swayed, crashing into Roan's arms. "Your Highness? Perhaps it's because I haven't seen you for too long. I suddenly feel very relieved." Benevolent, noble women whispered behind their fans. They get along so well. It is indeed a heartwarming scene. Reviel stood in the distance, hands clasped in front of her. Her Highness the Princess, visiting him personally. "I have a bad feeling." Elena leaned on Roan's shoulder, glancing sideways. "What was that just now?" Reviel's body trembled violently, eyes widening. "Long time no see, Princess." Elena turned around. Reviel. "Long time no see." Elena walked up to Reviel, holding her hands. "Have you been well? There's been no news from you. I was very worried." Elena lowered her eyelids, a finger touching her lower lip. "I missed you very much. You didn't even send a single letter. I thought you had forgotten me. I always treated you like a biological sister." A benevolent, noble woman stared ahead, lowering her voice. "Her Highness is truly kind and generous. That child clearly owes Her Highness a life." Reviel lowered her head and clenched her hands tightly. A shock at her chest. Fingertips dug into the fabric. Not even sending a letter. Truly rude. To think there is such an ungrateful person in the world. Tarsus reached out and pressed Reviel's shoulder, pulling her behind him. "Her Highness, we are deeply honored by your visit for my son." Tarsus stood in front of Reviel, looking straight at Elena. "Please forgive her for the lack of contact. My daughter has been unwell recently. As her father, I apologize to you on her behalf." Elena's mouth curled up, red pupils contracting slightly. "Is that so? I almost misunderstood." Elena stared at Reviel. Listening to your tone, it sounds as if I was tormenting a patient. Reviel stood by Tarsus's side, bowing her head slightly. Thanks to the care of the Duke and my brother, my body recovered very quickly. To be able to meet such a good family, it is all thanks to your highness. Elena's eyes widened suddenly, red pupils contracting violently, staring dead ahead. Roan supported Elena's arm. Did you get hurt just now? I'm Euphine. Just too excited to see you. Elena lowered her head to avoid eye contact, face flushing red. This is too unexpected. I didn't send her for adoption for this kind of result. The Duke is completely on Reviel's side, but it doesn't matter. Roan is still on my side. Elena smiled again, handing out the red gift box. Roan, aren't you going to open my gift? Roan reached out to take the gift box, fingertips touching the ribbon. May I? I've actually been very curious. Roan looked down into the box. It was a dessert. Elena cupped her cheeks with both hands. This is a new product from my shop. I wanted you to be the first to taste it. Roan gazed at the exquisite cake. To be able to come up with such an idea, as expected of her highness. Elena crossed her hands over her chest, closing her eyes and smiling. I'm very happy to hear you say that. Try it quickly. Roan took a piece with a fork and put it in his mouth. The texture was smooth like silk. Roan turned to look at Elena. Can I take the rest back to share with Reviel? Elena's smile vanished instantly. Red pupils trembled violently, staring dead ahead without saying a word. Elena frowned, biting her lower lip. Why would he say that? This was prepared specifically for you. Besides, Reviel had enough cake in her previous home. Roan remained silent, purple eyes gazing into the void. Reviel, was she really happy in the palace? Roan looked at Elena, his expression grave. I'm very worried about her. As a poison tester, she could be in mortal danger at any time. Or perhaps she was always being bullied by someone. Elena clenched her skirt with both hands, knuckles turning white from force, body trembling uncontrollably. Elena's eyes widened suddenly, red pupils dilating with anger. He actually said such things. Elena stood up abruptly, letting out a scream. That is absolutely a lie. Roan froze in place, staring at the out-of-control princess. Elena's pupils contracted violently, the bottom of her red eyes filled with shock. Oh no, I actually shouted out unconsciously. Elena lowered her head to avoid his gaze. Reviel must resent me in her heart. Everything I did was clearly for her own good. Elena's body went limp, tears bursting from her eyes. She actually considered those things as bullying. Elena's eyes were red, tears sliding down her cheeks. To say such things to someone like you, no matter how you look at it, it's too cruel. Roan bowed. It's not like that. It's just my one-sided worry. Reviel never said anything to me. In front of your highness, who truly cherishes Reviel, I misspoke. I apologize to you. Elena covered her face and wept, body trembling violently. I was just too shocked. Elena suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Roan's waist, hugging him tightly. It's great that the misunderstanding can be resolved. Roan stiffened, purple eyes looking down, silent. Roan let the other party hug him, gazing coldly into the distance. That's right. After all, her highness is Reviel's benefactor. Elena buried her head in Roan's chest, corners of her mouth rising slightly. Red pupils glinted in the shadows. Tarsus sat by the bed, looking down at Reviel beside him. The princess's sudden visit scared you, didn't it? Reviel clutched the quilt. But because you were there, I'm okay. Tarsus reached out and held the back of Reviel's head, pulling her into his arms. Don't mind those rumors. There are many people here who care about you and will always support you. Reviel leaned against Tarsus's chest, green round eyes widening slightly, pupils shimmering with light. That's right. Here, I have family who care about me. Calyx stood in the flowers, eyes closed, smiling. But how's he doing now? Reviel hugged Calyx tightly under the tree, pink long hair cascading down her back. But where is he now? Reviel turned her face, green round eyes lowering. Calyx, I don't know if he's doing well. Tarsus's eyes widened suddenly, purple pupils contracting, revealing shock. Reviel clutched his collar with both hands, staring at the void ahead. We clearly promised to be happy together, but now only I am living a luxurious life. This makes my heart ache. Tarsus patted Reviel's shoulder lightly. He must be doing well, and he definitely hopes that you can find happiness here. Put down those worries and rest well. If you really long to see him, you will definitely meet again. Reviel lay on the pillow and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep with a smile on her lips. Moonlight shone into the magnificent palace. The fountain flowed in the courtyard. The entire building was immersed in a quiet blue. Elena turned her face, red round eyes peering inside through the crack in the door. Why? Elena stood outside the door, watching from the shadows as Tarsus stroked Reviel's hair. She actually found happiness again. Elena gritted her teeth, fingers clawing at the lapel of her chest, making a harsh friction sound. A mere sinner's daughter is actually living happier than me, a princess. It's simply unreasonable. Elena walked down the corridor, carrying an oil lamp, golden curls swaying in the wind. I have endured to the limit. Elena tilted her head slightly, mouth curving into an arc. If something happens to the Duke, Reviel, it will be all your fault. Just consider this the price. Who told you to delusionally hope to be happier than me?